these two come back for half an hour, you know, they'll probably put Don Bess on quite soon when they toss the ball to Don Bess. It'll be, well, I don't think we'll get the follow on now, and he'll probably get a couple of wickets in no time.
I think Jason Holder and Shane Dowrich would love to see Don Bess.
They would, yes. they might be a bit more aggressive themselves then.
I think they will for a while. I hope someone took a photograph of that bell ringer, because I couldn't see who it was from here, but whoever it was literally in full PPE, mask, surgical gloves, the lot. Pulling the rope down there.
Anyone we know?
Well, I couldn't really tell because it's a long way away, and there was no announcement. So it's just one of those rare, those things. It reminds you of where you are and what you're doing, and the very strange environment in which we're all living at the moment, and which, I have to be honest, England's players I think will be very keen to leave, and there's been, I think, more or less confirmation, enough confirmation anyway, that they are going to be able to go home after this game, just for a few days. But they've been in the bubble, as it were, since June the 23rd. And think about that. We come in and out a bit, and it's a long week.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's a particularly long week for those guys, like, I don't know, Ben Stokes, Jack Leach, and all the others who haven't got on the field. Just imagine what that's been.
Absolutely.
Think
and
about
the West Indian reserves.
Think about the West Indian reserves that were here for 3 weeks. 3 weeks before.
Do you know, I was just going back yesterday, Carlos, back to the hotel, and the players use the left hand. They've got the short straw there, really, because we have the lift. Us oldies, we can use the lift, but the players have to go up to the 5th floor, up those. That's like a fire escape, I think, up there. And just as I was leaving yesterday, the reserve players were rattling down with their bags. They're obviously indoor nets or something at about 7 o'clock. I mean, it's a pretty tough routine they're having.
But it's been good, because I think I've been a part of the fitness journey. I've seen how hard the boys have worked. But I remember having dinner with Cookie, and he was like, "Carlos, your boys are running, and they're running hard." I was like, "Yeah, but don't England guys run as hard?" And he was like, "No, we are accustomed to that. We are accustomed to West Indies boys just jogging around. But your boys are putting it in." So although they haven't been on the field, and although as a unit they're staring down the barrel, there'll be so much positives from this series. One, the fitness levels of the team, the intensity throughout the games, the learning for the fast bowling unit, and hopefully that group, as a massive group, could take the individual learnings back to first class.
I think you're right. I mean, all those young reserves who are getting a real taste of international cricket and what it actually means to play for West Indies, even though they're not actually doing it at the moment, but to look at the way it's done and the lessons they're learning, this actually could, in a few years' time, bring real benefits to West Indies cricket.
One thing that I saw as well is a video with Phil Simmons talking to Kimar. It was the end of speech, and for those young boys to be in there and think, "Whoa, this is the reaction you get when you get 200 test wickets." There are a lot of them that haven't played a game as yet, but they will remember anytime they're getting close to 50, 100, 150, if they go on to get 200 test wickets, this is what it means to get 200 test wickets for West Indies and be successful. So hopefully these memories last them in good stead.
That's really good.
It's quite interesting too to listen to Dom Sibley, who came back from the South African tour, and he'd watched the likes of Stokes and Butler, who really train in a way that is unfamiliar to the likes of Angus and myself. And he said, "Well, hang on a minute," and he lost 12 kilograms because he thought, "Hang on, I've got to be a bit more like them. I've never seen anybody train like this." And
that is a challenge, because in the West Indies, when they had this regime come over, you have to be this fit and that fit, there weren't much people doing it. So we were saying, "Oh, this guy is performing, he isn't fit, I don't need to be fit." But when you actually find the successful guys pushing the fitness regime, Virat Kohli did it for India, Ben Stokes is doing it for England, I would say even a Shane Dowrich, a Jason Holder, leading the way for the West Indies. You need that senior player who's performing to say, we need to get in shape.
But what is interesting is that they've also incorporated Raheem Cornwall, who is an odd shape for a cricketer, into that setup.
And he's actually lost some weight. You can't see it, but he's actually lost some weight, and he's changed his thinking, he's changed his mindset. You can't expect him to run the same that a Jason Holder would run. But if he continues to improve with reduction in weight, or building muscle and endurance being a bit better, then you can say, "Look, you aren't where we want you to be, but at least you're working to get there." So that's been good as well.
Well, the players are all in the middle. Umpire Goff has had his transmitter replaced, I think, by the look of it. And the engineer technician's gone scuttling off again, and is now restored and heading to the far end. So let's set this up again. It's 137 for 6. So it means that West Indies are 232 runs behind, so they need 33 runs to avoid the question of following on, and we're pretty sure that England will enforce it. Sometimes these enforcement numbers are irrelevant because you know that it won't be done. But we think today that's England's plan A. They want to bowl West Indies out and then they will put them back in again, largely because of tomorrow's forecast, which is awful. And they want to win the series. So there's lots going on this first passage of play here. Who are they going to open with? Well, they are going with Archer from the Anderson end.
With this bizarre field,
Yeah.
you know, it's the short ball field, so the batsmen know exactly what's coming.
Two gullies, really.
Two gullies and no slip. It
Yeah.
always feels uncomfortable to me. I don't know about you.
No, me too. I'd like to see a slip. There is a short leg. Archer on his way then. Bowls to Darrich. It's very full. A bluff. And Darrich gets behind this and plays the ball out to Wokes, who's fielding at cover. So two gullies. Is there a third man? There's Gantry's in the way. I don't think there is.
I don't know. They usually have one for the uppercut, but I'm just looking to. I can't see
No,
one.
unfortunately, that
We'll
is
count them.
completely out of our view.
There's three on the offside. There are two gullies and a squarish cover. So there's 6 men to be found on the leg side, and I can only see there must be a fine third man, I reckon.
Right, okay. Archer on his way, cruises in, bowls to Darrich, who feels for this, plays the ball in that direction,
Yeah.
but it's intercepted by Burns.
There is.
Who is it?
No, I can't. I've just seen the top of his head.
I think it might be Bess.
I can.
I only see the top of his. Anyway, there is one.
He's very fine, and curiously, he's on the line of about second slip, and he's in a catching position.
So he's there for the uppercut. Fine leg and a deep square leg. But so far, Archer has pitched the ball up to Darrich. Looked very uncomfortable last night against Archer, who comes in, bowls to him. Oh, he's pushed that away. A lovely shot for the West Indies his way. And Wokes will chase that out towards the deep extra cover boundary. They will come back for 3. And Archer, with this short field, has pitched the ball up 3 times, which the captain might be saying, hang on a minute, the field is set for short pitch bowling. If you're not loose, or you don't want to do it yet, let's just get things back into normal, and then when you're ready, we'll go short. But
I still don't see why you can't pepper him with some bouncers now and again, with a relatively orthodox field. You can have 2 men out there, and but you can sort of give him the option of bowling a fullish length ball. That was,
yeah.
I mean,
The trouble is, if you pitch up with that field,
yeah, you've
the
got
odds are you're going to go for runs.
Anyway, for Holder, Archer's going to have a conventional field, if you like, with 2 slips and a gully.
I think this is the wicket England really want.
Yeah.
Holder is a leader in every sense. Archer comes in, bowls to him. He goes onto the back foot. Carefully plays into the covers, where there's now 3 fielders. Still Wokes to cover. 140 for 6, so 30 runs now needed for the West Indies. It doesn't mean to say they're out of the woods by any means, because of course England's plan B will be to bat positively in their second innings. Not quite the sort of gung-ho style of the second innings here in the last match.
At the moment, you'd expect Sibley to open the batting.
I think you would. Archer on his way, bowls, nicely played by Holder, leaning forward, playing out to cover. And, well, there wasn't a single short ball in that over, curiously. 140 for 6. So 30 runs needed. But that would be England's plan, and they will try and get West Indies batting again well before close of play tonight, if that's possible. They've got a lead of, I don't know, 170 or something. Purely plucking numbers out of the air, but it might be something like that.
Well, Carlos did remind us that in Barbados, this pair put on.
Oh, yes.
How many?
They batted all day.
How many did they put on?
295 unbroken. That's one of 3 century partnerships they've had in 20 stands together. They average 49 as a pair, with 2 other 50 stands.
And was that from 6 down? Were they at 7 and 8? This pair for that.
That was a 7th wicket partnership. Yeah.
Chris Wokes then will bowl from this end.
Which,
you, Andy. I'm just checking everybody's actually made it this morning. There's no
digestive issues.
just checking.
Right.
Well, we're all biting the bullet.
Just checking all as well.
I mean, I had to. We get these questionnaires
Yes.
about whether everything's hunky-dory health-wise, and I just had to pause once or twice before I put no.
I haven't done mine this morning, actually. You've
Well, I didn't
reminded
think
me.
they'd let you in.
I don't know. You've reminded me.
We had a big meal last night, rather late, And
If that's the worst criticism you can have of a socially distanced dining room, Victor. In goes Wokes, kicking up his heels, runs in, bowls to Dowrich, who plays from the crease. Quite a full ball, it swung away a little bit, and Sibley's able to field at cover. 2 slips a gully, 3 in the offside, mid-on quite straight, 2 men out on the leg side. Now, Tommy Banks, I know he'll be listening, he excelled and did me a huge favour last night by providing some most amazing food, which everyone tucked into. There's some 1 or 2 videos, I suspect, kicking around on. You'll see what a socially distanced dining room in a bubble looks like, actually, if you're interested. In goes Wokes over the wicket, bowls, and that's pushed by Dowrich, looking for that gap. A push drive, not a full drive, not a follow through, but not a defensive shot either. Just that little bit of weight into the shot. Bounces in front of Sibley. It does look strange, everyone spread out on little tables for one.
it does, and everyone has to talk quite loudly.
Yes.
Really.
There's no intimate conversation
Yes,
in
you
a
can't.
socially distanced
You know, you
bubble.
can't have our sort of normal conversation.
No.
You never guess what he said.
No,
you
can't have any
do
of that. 140 for 6. And there goes Wokes. Bowls. Oh, poor pull shot from Dowrich. I think predetermining that was going to be short. And it was a half-hearted pull shot, really. It wasn't even any intent in it, really. Holder's coming down and having a quiet word with his friend. 140. 140 for 6. No, it was a lovely evening. It's nice for everyone to get together anyway. It was started by Alistair Cook, of course, down at Southampton, where he got fed up with bubble food, so it was a question really of testing the system, see if you can get food in. In goes Wokes, bowls short and pulled by Dowrich, is sort of shovelled really into the leg side. 1 run, but each run for West Indies at the moment is like gold dust. Poked through that back from the deep. 29 needed.
It's sort of as if England have just gone for the quickest bowlers rather than their, which is slightly surprising.
Surprised you haven't got
I don't think
neither Broad nor Anderson. by the
Yeah,
way.
I mean, it is quite an old ball, so it's unlikely to move around, but Archer and Wokes in harness, the two are more likely to cause problems with a short ball to Dowrich in particular, maybe, but
Wokes bowls outside the off stump. Well, there must be a cunning plan of some sort. When you've got Broad and Anderson in the team, and he's looking to take 4 wickets for nothing.
I mean, I think they do. They're not so, obviously, like any other bowler, they're not so potent with an old ball. And this has been a bit like an Aussie setup in that the new ball zips around, and in the middle overs, life is much, much more difficult for the quick bowlers because it doesn't do much.
Wokes over the wicket, bowls. That's a lovely shot from Holder. A silky cover drive, ball going square out to the boundary. Bess is in pursuit. He will just pull it back. And the batsmen meander back for 2. There's no question of trying to push a 3rd run there. But 27 now needed for West Indies to avoid the follow-on. So I make the point again. It doesn't get them out of trouble.
But
it
it gives
it's
them a
an
better
immediate
chance of
trouble.
saving the game.
It does, especially with the weather forecast as it is. So that's end of that Wokes over. Stuart Broad's heading off into the deep. Looks like a man, it just the way he's walking, I know it's not necessarily an obvious thing to say, but he looks like a man who wants to be bowling. He's loosening and just fidgeting. But they'll all have discussed the plan.
Yeah. Well, hello, he's going to come round the wicket now.
Well, if he's going to do this, he must bowl short because there's no protection to the pitched up ball at all.
Well,
we've got a
even
man
if
running on, we've got a 12th man with surgical gloves, and what's he up to? He's going to speak to the West Indies captain about something.
Eye drop?
Oh, he's got eye drops. So it's a physio, presumably then. He's got one of those bright, sort of luminous tabards on, and he's applying some eye drops. And perhaps that's what we need when we batted, Victor. That might have been the answer. Do you think?
Well, I'm not sure it would have resolved all the difficulties.
Maybe 1 or 2. Anyway, that's Jason Holder's hoping that's going to improve things. He's heading to the far end, but he's going to stand on the over the wicket side, because Archer is going to come round, and Darrett went, oh, is he? No, he's
No,
not.
is it?
He's changed his mind. He's going to come over the wicket now. So we're back to plan A, as it was the first ball of the day. Archer on his way, comes in, bowls to Darrett, short of a length, turned for a single from round about waist height. And Broad, out of my sight, will throw that back. 24 needed. And Holder now is having to, he's got quite a lot of moisture in his eyes now, and he's having to mop it away with his forearms. While pulling on his helmet. Doing up his gloves. Cry of come on Joffre, I think, from Butler. And the field reverts to something more orthodox. 2 slips of gully. And Archer dashes in from that far end and bowls, and with plenty of time there. Holder turns that away into the leg side. Gap there, but Pope prevents the run. 144 for 6. 85 miles an hour showing on the speed radar.
No sign of movement.
No.
Of in the air for Wokes, didn't swing. Zipping off the pitch just a minute.
Holder bowls. That's a lovely shot from Holder again. Oh, it's gone through the fielder as Wokes, who dived to his left. He did the hard work. There was a fair chance he would stop that, but he didn't. And that's another boundary.
It's a cracking shot.
It was a wonderful stroke.
I mean, if you earn 4 if you hit a 4 on this ground, because the outfield's extremely lush, long boundaries, and that raced away.
Looking at Wokes, he got across. Did he get a dodgy bounce?
Just over.
He got a hand on it. He did get a hand on it. But 4 runs. And West Indies making, at the moment, easy progress this morning. They want 22 more to avoid the follow-on. Lovely shot. It wasn't a half volley. It just held the pose. It played with such a straight bat.
Perfect timing too.
Yeah. Archer runs up, looking rather cross this time. Bowls a bouncer, which Butler doesn't take cleanly. Ricochets from his gloves. Just picked up by Root at first slip. Lively delivery, that one. I think that's Anderson loosening up in the distance at mid-on. It is odd that neither of those two are bowling in this situation.
Yeah, that last one did whistle through. He was very disappointed that that was given as one for the over, because he said, look, he's about 6'7".
Archer bowls, and that's forced by Holder. Again, he's found the gap, and Sibley's running after that. It's going to be one of those teasing ones that he might just pull up. He does. There's a full-length dive.
They're going to run 4.
So they'll run 4 anyway, I suspect. And Sibley throws in. They have run 4. Lovely shot. I'll run the theory past you, Victor, and you'll dismiss it. I always dismiss my theories.
Well, not all
but
ones.
I'm assuming that England thought, well, look, the odds on us enforcing the follow-on, bowling them out for those 33 runs, it's in the West Indies' favour. But if we do, we want to get into them and bowl them out today. Therefore, we want Broad and Anderson to bowl with a new ball in the second innings.
Well, that is possible, but it's a very optimistic outlook, because getting those 4 wickets, you think you just go for whoever you think are the best bowlers.
Archer bowls. Holder again. He's playing a graceful stroke, up on his toes.
He is an amazing
Forcing it
player.
hard. Yeah.
Because I was saying to Isha yesterday that it's very rare to have someone who's 6'7" who you constantly want to describe as graceful. I mentioned Tony Gray. That was a terrific batsman, but he was not graceful. It all seemed a little bit cumbersome with him. But with Holder, you forget that he's unusually tall, and he just times the ball away when he's in good form. He played 2 lovely shots in that over. And 152 for 6, and they've got whatever it is now, 15 runs effortlessly, mostly by a Holder.
152 for 6. And Wokes starts off again. He's bowling the right-handed Darrett, who gets a thick edge there. A bit startled by a little bit of extra bounce. Fielded in the gully. 152 for 6.
Where is Jimmy. They saw him loosening up. I've lost him.
Long leg.
Long leg. He's not loosening up much at the moment, has to be said. It may be they think that the follow-on's so unlikely now that they'll stick with plan A. I don't know. Just want to bowl them out. Forget about the score so much.
Wokes bowls and again it's fiddled away by Dowrich into the same place, playing from his crease down to Bess at backward point. Bess is one of those who spends at least as much time on the ground, lying down, diving, sprawling, and generally getting muddy than he does standing up. He must be one of those children who you sent out to play, and you know full well he'd come back absolutely filthy. He could star in one of those sort of washing up powder commercials, I think. There's Wokes bowling short down the leg side. That's put Dowrich on his bottom. Nicely taken by Butler.
That didn't get
down
up
the leg
very
side.
much, did it?
No. So West Indies going well this morning. They're still not out of the woods, but they now look as if they will probably avoid that follow-on unless there's a clatter of wickets. I sent a present yesterday. We often, perhaps some of us are a little too attached to Marmite. In goes Wokes, bowls on the off stump. Fielded by Archer, and I appreciate that not everybody likes Marmite. I don't know why not, because it's just the most beautiful thing in the world. But I was sent, and there are other underarm deodorants available, but I was sent by one particular manufacturer, Marmite deodorant, and also Marmite body lotion. Now,
have you applied this?
In goes Wokes, bowls a bouncer. Dowrich is underneath it. I haven't applied it yet, but I would like to. Can I test it on you? Are you a Marmite lover?
No, I like Vegemite. Actually, I don't. I mean, you're supposed not to like both, are you? But I quite like both.
Vegemite's appalling.
Well, you could put a little bit on.
Can I squirt you and you can tell me what you think?
You must.
You're not going to sweat on your wrist. This is like
I don't want it
like a woman in a perfume shop.
Exactly. That's what I'm assuming you do.
Well, you're supposed to put it under your arm.
Well, I'm not going to get
lift up an arm. We do it properly.
This is workplace bullying, Haggers.
He goes Wokes and bowls and are swatted for 4 by Dowrich. Past mid-on and in the air and away into the boundary. Down to our right-hand side. Just lift a.
Well, we're getting too close now.
No, this is a social distance spray of underarm deodorant.
Well,
what do you think?
I'm not sure.
Can you get the Marmite? Can you get that lovely yeasty?
There's certain better yeast. Yeast is in short supply nowadays, isn't it?
That's why Marmite's in short supply. So you're only getting a short burst.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Let me know how it progresses during the day.
Thank you.
Andy, would you like some?
Absolutely not.
Oh, come on.
Looking at the partnerships between Dowrich and Holder, they're heading up towards 1,000 runs added together. This is the 21st time they've batted together in Test. And they have one of the best records of any sort of lower middle order partnership. They've always batted for the 6th, 7th or 8th wickets together. Out of 98 pairs of batsmen who've had 15 stands for the 5th, 7th, 6th, 7th and 8th wickets, their average partnership is currently the 9th best. So they've been productive for West Indies.
Here's Archer from the far end, and still looking for a wicket, and he bowls to hold it. And he plays that well for his hip. He'll want 2 here if he possibly can. The fielder chasing round, has it on the way now. Holder's got enormous strides, and he runs his bat in. Butler's broken the wickets, but Holder's home. And well, there's an appeal there, and the umpire's called for a replay, but
You'd be right.
he looked comfortably home. 158 for 6.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that, Andy.
No, that was
don't do it again.
Sorry, it was quite hard to get the words out with the
I know, but
overwhelming
there was a lot of
stench of Marmite-flavoured deodorant flying around. It's not stat-friendly odour.
But the gist of it was they bat jolly well together.
That is the gist. They've had 2 double 100 partnerships there.
One against England, obviously,
and one against Zimbabwe.
Okay.
And there's only 3 pairs of batsmen who've had 2 double 100 partnerships batting in the 6th, 7th and 8th wickets in Test history.
Well, here's Archer, bowls to Holder. It's none the wiser there, really. And it's turned away out towards square leg, and they're going to take another run.
Well, afraid it's going to have to rain really quite hard for me to get that in my coffee. But thank you very much.
Yes, 11 needed to avoid the follow-on. Isha's arrived. Are you into Marmite, Isha? Do you like Marmite? There's a chance, and this is actually it would absolutely sell it for me. There's a possible thing here that you might find Victor irresistible. It's possible.
I guess it's 11:20. I don't know if you noticed.
Here's Archer, bowls short, and that sets Durrich off again there. It rather knocks him off balance. That could be the ultimate Marmite deodorant, and I've applied it to Victor. Any? No, well, you can't. You can't appreciate perhaps all of it from 2 metres. But anyway, thank you for sending us that. There are plenty of other deodorants out there, obviously, but I'm not sure there are many Marmite ones. The body lotion we'll try tomorrow. Here comes Archer, bowls another bouncer, and Durrich is under that. 159 for 6. 11 needed to avoid the follow-on. It's been a very good first 20 minutes here for West Indies. So they're still not there yet. But, well, we all know about Gabriel's talents down at number 11. Okay, somewhat unpredictable, shall we say. Cornwall to come in next. So these two need to get them over the line and then keep batting and bat for a long time. Dark clouds overhead, Archer's on the way, bowls, nicely played by Durrich. Jumping onto the back foot. And Archer fields in the follow through. 159 for 6. Holder 37. Durrich has 19. No chances this morning. But we're back on the short field again, as it were, with those two gullies, a leg slip, forward short leg, 2 men out in the deep on the leg side, and this sort of catching fine third man. Archer cruises up and bowls another short ball, which Durrich manages to avoid. That's the end of the over. 159 for 6, so 11 needed. And afterthoughts from Victor, the aromatic Victor. Isha's going to come in here.
Well, they played well, particularly Holder and Durrich, who has had a tricky time at Manchester. Obviously got a pair in the last match, and he struggled with the gloves in the first innings behind the stumps, and he thought he's out of kilter, but he's finding a way. He's played some nice shots, lovely pull in that over, and him and his taller mate go back a long way, as Carlos was telling us. They are proving a bit of a problem.
Holder's acceleration, very impressive. Just 5 runs from his first 28 balls, and since then either side of stumps at the end of yesterday and the start today, 32 from his next 29.
Here comes Wokes bowling from the Brian Statham end to Holder, who allows it to pass outside the off stump. Tall frame hovering in front of us as he's got 2 slips and a gully, point, extra mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a man down at fine leg. So fairly regulation field here at Old Trafford. Grey and gloomy skies ahead, but they're moving quickly because there is a strong breeze blowing. Flags on top of the red brick pavilion. Lights are on here as Wokes turns at the top of his mark. Shuffles away, moves in now. He bowls. Holder gets right across that off stump. He's almost on the 5th or 6th stump as he leaves that. It goes through to Joss Butler. I'm sure you've already talked quite a bit about the reasons why Anderson and Broad aren't bowling, but we're seeing Broad just loosening up at the moment at mid-on.
What we have in between the Marmite. But, I mean, we thought it was... There's 2 theories, neither of which are great.
As Holder, still in his crease, back and across, dabs it to mid-wicket off the front foot, no run.
One is, and this is a bit fanciful, they were saving Anderson and Broad for the new ball when the follow-on was enforced. More likely, I think, is that he recognised with this old ball they just went for extra pace. Sometimes you get overexcited because Durrich looks so fragile, so they went for the guys who could whisk it round his ear rolls. But that hasn't really come to pass or come to fruition.
As Wokes is in now to Holder, who's solid in defence and covering the ball to the offside. Sibley runs around to collect it at cover. No run.
I mean, it is true that as they get older, Anderson and Broad are very much new ball specialists too. You know, they're much more potent with a new ball. But I was surprised that I thought they might hedge their bets. They might have one of the old guard.
Yeah,
and Archer
maybe
or
Archer,
Wokes.
just to test them out early morning.
But as things have, well, West Indies have controlled things.
As Wokes bowls to Holder driving this time, straight to Sibley at cover, no run. As he now rehearses the shot, facing the stumps. Important knock for him, West Indian captain.
Well, he sort of comes good, doesn't he? I mean, he actually played really well just to see them home in the first test. He only got about 15, but there was still scope for a wobble. He hadn't got many runs in the build-up, but he's looked increasingly good as the series has gone on.
I'm just getting that whiff of Marmite now, actually, as
Oh,
Wokes
right.
pushes away. He bowls to Holder again, covering the off stump, defending to point. No run at the end of the over. It's 159 for 6, trailing by 210 are the West Indies. Holder on 37, Darrich on 19.
Should I offer an apology?
It's an interesting smell, I've got to be honest. I was in India once and I remember coming across beer shampoo,
Oh, right.
which again was an interesting concept.
It's unlikely that I'm going to pursue that.
Yeah, no. And then there was an egg. I'm pretty sure there's been an egg shampoo that I've come across as well. Lots of protein, of course, which is good for your hair, keratin and all that. As West Indies need another 11 runs to avoid the follow-on. Jofra Archer will continue from the James Anderson end. He shuffles in now for short run-up. Bowls quick and short. Darrich on his toes, pushing to the offside. Sent back by Holder as he looks to push off and try and scamper a single. Now they come together in the middle. There's a stark height difference between Holder
Yeah.
and the diminutive Shane Darrich.
Sort of one for. There's something there for Andy. I don't know about height differentials, but I'll toss out. Old Trafford. Is the height differential here greater than when Clive Lloyd batted with Harry Pilling? I ask you.
No.
Oh, right. Thank you.
3
That's an
inches
easy
less.
answer. As Archer comes around the wicket to Darrich again, this time he plays it. Jumping up off his toes, plays it to the leg side as 3 men converge on the ball at mid-wicket. Anderson, Pope and Archer. Archer now has it in his hands as he walks back to the top of his mark.
I think Andy's probably right, but only because Shane Darrich is considerably bigger than Harry Pilling, who I think I've played against Harry Pilling. He's about 5'2".
Archer
Oh!
again, short, and it's taken, is it? No. No, it's off the hip. And that was Joe Root at leg gully taking the ball, diving forwards. And I did wonder if he'd got bat on it. He was looking to play the ball. It hits the top
thigh,
part of his
doesn't it? But
thigh, hip, and it's taken, but no
glove.
no glove. No excitement from the fielders.
Yeah.
But according to the internet, source of all truth, Clive Lloyd was 6'4" and Harry Pilling 5'3", so a 1 foot 1 inch height differential.
Well, now the yeah, but what about theirs?
Archer steaming in around the wicket to Darrich this time and gets on top of it, plays it past, short leg down to fine leg past Joe Root to his left as well at leg gully as Stuart Broad sends the throw in now. They come back for 2. Darrich to 21, 161 for 6, trailing by 208. Andy?
13-inch differential we've got.
Well, it's quite hard to find players' heights, official ratified heights. Give me a minute.
Okay.
Well, if you can figure, I think Darrich is taller than me,
So do I.
and I'm 5'1".
No, I think Darrich is about way taller than that. He's got to be 5'6" or 7", isn't he?
And Holder
If he's
is,
5'6", we always talk about Holder being 6'7".
yeah, Holder is about 6'7", as Jofra is back over the wicket again, short, and this time patted back down the track by Darrich again on his toes.
So all you got to find out is how tall is Shane Darrich.
Don't look at me like that.
The pressure is on for you, Andy. Two gullies in position for Darrich. He's got the man at cover, and that is all on the offside. Everyone else on the leg side is Archibald's short again down the leg side. Nearly clips it through to Butler as he raises his bat, initially looking to play. So he's managed to navigate himself through another tricky over from Archer. Bowling quickly, hostile. Holder on 37, Darrich on 21. 9 to avoid the follow-on now for the West Indies, 161 for 6.
Well, that was given their tactics, that was a better over from Archer. In that, he dug it in, and there was one that went to leg gully off the hip, but it could have touched the glove. But it's slightly frustratingly, it's taken a few overs for him to get it where they want it, and to work up full pace. Tension is rising. Perhaps Carlos will know. Just ask Carlos rather than go on the internet.
Wokes in on an angle. Holder through mid-wicket. Excellent diving stop from Stuart Broad, who fields the ball in his right hand and throws it in one swooping motion as he's still on the floor. They come through for one, though. His Holder goes to 38, 162 for 6. But that is one that can be quite jarring to the right shoulder if you catch it wrong. He's just shaking it at the moment with his long sleeve jumper. Stuart Broad. Giving it a bit of a stretch. Sure, he's fine as Wokes has the ball in his hand once more. He hustles in from the Brian Statham end. Bowls. Darrich edges past gully. There's a thick edge down to the third man boundary. They're on the chase. Don Best will win the race against Burns, will he? No, it's Burns with a dive. Best with the throw. They come back for 3. Butler with the throw at the non-striker's end, and Darrich is in comfortably as well as Jofra Archer backs up, takes the ball. Now he's got a stinging hand as that was thrown with some force. So 165 for 6 now, the West Indies. And Carlos has stepped in. Good morning to you, Carlos.
Good morning, Isha. I love your suit, your cream and brown shoes. I try to be a fashionista myself, but you're leading the way.
Thanks, Carlos. I appreciate that. It's hard to keep changing it up, I've got to be honest. And with the cream, I'm also a little bit worried about what's on offer at lunch, because it could be quite dangerous, especially if it's spaghetti.
Fortunately, we're not on telly. So no.
Well, we will be later as Wokes comes in again now. Breeze blowing across from left to right as Holder is on the back foot defending to the offside at point. No run. He's on 38, faced 65 deliveries, the West Indies captain. And he's looked to get into some nice rhythm, Carlos.
Yeah, he has. What I've been impressed with is Shane Darrich. He just felt as though last night that the light was taken at the best time for him. He was able to go back to his room and regroup, sleep, come back overnight with a proper plan. Hasn't always looked convincing this morning, but he's looked to take the positive option. He's gotten into better positions.
Crouches now, plays through, caught at mid-wicket, and it is a fine catch. Diving away to his right, Ollie Pope. We've seen him take some excellent catches in this series already. Jason Holder. He thought he timed it to perfection, but it was in the air through mid-wicket. And just as we've been talking him up, Carlos, he has to go for 38. But they are looking at the no ball, and I'm afraid to say that might actually be Chris Wokes overstepping. Can you see any part of that boot behind the line, Carlos?
I can't see any.
It's a millimetre in it. Boots these days where they have that extra bulge out the back of the boot. They're checking the no ball. This will tell us there's another angle. I think this might be a no ball.
Should be. I'm not being biased over Isha, I promise.
Well, Jason Holder's hanging around. He's not moving anywhere. He's standing out in the middle by the stumps, and the two umpires as the England players have gathered together. Yeah, it's been signalled a no ball. So the first opportunity comes of the day. And huge frustration for Chris Wokes. He's absolutely gutted as he now takes a look at that front foot crease line. He hangs his head back. But what about the catch? It was a good length delivery on middle and leg. He whips it to the leg side. Pope flying through the air like Superman and takes it with both hands.
You often talk about bowlers bowling long spells and then catches being dropped. Ollie Pope will be very upset with Chris Wokes. They robbed him of a fantastic catch that would have made highlight reels for years to come. Is there a highlight reel for catches off of no balls? That would probably be the best one ever.
It will definitely be in the highlights tonight. That will definitely make the highlights.
You're the boss, Isha. Make it happen.
And I have to say, we've just caught a glimpse of Joe Root. He is furious as Wokes comes into Holder, who's on the back foot and solidly covering the ball. Full face of the bat. It goes to gully. No run. He is an angry captain, Joe Root. Usually quite jovial, usually has a smile on his face. That is an opportunity missed for England here this morning.
But just trying to think back through the series, there's been so many drop chances. Sibley had a chance by Holder at slip on 68. Stokes had a couple in his 100 as well.
Wokes goes again, and Holder drives to Sibley at cover. No run.
Did Pope have a chance early? I don't think so. Only early yesterday morning, just before he got out. But it's as though everyone that has got a big score so far needed a chance. Hopefully it's a good omen for Jason.
It's a stunning catch. It's even better in
Yeah,
slow-mo as we
Pope.
look at the replay. You'll have to take a look at that again. In-play clips available on the BBC Sport website. It definitely will be on the highlights tonight at 7 p.m. as Wokes ambles in, beats the edge of Holder as he lunges forwards to defend the ball. End of the over, 166 for 6, trailing by 203. Darrich on 24, Holder on 38. Matthew Cheek emails us, surely the greatest height difference in first-class cricket was at Leicestershire when James Taylor at 5'4" regularly batted with Will Jefferson 6'10". Yeah, I mean, that is a staggering difference.
Must have been hard to bowl to as well. You bowl a nice length ball at James Taylor and bowl it at Jefferson, and he's forward and punching you back past your ankles. How tall is Shane Dowrich?
I can't find out.
We thought
Carl,
you
I
might
think
know.
you might know.
Yeah.
He's hitting it. He's got his PR team to go on the internet and just hide his height. Him and Jermaine Blackwood are always complaining of who's taller.
Just comes up as height blank meters. Darrich. It's one of the great cover-ups of our times.
He's robbed us.
You do anything to steal an inch. That's even growing your hair a bit longer, using the gel. I had a similar thing with Holly Colvin. I think we worked out that I was probably just a tiny bit shorter.
This is amazing. Nowhere online.
No.
How's Shane Dowrich
Well,
is
here we
there.
go. We've got James Anderson bowling from the James Anderson end now to Darrich, who defends to the leg side. No run. People have been wondering where the leading wicket taker has been all morning. Well, here he comes now. He's bowling his first over of the day and his 12th of this innings. 2 for 17 yesterday. Bowled beautifully from both ends. Getting the ball talking. Alongside Stuart Broad, over 1,000 test wickets together. You called them Messi and Ronaldo, didn't you, Carlos, last night?
Yeah, when you talk about fast bowling in Test cricket, especially in England, these two are the gold standard.
Darrich pushes to mid-off, no run. There's 2 slips and a gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg.
And it was interesting to hear both of them speak about each other. And I guess something that you don't really recognize, the conditions can be different in England, where some pitches tend to favor seam, but then the overhead conditions can favor swing. And they said that they have this understanding that when the ball is swinging, Broad holds, Jimmy Anderson attacks. When the pitch is seaming a bit more, Jimmy Anderson plays a holding role and Broad does the attacking. So bowling in partnerships all along.
Anderson with his black headband on, bowls to Darrich, squares him up as he looks to play it to mid-on, finds its way to extra cover where Dom Sibley is now giving the ball a shine on his jumper. Lots of different ways of shining the ball in this test match. Can't use saliva, of course. Seeing lots of red stains on players' trousers as we go. Chris Kedge suggests Darrich is listed at 5 foot tall. I'm definitely shorter than Darrich, and I'm 5'1".
Not even the media manager for the West Indies team knows his height.
Anderson bowls to Darrich, who capably defends back to the bowler.
He's more than 5 foot. He's not standing behind a prism to make himself look big.
Brilliant. Now, Carlos, you were treated last night to a meal from Aggers. Give us your rating.
Out of 10?
Yep, given that he didn't actually cook it himself.
No, but the effort. The effort. I'll think about it.
Well, there's pressure on as Anderson bowls to Holder. It's off his hips out to the deep square boundary. He clips it away as they come back for 2. In fact, that was Darrich. Not entirely sure how I could get that wrong. They come back for 2, especially after we're talking about the difference in height. Darrich to 26, trailing by 201 now. 168 for 6. And I talk about the pressure because tonight is games night, Carlos.
I think the food itself was a 10. I think he just gets a 9.5 for his attempt to pretend to be the chef with the apron with the wrong name on.
See, I'm going 9-9 for Cookie and Vorney as Anderson bowls to Darrich, who's punching to mid-off. The front foot, good length delivery outside the off stump. No run at the end of the over. Dan Norcross is about to come in. I'm going to give him an 8.5 purely because he didn't cook it himself. But the food was amazing, Tommy Banks. Amazing.
Yes, it was. I would probably say Cookie gets an 8.5 for tardiness. Food was a 9. Varney gets a 9 as well. 9 and 9. The food last night was a 10. Definite 10. Presentation, everything. But Aggers got a 9.5 because he's tried to dupe us into thinking that he had some part in preparing the food and not just ordering, while the other 2 guys were very transparent with their ordering process.
Everyone's giving it a 10. I'm afraid the salsa verde was delicious, but it wasn't quite enough of it. Didn't you find? I would have had more.
That's a challenge with fine dining.
Wokes, right arm over with 2 slips and a gully is in, and it's defended by Holder off the front foot into the covers. It has once again been the West Indies morning. This time yesterday, they had burst through England's middle order, taking those 4 quick wickets by around about this time actually, and today they've countered England's short ball barrage to Darrich, and they've plundered many a run. They've added 32 this morning, and England have also let themselves down somewhat as Wokes runs in once more. Hold a defence so comfortably, pushes back up the wicket. There's no run. The catch that Ollie Pope took, a spectacular catch. It's destined never to go on a highlights reel again because of a no ball by a millimetre. And it was a brilliant, brilliant catch, and everyone will now forget it.
Yeah, I can't think of any other catches in cricket quite as good off no balls.
Yeah.
Be hard pressed to find one, but that's definitely one for the highlight reels.
Yes. But well played the West Indies this morning as Wokes is in, and Holders again very comfortably defends back up the wicket to Wokes. We haven't seen Broad yet, and I'm afraid what we are seeing is some pretty gloomy light, and it's sort of light that I don't know. They must have the light meters with them, but this feels as dark as it did last night, doesn't it? If not darker.
It's getting darker for sure. Talking about that Ollie Pope catch, there's a goal that Cristiano Ronaldo scored for Portugal that was disallowed because Nani touched it on the line and he was offside.
You're right. As Wokes is in, that's pulled down to long leg, and it's going to go all the way to the boundary for 4. It's a good shot, a little swivel pull by Holder. He got all of it, and the follow-on with that has been avoided by the West Indies, and they've got power to add here with Holder on 42, Darich on 26, 172 for 6. They're in a good place. Andy, you had your arm raised.
Chris Wokes is in his 35th Test match. This is the 65th innings he's bowled. He's coming up towards 1,000 overs, and is only the second no ball that he's been called for in his career.
Oh,
What a time to bowl it.
what a time, yes.
Not a nice little leave or anything, just a clip off his legs by the West Indies captain and a fantastic catch really caught.
Yes, I don't know why they irk me more, like, you know, disallowed goals or brilliant catches, because they'll sort of just disappear from the
But I
record.
hope not.
really.
That Ronaldo one hasn't disappeared, especially for Ronaldo's reaction.
Wokes in. That's clipped away nicely out to deep backward square leg by Holder on the pads. They'll come back for a second, and they'll make it comfortable. A little fumble down there by uncharacteristic fumble actually by Anderson. You get 2 more. 174 for 6. Big day for you, Carlos. I know that you were looking at your commentary rota to see how much of the Manchester United or Leicester Manchester United match you get to see.
If there was ever an important day in my life other than my wedding, it's today. West Indies.
Well qualified. That was good.
Yeah, I know. I had to put that in there. West Indies obviously a little bit behind. Manchester United versus Leicester and a COVID swab test.
Oh, Wokes into Holder, who defends. Bat and pad really close together. With time, with elegance, with ease. End of the over. 174 for 6. Holder 44. Darich 26. And this is because it's a winner takes all. I suppose if it's a draw, Manchester United will qualify for the Champions League.
Yeah.
And Leicester will have to depend on the result of the Chelsea game.
Yeah, but if we win, we end at 3rd. And I think the difference between 3rd and 4th is a early season qualifier. You don't really want to be caught in Kazakhstan or one of those places many miles away early season. So you just rather go to Leicester, win, be 3rd, and go straight into the group
Simple as
stage.
that, isn't it?
Manchester United or West Indies never make anything simple.
I think you've got a little window, haven't you, between, is it 5:30 and 5:55, in which you can catch the end of the game. I think I saw your rota.
I think my phone needs to be charged. My iPad is fully charged. My laptop is fully charged. So hopefully I can get a glimpse of everything on the go.
And you can follow all the Premier League football on 5 Live from 12 noon today, with highlights, of course, tonight on Match of the Day. So there's a little bit of faffing going on at the moment. Holders being brought out, various bits and pieces. Different helmet or
No, so the sweatband.
sweatband, right?
He has a few of them, and he's a pretty boy, as we say in the West Indies. Doesn't want his face to have any bumps or anything. So as soon as that one is filled with sweat, he gets another one out of the bag. Could be a good sign of I'm actually in now. I've batted enough balls to change
Yeah.
my sweatband.
Well, he's warmed up, isn't he? Clearly. Anderson starts a new over from the Anderson end and holds a on the leg stump, which has just worked away down to Broad at deep backward square for a single. No sign of Broad with the ball yet so far. England starting with Archer, trying to reprise that short ball barrage on Darich that we saw last night. And you could understand why, because Darich had looked uncomfortable against the short ball and very nearly gave a chance to Rory Burns in the gully and was hitting the ball aerially on the leg side. But the other argument is as tough as been saying in the green room, has Steve Waugh taught England nothing? You start each session with your 2 best bowlers, and they didn't start with Anderson and Broad. They started with Archer and Wokes. Anderson hurtles in, and Holder is trapped on the pad. Big appeal going over the top, I'd say. And the umpire is unmoved, and Anderson is not interested in referring. There is excitement, but Holder's a tall man, and I think that hit him around about the knee roll or above. So,
Yeah, always looked high.
right, yeah.
The Hawkeye would tell us, but on first look,
We've got a replay here. Yes, it's hit him just above the knee roll, and we've been talking a lot about Holder's height, and part of his height is, of course, his legs. Yes, Stokes there was saying, I think that's high. We haven't seen the Hawkeye yet, but Anderson is in again, and Holder defends. Thick outside edge this time, squirts down into the gully region. Best does the fielding, 175 for 6, the West Indies. They've gone past the follow-on target. We have just seen the hawk out. It wasn't really high. It was only about an inch or so over the top of the stumps, but it was it didn't look right in it, and it wasn't right. Archer, it's a cool day. He's at mid-on with jumper. We've got a mid-wicket, mid-off, extra cover. It's a deep, backward point, not deep, saving one. As Anderson is into Holder, who gets nibbles at one outside the off stump. Very close to that off stump. There are 2 slips, a gully and a deep back square leg to complete your field. Andrew Denier emails regarding the lack of information on the height of Dowrich. He says, I think Bill Frindle used to go and measure all the current Test players at the beginning of the series, so he had all the info to hand. It's been a rather strange moment. Difficult under present circumstances, but perhaps shows pencil and paper has some advantage. It does, but well, I never. As Anderson in wide of the off stump and shouldering arms is Holder, no run. He'd have required a step ladder for Joel Garner, wouldn't he? Did he arrive with a kind of, yeah.
I personally would have loved to be in my room just chilling before a Test match. Oh, ding, Carlos. Bill Frindle wants to measure you. So you to get up, put some clothes on, down the elevator, get measured, and then straight back up. I would have been too pleased. But
well, he would have introduced himself first. My name is Wonder, bearded Wonder, and on it would have gone. As Anderson is in, and that's again defended off the outside half of the bat on front foot by Holder. Full ball on off stump, end of the over. There's no run as it glided into backward point. 175 for 6. Holder 44, Dowrich 27. We've had 58 overs. So today, Andy, remind us there were 91.4 overs to be bowled, under 1.5 overs to be bowled.
There was only the first ball of Archer's unfinished over last night. It's only Archer bowled an 11 over spell either side of stumps, and Wokes also bowled an 11 over spell. End of yesterday and the start of today. Archer spell none for 56, Wokes 1 for 40.
No sign of Bess yet, Carlos. And well, there was talk before the game. People were saying, might they consider having Sam Curran? I know it looks strange having 5 seamers plus possible Stokes later on in the Test match, but you know, Curran with that different angle and.
Yeah, I don't think Bess has offered anything. I know he's still young, so he's not the finished article, but for the here and now to win a Test series, I don't think he posed much of a threat. He hasn't in the first 2 Tests.
So would you have picked Curran or Wood? Or
I just think that psychologically you always want as a captain and as a team to know you have your front line spinner in the team to be possibly used. You don't want to be relying on Joe Root. So that could be why. It's a fairly balanced team. You'd think the batting was a bit light, but 2 of the guys who haven't had much form in Pope and Butler answered the call. So,
well, here is Stuart Broad. First sight of him with the ball today, and his first delivery is on the pads, clipped away nicely by Dowrich to the left of mid-wicket, the right of mid-on, and Wokes fields, but not before the batsman had come through for a single. He had to make quite a lot of ground to his right. 176 for 6. Dowrich moves to 28. Though we still haven't seen Bess, and I just wonder if this 4 right arm over the wicket, medium fast to fast bowlers might want to try a little bit of variety at some point, but Broad certainly perhaps a little late to the party. He's only bowled 10 overs before this one. 2 for 18 his figures as he started this over, and he's in now to Holder, who drives beautifully, elegantly through extra cover. It was just a very contained push drive. He's only going to get a couple for it as Archer runs down the ball about 5 or 10 yards inside the boundary. Pings a throw in, 2 more to Holder. That 178 to 6.
Sorry, that takes him to 2,000 Test match runs in his 43rd Test match, averaging 32.7 currently, and he's only the 4th West Indian to score 2,000 runs batting at 7 or lower in the order in Test cricket. The other 3 were all wicket keepers: Geoffrey Dujon, Ridley Jacobs and Dennis Ramdin. So Holder, the first bowler for West Indies to score 2,000 plus at 7 or lower in the batting order.
good stuff.
Did Derek Murray, how many runs did he get? As Broad is in with 2 slips and Holder. Trapped on a pad, big appeal for LBW. Broad believes it and the umpire has given it. Now I think Holder will probably refer it. It may have been going down leg. He may have got, no, well, he has now referred it. So I don't think it was an inside edge. This looks really tight. It was very full. Holder playing across his front pad. And here is the review.
Original decision is out.
You can hear Richard
Can we have a look
Illingworth.
at the front foot first, please?
It is not a no
Okay,
ball.
fair delivery. If we can have a look at front on, please.
It's very full. I don't think height will be a problem. Well, let's hit the knee roll.
Doesn't appear to be any back there, but if we have a look at Ultra Edge, please. Flat line, clear daylight. Roll the ball into the pad, please. Thank you.
Trapped
We can
on
go
the
to,
pad, on the crease here is Holder.
ball tracking, please.
Oh, this looks out.
Okay, we've got
It's
pitches
very out.
outside
It is
of
out.
Impacting line, hitting the stumps. We'll go back to Richard on field. Stay with your original decision. You're on screen now, Richard.
So the West Indies have lost their first wicket of the day, and it's the captain, Jason Holder, and it's Stuart Broad in his first over of the day, which will make people wonder whether he might have been brought on a little earlier. His third wicket of this innings, and it means that the no ball that Wokes bowled and Pope took that spectacular catch off Holder hasn't cost England too many. That happened at 165, so 13 runs have been added since then, and Holder has to trudge off for 46 from 82 balls. The West Indies are 178 for 7, and now finally we get a sight of Rakeem Cornwall with the bat.
Yeah, for some reason, all of the West Indies batsmen have been caught on the crease batting Stuart Broad. No one gets the front foot forward. Everyone 2 feet in the crease, and the hands are then searching for the ball. Obviously, with his skill, he's not the quickest, but he has enough pace to make it in decision work against you. And as soon as they miss the ball, they're out LBW.
But it's an interesting point you raised, because they have been getting onto the front foot quite comfortably against Wokes, and actually against Anderson they're getting a stride in. So what is it about Broad's trajectory, or I mean, is his length deceptive?
It could be the height. Obviously, you see with Jason as well, with Jason Holder, if he bowls a bit shorter, persons are comfortable rocking back, because I guess with a tall bowler, your first instinct is to go back. When he does go a little fuller, you find him getting persons caught on the crease, more often nicked off. His more the dismissal is more so nicked off than anything, whereas Broad is dragging the ball back, threatening the stumps, and you get a lot of balls through the gate or LBW caught on the crease, which a lot of the West Indian batsmen have done. I just hope that in the second innings, someone in the dressing room can say, let's get forward to Broad. Let's force him to bring his length back, so that when he does bring his length back, the ball is actually going over and not allowing ourselves to be playing back to full deliveries.
Well, Broad has got the new batsman, Rakeem Cornwall, and you're talking about height differentials. It'll be very similar to the Holder Dowrich. Now we've got Cornwall Dowrich, and Broad is into Cornwall, who lets this go by outside the off stump, no run. There's been a lot of talk about trying to rotate England seamers and whether Anderson and Broad are going to play together, whether it'll be one on, one off. Well, in this innings, they've taken 5 for 40 between them in 23.4 overs, and the West Indies got 138 for 2 against other bowlers. So,
well, they
gives you an idea.
They aren't giving it the spots very easily.
No, they're not. 3 for 20 now, Broad. Anderson has 2 for 20. Here is Broad into Cornwall, who defends resolutely on the front foot, pushes up to mid-on, and there's no run. Just back to the Bill Frindle measuring players himself suggestion. Frank McFarlane clarifies on email that rather than physically measuring players, Bill used to give them a questionnaire, I see, about themselves, which he would ask them to fill in. So he didn't just rock up in your hotel room with a tape measure, rather sinisterly. You'll be delighted to know. Carlos is leaving us. Michael Vaughan is joining us, and Broad has got one more ball in this over to see if he can snare Cornwall, who defends firmly but beautifully off the back foot and drives that nicely up to Archer at mid-off. That is the end of the over. A successful over for England and for Broad. 178 for 7. Cornwall yet to score. Dowrich has 28, and Broad has 3 for 20. I think. Oh, it's not drinks. So I better get out of the way very quickly, and we'll welcome Michael Vaughan with his views on the first hour of play, and then Simon Mann can replace me.
Yeah, it's been a good hour for the West Indies. They've avoided the follow-on comfortably. I have to say, I was very surprised that Anderson and Broad didn't start. Obviously, Jofra had to finish his 5 balls from last night's over. So I thought England would have started with their senior pair. They've been high class. Up against the West Indies batting lineup. Highest average is 34 for Shamar Brooks. Up against that kind of batting lineup, and you've got the experience and the quality of Anderson and Broad with the Duke ball in these conditions. I think they fancied their chances.
Just watch one ball from Anderson. He goes into Dowrich, and Dowrich plays defensively into the onside to mid-wicket. There's no run. Commentary continues on 5 Live Sports Extra, digital radio, online and via the BBC Sounds app. Radio 4 long-wave listeners, goodbye for a moment for the shipping forecast. 178 for 7. It's interesting watching England's field here. You'd feel with Cornwall batting, the inner ring could give themselves a yard, unless they think the ball's going to be clipped in the air to where they are.
Yeah, it's probably
just to tempt them, just to sort of draw them into the run out and trap, possibly.
What are you trying to say?
Well, he's not as mobile as a lot of modern cricketers are. Here is Anderson bowling outside the off stump. Dowrich tries to force it away, goes out to cover, where it's picked up by Sibley.
Well, Carlos tells me that Rakim can bat.
Yeah.
He's hit hard. He's got a decent technique. If the West Indies can get another partnership, like they've just had between Holder and Dowrich, they can get another 50-run partnership from here, with what looks like a gloomy day tomorrow. It could go a long way to potentially them drawing the Test match, which would mean that they take the Wisden Trophy back home.
2 slips in the gully for Dowrich. Conventional field for Anderson bowling to him. Dowrich is nicely in behind that, playing it up to mid-off, and there's no run.
The partnership between Holder and Dowrich, 68 from 16 overs. They came together with still 60 required to avoid the follow-on. They've now added exactly 1,000 runs together in just 21 partnerships in Test cricket, and with one unbroken, their average stand is exactly 50.
Could you dig out, or perhaps you already have, I wasn't in the room, Rakim Cornwall's first-class stats? His batting. He's at the non-striker's end. Dowrich tapping away at the crease, survived the first hour. He's 28 not out, and West Indies are 191 runs behind. I mean, in a way though, Michael, it sort of feels as if the game is very similar to that last Test match, where even if I'll come back to it in a moment. Let's watch Anderson bowl to Dowrich. There's a man gone back on the deep forward square leg boundary now. Anderson goes in and bowls, and Dowrich stands up, pushes that to mid-off, and there is no run. So, say West Indies do get another 30 or 40 more here, 50 more, something like that. They'll be 140 behind. England presumably will bat for the rest of the day, try and get a lead of over 300. Then we're back into the last day of the second Test match territory, where West Indies are set around about 300 on the final day to either get them or survive. England actually probably got enough time to get a few more than just the 300 ahead, and they probably could declare, say, overnight. I mean, that's one way of looking at it. Anderson bowls. Oh, and that goes past Dowrich. He's down on his knees there. I think it might have gone past the inside edge. It went through very low to Joss Butler. He was looking to force into the offside. So could so easily have played onto his stumps there, or thin-edged it through to the wicketkeeper. 178 for 7. Welcome back to our Radio 4 long wave listeners. You've not missed a great deal while you've been at the shipping forecast.
Yeah, you'd think the West Indies will know they're going to have to bat probably a day. But you've just got to remember there's a little bit of cloud around on Tuesday, and bad light has played a part in this Test match, and the precedent has been set by the umpires with that reading.
Anderson goes in and bowls to Dowrich, who clips it firmly to Archer at mid-on, and there is no run. It's the end of Anderson's over. He's bowled 14 overs and taken 2 for 20. And now drinks are coming onto the field. We have sort of officially reached the end of the first hour, although it's taken an hour and 4 minutes, if you see what I mean.
Rakim Cornwall in first class cricket has just under 2,400 runs, average 23.7. He has 1 century and 13 half centuries. Had a couple of half centuries for West Indies A against India A last year. His 100 was a fantastic innings for the Leeward Islands against Trinidad and Tobago back in 2015 in a 4th innings chase, coming in at He came in at 100 for 5, chasing 241, scored 101 not out of 84 balls against an attack, including Shannon Gabriel. So he has some decent numbers. And we've got to remember batting stats in West Indies domestic cricket quite low. So for a middle order player to be averaging around about 24 is pretty decent.
What's his strike rate, first class strike rate? Of interest. I mean, does he get them very quickly, or was that just one of those situations where he needed to go for it?
His strike rate's 68.8, so pretty fast.
Decent, yeah. And the wickets, you mentioned that, and I mean,
it took that flying catch away to his right hand side. It was a no ball by the narrowest of margins. I mean, it's one of those that occasionally you see them go in the bowler's favour, but it's hard to make an argument for any of Wokes' front foot being behind the line, which it has to be a legitimate delivery. Holder LBW to Broad for 46. Broad's third ball of the morning. The players taking drinks on well, the lights are on again. It's a breezy day. It's overcast. Michael mentioning the light. We probably have 98 overs in theory on that final day again. But you're right, the light seems to have closed in around about 6 o'clock. What was it? About 3 minutes to 6 last night and 6:15 on the first night. You said the lights closed in. Actually, it felt perfectly playable. It's just hugely frustrating that we go off, really.
Yeah, I mean, it can't be that far off what they went off last night and the previous evening. But
what, at the moment, you mean?
Yeah. I mean, the lights are on. It's gloomy, quite dark clouds above the ground. Because it's 12 o'clock, don't get the little red machines out. I'm delighted with it, but it just doesn't always make sense, cricket, and those rules.
Looking at where the weather is coming from, there's not much light stuff coming. Fairly uniform away to our left-hand side towards the north and northwest.
I think there's, I mean, you'll be surprised by this, Simon, but I'm not. I think it's going to brighten up this afternoon.
Is it? Yeah. Good. I'm looking forward to it.
Blue sky. The sun will pop its head out for a while.
Well, we're ready to go, but the umpires aren't quite ready.
Well, I think Richie Kettleborough had to nip off. He just needed a little bit of a, I would guess, a toilet break. Just needed to nip off.
We had 6 hours cricket yesterday, near enough, but only 73.2 overs. Right, Cornwall has taken guard from umpire Kettleborough. Broad is going to bowl. And Broad has been excellent so far. He's had a great weekend innings yesterday. For some reason we're not playing. Umpire Kettleborough is standing and preventing Broad from bowling. And Broad is about to go in now and bowl to Cornwall with 2 slips and a gully in. Very full and dug out by Cornwall. It goes to Archer at mid-off. No crowd here today, but they do have 1,000 spectators at the Oval. And we'll catch up with Kevin Howells at lunch and tea. But let us know if you're listening to us, but watching at the Oval. I saw a photograph, and they're all the crowd looks like they're all to the left of our commentary box there, to the right of the pavilion, all in one particular part of the ground. That's what it looks like from the photograph.
How did they get to be one of the 1,000? Was there a ballot, or did they just rock up?
Yeah, that's a good question. Broad to Cornwall, and Cornwall powerfully down the ground for 4. Plenty of bottom hand in that. That was a fine blow.
That's what we like, Simon.
If you like that when he gets off the mark with a 4, Michael, what are you going to be like when he gets 100?
Oh well, when he does, I'll personally break the COVID rules and go and shake his hand on the pitch, naked.
Right. Can we just dig that commentary out and put it on a loop?
What a shot!
Yeah.
Oh. I think Carlos is right. He does hit it hard.
It was a fine blow down the ground. Bottom hand in that shot.
Lovely.
182 for 7. Cornwall off the mark. Broad bowls. And Cornwall's across his stumps there and playing nicely in defence. Up to Jofra Archer at mid-off. And there is no run. Well, he's announced himself. Thumping it back past the bowler.
Someone let me know how you got into the Oval. Were you one of those 1,000 spectators that have been allowed in? Great to see. If there was a ballot, I mean, they could have had. Great for county cricket that there was hundreds of thousands that wanted to be one of the Thousands to go and watch the game.
Broad bowls, and Cornwall drives slightly uppishly through the offside, but it's going to get runs for that, probably 2. Out to deep cover, sliding save there in the deep by Bess, who returns it, and Cornwall is back for the second run. It was in the air for a while.
I mean, I don't think I'm being disrespectful, Sam, but I don't think there'll be many threes. I like the way he drives the ball. It's a bit old-fashioned. Not a great deal of bend in the front knee.
No.
It's a straight front leg and then just hands. He's just got the hands that just goes through the line of the ball. Not seen a great deal. I'm square leg going on the boundary, so maybe they'll challenge him with a short ball. But if it's up, it looks like he's just going to hit through the line.
You feel Anderson might test him with a technique like that. Firm-footed drives.
Yeah, that right shoulder again, a bit like Shea Hope. It just comes in a bit too early.
So the man is back. Pope is a long way back there at square leg. There's a huge boundary out there. Broad goes in and bowls short, and Cornwall not to be tempted. It wasn't a very well directed short ball from Broad. He struggled to catch up with that. Not far away from being a wide. Cornwall with 2 drives in this over has moved to 6. It's 184 for 7. So West Indies have had a decent enough morning, but they are by no means safe in this game yet. Plenty of possibilities for England. We're only going out to lunch on the 3rd day. Cornwall waits back raised, Broad bowls him short and flicked away off his hip down towards fine leg, and jogs through for a single, and he's shaped very well so far, but the bigger test might come now with Anderson. Anderson can pitch up, get him driving and nip one away or nip one back. 185 for 7. West Indies free scoring this morning has got their run rate above 3 runs and over. Chris Wade on Twitter, it was members only at the Oval. He had to phone, and apparently there were 10,000 calls for the 1,000 tickets, and 100 Middlesex members were allowed in as well.
That was an away end, is it? Segregation.
They're all friends in London.
That's
Michael.
good though. 10,000. 10,000 ringing up.
It does make you think actually if they were, get more spectators in the ground. 10,000 for a county match, not a T20 game. It shows the desire is there. I think after so little cricket for so long, or no cricket for so long.
Just put a short cover point to Rakeem Cornwall. I think that's a good move because he's looking to play the ball on the up. You could easily see a miscued drive go in the air.
Anderson bowls to him. It's a straight ball, and Cornwall turns it forcefully to Pope at mid-wicket, and there's no run. So the field for Anderson, 2 slips, a gully. There's a deepish backward point. It's not really saving a single. Well, he might be saving a single. And then a short cover. A cover point. Sibley in on the offside. There's a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine lag. And Anderson has given absolutely nothing away so far up against Cornwall, who looks as if he's prepared to play 1 or 2 shots. Anderson goes in and bowls to him, and Cornwall does play a shot there, up and over that short point fielder. It's a chase for the deepish backward point fielder out towards the boundary, and Cornwall jogs back for a second run.
Just to keep the strike. And if it's up, it's going to be off. I don't think England will be too concerned because it's going to give them a chance playing this way, but usually just play it over the top of Dom Sibley, who's at short cover point. Just opening the blade as well, making sure he finds the gap.
Not quite in Stuart Broad territory, but there's an unorthodox nature about Cornwall's batting that could ruffle a fielding side. Anderson bowls, and that's hit very firmly back. And Anderson stops it away to his right-hand side. It might well have hit the stumps at the non-striker's end. It went back very quickly. It's a good piece of fielding from Anderson.
It's just simplicity, isn't it? The technique. He just lets the ball come, and he's trying to hit it back from where it's come from. What do you make of the food last night? Tommy Banks put on a show, didn't he?
Very good.
Tommy Banks evening.
Bit of cold soup. And
Bit of duck. No idea how you can claim the evening, but thanks, Tommy.
Anderson at the far end, his own end of the ground. Past the umpire now, up to the stumps, bowls to Rakeem Cornwall. That's helped on its way towards the deep square leg boundary. Broad runs round, picks it up. Plenty of bottom hand in that shot as well. Swivel help, really, from Raheem Cornwall.
Yeah, but let's just kind of just realise what he's picking up length so quickly. That was only slightly short, and he rocked back. You know, the bouncer from Stuart Broad, he let go of his left shoulder. When it's up, he's got a transfer of weight back into the ball. Played some nice shots down the ground. Very simple but effective.
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to his 100. Cornwall on 10, 188 for 7. Anderson bowls, and Dowrich thick edges that away on the offside towards backward point.
Could be a very nervous.
It could be very nervous 90s for you.
Shannon Gabriel strolls out there and he's on 92. Don't think I'll be taking my pants off just yet.
Could be the most nervous 90s you've had in Test cricket, Michael. You know, you're second only to Don Bradman in most 90s scored without being out in the 90s before reaching 100.
Is that right?
18 90s all converted to centuries. Bradman had 29.
Wow.
Anderson bowls, Dowrich stands up in defence, plays it back to the bowler. Anderson tries a sleight of hand there, flicking it towards the stumps without looking, but it missed the stumps and Cornwall was alive to it. It's the end of the over, 188 for 7. Cornwall has 10, Dowrich has 28. Mike Walsh says, I'm at the Oval. Tickets are available on the phone or online. First come, first served to Surrey and Middlesex members. Hot and sunny, he says. Nice to have real cricket back. Bars and pie stands open
that's
too.
Important, yeah, get a nice pie. I noticed that WG's had a bit of a manoeuvre, and he's just moved himself to the front. Join the commentary team rather than being stato.
It's good to see him socially distanced though.
Yeah, he's just
in the
watching the
corner.
game a bit more. He's not been interested for a few days. He's been bored by you, Andy, so he moved him. You know you've got a problem when your teddy bear wants to be away from you.
Right, Broad is going to bowl to Raheem Cornwall, and it feels a bit deeper now. Deep square leg, fine leg, and a deep backward point. And covers back as well. We had short point or short cover in the previous over. He's back a bit deeper now. Sibley, Broad bowls, and Cornwall is in right behind that. Seem to have plenty of time.
Beautiful pattern.
Yeah, push up to Wokes at mid-on. Wokes immediately gets the ball, starts to work on it with his England sweater to keep that shine up. We're in the 63rd over.
I'd be quite interested to see Don Best bowl to Raheem.
Yeah. Well, he does have plenty of practice against spin in the Caribbean. Might take him on. Broad. Oh, he's stuck on the pad. Big shout for LBW out.
Bit high.
Well, he's been given out. It looked straight enough. To me, it looked quite low. The two batsmen are going to have a chat. How many reviews of West Indies got left? Well, they're going to use one here. And that would be the 8th wicket. It was a big drive.
TV umpire to director. We've got a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. Can we have a look at the front foot first, please?
West Indian players do get those pads in front, don't they?
Okay, we've got a fair delivery. If we can have a look at front on, please. Front on spin vision.
Well, this will tell us a lot more.
Okay, roll that back.
Knee roll.
Roll it through.
Straight.
Okay, if you give me ultra edge, please.
There it is.
Okay, flat line, ball going through, all the way into the pad. Yeah, we've got no bats involved, so we can go to ball tracking when ready, please.
This is the big moment. Ball tracking.
Okay, pitching outside off,
There we go.
impacting line, hitting the stumps. Richard, when you're on screen, please stay with your original decision. You're on screen now.
Well, it was fun while it lasted, but it didn't last very long for Raheem Cornwall. Noticeable that when he played that, absolutely straight front leg.
Yeah.
There's no bend in it at all as he looked to flick that away.
Yeah, so many of the West Indies players just shuffle over the stumps. Roston Chase, Jason Holder, Brathwaite. You're just always in the game as a bowler if you get the ball nipping back. Cornwall goes for 10, face 15, played a couple of nice strokes. Just don't understand why Broad and Anderson didn't start this morning. Don't quite get that.
Yeah, well, Broad's done well. He's taken 2 wickets this morning to go with his 2 from yesterday. So, yeah, chance of a 5 for a half century. Not a bad weekend for him. 188 for 8. Jonathan's coming in, and so too is Kemar Roach.
Well, the man of the match is heading to Stuart Broad at this rate. take the award back with him over a few days at home. I think that's what the players are having after this test match. Craig, Kemar Roach strolling out there, and I think Shane Dowridge will start to play a few more strokes, try and get that lead down to something like 150. Still trailed by 181.
A lot of runs. We've got the excitement, of course, of Shannon Gabriel to come.
Yes, I don't think he'll have too many more to the score.
But it's usually good entertainment. Of course, we enjoyed Cornwall there. Man can play. Beautiful straight drive off Broad. A little bit surprised when he unveiled that one. So they're 8 wickets down and 181 runs behind. Obviously, would have wanted to enforce a follow-on, but they're still in a very strong position. It's just a question of how bad the weather is on Monday. We didn't get any play in then. Roach's first ball, there's 2 slips of gully, 3 in the offside, all walking in as Broad's on the way, and he bowls to him. He comes very nicely forward. Bit of a shuffle to his defensive stroke, but doesn't hit the middle of the bat. So fielded in the leg side. Grey skies, some quite dark cloud. Beyond us, it's not coming this way, that's going up north from here, but grey to the left as well, if I'm honest, which is where it's coming from. Roach over his bat, and Broad, arms pumping vigorously, sets off again, and he bowls, and that's turned into the leg side. And there's no run. Ends the over, 188 for 8. Stuart Broad. Well, he keeps racking up his wickets. 495 now. Get another one in this innings. And
could happen.
It could happen.
This week.
Everyone miscounted there. Everyone started to turn around. I think maybe the third umpire has whispered into the umpire's ear here that actually there's another ball to go. So Broad's on his way once more. Bowls, full edged and taken by Root. A duck for Kemar Roach, another wicket for Stuart Broad, who goes to 496. And West Indies are a wicket away from being bowled out, a long, long way behind.
It's his 18th Test fifer for Stuart Broad.
Yeah, it's a good grab, that low down for Joe Root. 3 in the morning for Stuart Broad. Come pretty quickly. Just the carrot was dangled to Kemar Roach. Couldn't help himself with the big drive. It's not going to be long before Kemar has to get the ball in hand and have another bowl. Seems to have been doing that a lot over the course of the last 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And your friend's coming out to bat, Shannon.
Yeah.
He'll have a bowl as well soon. I can't imagine he's going to survive that long against this kind of quality.
I saw him today, having never met Shannon Gabriel, but I had the chance to say, you don't know who I am, it doesn't matter, but you've bowled magnificent in this series. He gave a huge smile, a big thumbs up. It's nice. You don't often get the chance to do that.
Did you see him?
Down here. Obviously, he was going up the stairs. I was some way from him. But it's worth saying, because he's been brilliant. And I think everyone's really warmed to Shannon Gabriel.
Yeah, I agree.
Out he comes. I mean, he'll be dreading, I suspect, strapping the boots on again.
I know. What's it like that as a bowler when you know your team are so far behind the game and you're out there again?
Yeah.
You know, they just seem to have bowled in every day of the series.
They do.
There's
They
not
do.
many days where they've not had the ball in their hand.
And this chap's just come pounding in all the time. Out he goes. He never looks the most enthusiastic of batsmen as he walks out. We've lost track of this over. There's still one to go. Why do they all look as if they're turning round then, I wonder? Still a ball to go. So Broad could take his 6th. Gabriel is usually hapless with the bat. But see if he denies Broad another wicket. And here's Stuart Broad chatting down there to Jack Leach is taking the drinks off. So Gabriel's taking guard. He's got his bat at a very strange angle there as he does. So he's supposed to put it vertically. And that was almost 45 degrees. He's got his guard. He's looking around, because that's what people do. And he's ready for Broad. 2 slips in the gully. England certainly aren't over-attacking Shannon Gabriel. He's waiting now. Bat raised. Broad's on the way. Bowls to him, and he swishes at this. Gets a thick inside edge. The ball runs away for what would have been an easy run. But he's sent back by Dowridge, because that was the last ball of the over. And so Stuart Broad completes his 18th 5-wicket haul. Is 140 tests. He's taken 496 wickets, and he'll have his eye on that 500th before this match is over.
He's had some excellent form over the last couple of years, Stuart Broad, since the start of the 2-match series in New Zealand in early 2018. He's played 26 tests, 97 wickets, averaged 23. Had a bit of a difficult phase for a while before that. His previous 19 tests before that, 48 wickets, average 36. So the wickets had dried up to an extent, and certainly those magic spells, but this is only his third fifer in his last 50 tests. But for the last sort of 2.5 years, he's been excellent.
Anderson from the far end bowls to Dorich. There's an easy single there if he wants it, because a number of the fielders now have been set back, but he says no.
It's not one of those fields that you generally just spread out. They've still got 2 slips of gully, extra cover. Mid-off's only gone a little bit deeper. Mid-on's orthodox. They've got a square leg on the boundary, fine legs back. Cover point about 5 yards behind square 3/4.
Well, I suppose they know he's not going to take the single, but also perhaps inviting him. Perhaps you can hit 4s if you want to. Haven't put everybody back. Anderson runs in, bowls a bouncer. Dorich ducks underneath it. 188 for 9. West Indies 181 behind, so England unable to enforce the follow-on. There was a chance just before West Indies overtook their target, but brilliant catch by Pope. Wonderful catch at mid-wicket, but Wokes, as it showed, fractionally overstepped, so that was a no ball, and Holder survived. Anderson runs in, bowls, and Dorich has gone for the big hit out to deep mid-wicket, and that has gone for 4 runs. I think he don't necessarily mind seeing that. Jimmy's muttering inevitably, but he might as well encourage the batsman in this case to play a shot or two rather than to have everybody out.
Yeah, it's high class though.
Yeah,
good
shot.
Good pull shot. Just comes around hip height, so it's the perfect height to play that pull shot. He's played a couple of those. Played one off Chris Wokes as well. Yeah, nice swivel pull shot.
Anderson again, he would like that very much. He bowls a fuller length, and that's pushed into the offside. They are going to take the single now, so that leaves Gabriel exposed.
2 balls, do you reckon?
2 balls.
Reckon he can?
He's the sort of number 11 where it's really not worth instructing him at all, I think. In fact, he might almost do the opposite. With that appalling swipe that cost West Indies the Test match. Wonderful piece of commentary from Fazia.
He keeps stretching that right leg.
He does.
Go back to the first morning when he pulled up early.
I love the way he takes guard.
Just a little one arm, isn't it?
Yeah, but
one
the
arm.
angle of the bat, how's the umpire supposed to...
No, why does he take guard?
I don't know. I'm not sure. Here's Anderson looking to finish it off. He bowls to Gabriel, who actually plays very nonchalantly and actually quite skillfully too to mid-on. And there's no run.
But that's the perfect length for him because it gives him a chance. Just slightly short of a length. He can just play that back. He's stretching that right leg again.
He is.
He might bring in this one out for the skipper. Sorry, Skip. I'm not too sure I can bowl you too many in the second innings.
It could be.
A bit fuller, I think, and Jimmy's in the game. Just try and question the forward defence if he can.
Gabriel waits, up goes the bat. Anderson is there now and he bowls a short ball. And Gabriel sways out of the way. And so it means that Dorich will be on strike. For the start of Broad's next over, West Indies 176 runs behind. Loads of time left in the game. We haven't reached the halfway stage yet. But there is this very serious threat. I suppose a threat is an almost nailed-on certainty by the look of it that tomorrow is going to be wet. For how long? I'm not sure. It's possible there could be some play later in the day. Just depends, I think, on how much rain falls. But there is one of these sort of magic outfields here, of course, where the rain just disappears. No matter how much there is, it just soaks away. So that'll help.
I have another Stuart Broad stat for you, Aggers.
Is it a good one?
A 50 and a half century in the first innings of a test match. Only once since Broad did so himself at Trent Bridge against India in 2011 has an England player achieved that feat.
Let's watch Broad then, bowling to Darrich. It's a bouncer.
That was Ben Stokes at Lords in 2017 against West Indies when he took 6 for 22. It's in fine swing bowling and scored 60 with the bat. It's only the 6th time since Ian Botham, who achieved this 6 times himself in his brilliant career. A first innings half century and 5. Darren Gough did it once, Flintoff once, Swan once, Broad now twice, and Stokes. And the last person to do this for England on this ground, Aggers, Peter Lever, one of your cricketing heroes, got 88 not out and 5 for 70 against India in 1971.
He's Broad bowling, it goes straight through Darrich, almost bowls him. How many? He scored 81, did you say?
88 not
88,
out.
oh, well done. Well, I mean, he could bat. Excellent. Broad walks back. Big smile on his face, he's having a tremendous game. It hasn't been completed yet, and it'll be a while before it is. Because West Indies have avoided the follow-on. But they are going to give England a huge lead. In goes Broad, bowls short, Darrich hops back, Sibley fields at cover, and Phil Tufnell's here.
Afternoon, Chef.
Well, do you know, I was startled this morning. I peeled back my curtains, and I thought it was quite early, and you were already out there.
Yes.
With the TV cameras doing a pitch report.
Well, my early morning analysis was required this morning.
And you're wearing a jacket.
And yes, I know, it's very smart, thank you. And if they'd have taken my advice...
Oh. Broad bowls, and that's chopped away through cover. Chase for Archer. They might let that go for 4. It increases the chance of Gabriel facing at the start of the next over. It does go for 4. So 172 behind at 197 for 9.
Yeah, and I'm sure you've been banging it on about it. 40 minutes until Jimmy Anderson was introduced with Stuart Broad. I just couldn't see why. Perhaps a couple of overs of Archer at Dowrich and then get the band back together. You know, they bowled so beautifully yesterday. So England missed a trick there for me.
I think so. It was just such an obvious trick.
I know.
Very strange.
Yeah.
Maybe something to ask Joe Root at some stage.
Perhaps.
197 for 9. In goes Broad, bowls, and Darrich is looking to steal a single. He won't get it there. There's one ball to go. Will they take one of those slips out, I wonder, and plug the gap in the leg side?
Looking quite smug this morning, John. You're looking quite smug this morning after your performance last night.
Well, it's always nice to get a gold medal. I did send a message to Alistair Cook and said, just to confirm, by the way, you've picked up bronze. And I know he's read it because there's 2 blue ticks beside it, but he hasn't replied.
No. Yes. Conspicuous. Yes, these absence.
Well, it's always nice to put people like Alistair Cook and Michael Vaughan in their place. Wow. And even though it required a proper expert to do it, and Tommy, it is pleasant. Now, is Gabriel in the blocks? Let's see. Broad bowls, and there's a swipe from Darrich is going to be caught, surely, at mid-on. And Stuart Broad takes his 6th wicket, his number 497.
Wow.
And he needs 3 in that second innings to get to 500. But he's mopped up there, having not been seen when it really mattered. He's taken 4 wickets.
Yeah.
And that was a bit of a puzzle. But the fact is that England will have a lead of 172. And bowl West Indies out for 197. With Darrich there, well, he had the men up. I think he didn't have a huge amount of faith in the Archangel at the other end, so he had a go. And Wokes obligingly took the catch, running round from mid-on to take the catch actually right behind Stuart Broad in the end. And so 197 all out. And confirmation of Broad's figures.
Go on.
I don't know what they are yet. I'm queuing Andrew up.
6 for 31 from 14 overs and 4 maidens. Today, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 14.
Ugh. Why wasn't that put into practice from ball 1?
I don't know, Philip.
No, I don't know either. And I'm slightly miffed.
I mean, do try and throw possible reasons out.
Well, I know what.
Well, the only possible reason I came up with,
yes,
which again is, it's probably complete nonsense, but the only thing I could think of was that England thought that the follow-on probably wouldn't happen. But if it did, no, I mean as in terms of bowl West Indies out for those. But if it did happen,
Yeah.
with Archer, who still had an over to complete from that end, he had to bowl that end.
Yes.
Then, if they did do it, they would have Anderson and Broad raring to go with the new ball. That's all I can think of. It's probably complete nonsense, and your face suggests exactly that.
Well,
but I can't think of any other reason.
I just don't know. I know what perhaps they'll say is that, you know, all these guys are world-class bowlers, and so it doesn't particularly matter who we throw the ball to, they can all do the job. But you just felt Stewart was on such a roll, and has been on such a roll in this game, hasn't he, with the bat, and bowled so well yesterday. You just thought, right, same again tomorrow.
Yep.
But obviously there was a slight reason, I'm not quite sure why.
We shall find out probably sometime on Tuesday.
Well, there you go. There you go. I mean, what did he get there? 4 for, what was it, Andy? 4 for 11?
4 for 14.
So 4 for 14. They needed 30 odd. To, yeah, I mean, that could have been, you know, another 14 or so the other end. They would have had every chance of doing the follow-up.
Now, what are England's plans here? We'll presumably see Sibley opening the batting. It's not going to be quite as frenetic as it was in the last match.
No, I mean, they've still got some time today, obviously, haven't they? You know, a couple and a bit sessions.
What sort of figure are they going to have in their mind to set the West Indies?
It's awkward, isn't it? Because if you're sort of playing for this deluge tomorrow, and it doesn't happen, it sort of messes you all about a bit, doesn't it? So I think they'll just go out there and look to play
a figure in their minds.
Yeah, play until tea. Let's think about the other end, actually. Let's think the other end. Let's think how many overs do you need to bowl a side out on Tuesday?
Yep.
So you're going to need
to win the series. You've got to
give yourself some time.
You have.
Yeah.
So would that mean that they would declare before?
Yeah, but
before the last day, but then
what happens if set West Indies 280 in 2.5 days? Or,
yes.
You know what I mean? Or, you know what I mean? It's a tricky one, isn't it?
It is tricky.
If it all blows away.
Because they'll want to have, I think, more than 3 sessions bowling to win the series.
Yeah, or just about spot on 3, yeah.
So does that mean that they could have to bowl a few tonight and take the chance that it's going to be all washed out tomorrow?
But if it's not...
But if it's not, well, then they just carry on and bowl them out tomorrow, don't they?
Well, yes, that's right. But then obviously West Indies can take their time and perhaps knock off the total, you know what I mean? So do you set
But that won't happen. They're not going to score 420.
No. But it just makes it slightly tricky.
But the declaration's interesting.
Yes, it is.
And it might have to happen today to get some overs in tonight.
To then be able to bowl them out on
Tuesday if it rains all day tomorrow. These are all the things. Well, they've got to get these 220, 230 first.
Yeah. And yes, and so 2 sessions to do that. Yeah, look to be positive. 1s and 2s, rotate the strike. Listen, this England side is a pretty positive batting side anyway, isn't it? You know, set the foundation a bit with Sibley, hopefully, and the openers, and then just bat normally.
James Anderson, 16 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 28.
Well.
Jofra Archer, 17 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 72. Chris Wokes, 18 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 57. Stuart Broad, 14 overs, 4 maidens, 6 for 31.
Wow, well bowled.
Including 4 for 14 today.
Cool. Great spell of bowling with the bat as well. Got England back into the game. He's had a lovely Test match, hasn't he? And just looked back to his best with that ball that jags back. You know, sets them up with a few that just sort of hold up and stand up and go past the outside edge, and there's that one that scuttles through. Nick back a wobble seam. Very well bowled.
Today Holder was out. I haven't written down myself on the league. He got 46. Played very nicely, actually.
He did. And what a catch to have a no ball, have it scrubbed out by Ollie Pope.
So he was out for 46. Cornwall for 10. Roach for a duck. And Dowrich was the last man out for 37. So loosening up down there, some fielding routines and so on during the lunch break, by the way. So it's coming up in about 20 minutes. We'll be live at the Oval, where of course the crowd pilot is taking place today. We think that probably about 1,000 people will be allowed in.
Brilliant.
And we'll see how it works.
Brilliant.
See how it works. At least I think the weather's good down here, so they'll get some cricket.
Yeah.
And Kevin Howells is going down there too, so we'll find out how it all looks, how it's working.
Well, hopefully that comes off and there's no reaction to
absolutely.
it, or because that is a really good news.
Then during lunch we'll have the final episode looking back at classic England-West Indies games. Today it's that 2000 Test match at Lords, where on the second day a part of all 4 innings took place. It was an incredible, frenetic, mad day.
Well, they all had a go.
Yeah. a part of all the 4 innings of the match happened on that second day.
Did anyone bag a pair?
I think lots of people bagged pairs. I
Yeah,
can't
it
remember
must
now.
have been a few pairs in a day there, surely. Might have been a pair in a session.
It was a mad day. I remember I was exhausted at the end of it, but it was great fun. Tuffers, some thoughts from you.
Yeah.
Dan Norcross is going to take us up to the lunch break.
Well bowled, Stuart Broad. You know, what a way to answer, not critics, I suppose, but you know, being left out down there at Southampton at the Aegeus Bowl, and to come roaring back here and just look the pick of the bowlers. Gone out there and smashed it to all parts with the bat as well. He'll be absolutely delighted and straining at the least to have another go, whether it be Monday or Tuesday or even a bit tonight. Who knows? Dan.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. A couple of thoughts have been occurring.
Have they?
Andy,
No
when
way.
Broad came on, yeah.
How very dare you?
When Broad came on to bowl, the score was 175 for 6. Is that correct?
It was, yes.
So, and he picked up all 4 wickets.
For 14 or something.
So, when he came on, the West Indies lost their last 4 wickets for 22 runs. Now, I know this doesn't necessarily mean that it would have worked out that way had he opened the bowling this morning, started this morning.
Why not?
But if we were to suggest that,
Yes.
then had the West Indies lost those 4 wickets for 22 runs, would England have been forced to follow on, do you think?
I think they definitely would have. I mean, they're after that is the best way of winning the game with all this rain about. So, what is the quickest way of winning the game? It's a pitch that if you get in, you can score a few runs, but it's a sort of a 250. Well, what have they scored? Yeah, so it's a 250 sort of pitch, and then you're just making that. You're just cutting down the risk. And so I think they would have definitely followed on. Well, that was the word on the street.
It was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
A couple of other observations.
Lovely.
You may have already been through this, but Anderson and Broad, England are desperately planning for their eventual demise.
Yeah.
Bowled the fewest overs. Anderson the fewest. Broad the fewest overs of the 4 bowlers used, 14 overs. Anderson the second fewest, 16.
Yeah.
Between them, in those 30 overs, they bowled 9 maidens and took 8 for 59.
There you go.
Whereas Archer and Wokes bowled 35 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 129.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think they've got to find a bit more of a role for Jofra Archer, if you know what I mean. He leaked runs, didn't he? I mean, he went for about 70, didn't he?
Yeah, 4.23 and over.
Yeah, there you go. And that's just too much.
I mean, I suppose he was being asked to do a job
Yes.
that was likely to leak runs, to be fair,
Yeah.
because, they're asking to bowl short and
Yeah.
to bowl an attacking and threatening
Yeah.
line and length, weren't they? So
Yeah, but then why has he ended up bowling the majority of the overs and the likes of Broad and Anderson haven't?
it was strange, as you made the point, didn't you,
Yeah.
about Steve Waugh and,
Oh.
you start...
Every start of every session, we just knew we'd be standing at the end of the mark. Glenn McGrath and Shane Warne, which was always sort of a little bit demoralising.
Yeah.
You've got to get through that period. And then you sort of, and then the sort of the backup bowlers who are Gillespie and the like. Not particularly backup bowlers, but I mean, it's just never ending. You know what I mean? I think the West Indies saw that as a bit of a window of opportunity this morning.
Well, they went after it, didn't they?
A
That
little
first
bit.
20 minutes, half an hour.
Yeah, and they did have some short and some wide and some sort of balls just to deflect through pace and what have you. So they kind of seized on that, I think, a little bit, and perhaps we were a little bit slow to reacting.
I suppose it was understandable after Dowrich's travails against the short ball yesterday.
Yeah, it's a bit like
wasn't it?
rope-a-dope, wasn't it? It was a bit like old
Yeah.
Ali, rope-a-dope. he's let them think that he couldn't play the short ball.
Well, England's specialist second innings openers Stokes and Butler are not opening the innings today. It's Burns and Sibley.
Yes.
And England have a lead of 172.
Nice lead.
So you are imagining, are you, because the forecast is so poor and the England team and management are aware of that they will look to put the West Indies back in before the close of play tonight? Would that be your assumption?
We were just discussing it. It's all a
tricky,
bit
isn't it?
Tricky.
Because you don't really want to be declaring only 320 ahead with 2 days to go.
No.
Because then you are relying on that forecast being distinctly
Even
accurate.
Having said that, though, as Agus was saying, if it does dry up, just bowl them out tomorrow. That's what they'll be thinking.
Roach round the wicket for his first ball of the innings, and Burns defends at full ball on the pads, swinging a little bit actually. It started
going down the leg side, and then it swung back into the pads of Burns, but he got a firm bat on it, played it square leg. There's no run. 172 the lead.
You think that England are in the box seat here, whatever, don't you?
Well, yes, they have control, don't they? They have control over the decision making, and you would think, but there could be a flurry of wickets, of course.
Yes.
2 slips, a gully, cover point extra mid-off as Roach round the wicket. The left-handed Burns defends from the crease ably into the point stroke gully region. It's picked up. There is no run. It's been quite the morning. And England did this yesterday. They had a very poor first hour where they lost those 4 wickets for next to nothing, and then they came back in the second hour with Broad. And maybe when I say England, Broad seems to come good at noon.
Yes. Yes. Stay in bed until noon.
That's a fine mantra, Tuffers. What I can certainly get behind as Roach is in. That's edged and just in front of Holder at slip, but it bounces off Holder's hand. I think he's hurt himself a little here, actually.
He might have, he's down.
He's down and he's not moving.
Ow.
I think that could be a finger, and I wonder if he's dislocated. I'm hoping we can see that finger. And he's in serious pain. They did get a single, I should say. Burns is off the mark, but Holder is very sore. It's his left hand, I think, that's the problem, and the physio is coming out.
Or is it one of those little ones that, what are they? I know what they're called. Is it a scaphoid?
It's the sort of base of the thumb, or sort of just into the wrist.
Yeah, and that little bony bit there. As it said, just bounced in front of him and then leapt up at him. They do sting.
Well, we're going to have a bit of a pause now. How many overs remain in the day, please, Andy?
He's still down, you know.
Yeah.
He's not got up.
It is definitely the hand. You don't need to worry about other parts of the body. It's the hand that's the issue.
70 after the end of this one. A West Indies score of 197 all out, incidentally, is the lowest score in the second innings of an Old Trafford test.
In the second innings?
The second of the 4 innings.
Right, yeah.
Since England were bowled out for 183 against South Africa in 1998, a game which they ended up drawing with the final wicket pair at the crease.
Have you seen a replay of that?
Yes, it's thumb. You're right. Is that a knuckle? That is a knuckle.
Yeah, the thumbs are very difficult, aren't they? Because they don't have the 3 bits. They've only got the 2. So you mean the base
of the
thumb.
Yeah.
The knuckly bit of the thumb.
Yeah.
Not the middle bit.
And a brand new ball.
A brand new ball. Well, he's on his feet, and is he walking off?
Oh, he is. Yeah, I think he might go and stick that in a bucket of ice.
It doesn't look. As you can see. Oh, crikey! Yes, it does look quite sore, to say the least.
Yeah.
And he's walking off reluctantly because he's captain. You know, that ball did swing as well. Just seeing it get. Ow! It bounced well in front of him, and it hurt him immediately, and he stayed down. And there's a rather macabre close-up that we can see on our replay of that thumb. So he's now walking off.
What he doesn't want is a little chip on it or something. Because, you know, I don't think it looks like a break.
It's the left hand, so it won't affect his bowling. But
no, but sometimes you can just get little chips in there, can't you? And they just sore.
Really sore.
Yeah.
And, you know, they've been here for quite a long time.
Yeah.
And they're going to leave the bubble in a few days' time, and you must be thinking, nearly there, you know. And then this happens.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be okay, but they're going to have to ice it and do what they do with it. But he's going to have to go off the field, and he won't be able to marshal his troops with his side in the spot of bother, to say the least. Those 71.3 overs remaining, I have to say, are looking more and more notional. We're not getting through the overs here as Roach is into Sibley, who's on a pair, don't forget. He clips that ball to mid-wicket and there's no run.
So let's say out of those 71 we get what?
30, 65?
Yeah, 60, 65, 3 and over.
Well, they'd want to go a bit quicker, wouldn't you think,
well,
with the advantage they've got? If they went 4 and over for 50...
Let's start off at 3.
Okay. Well, that would be 180, then they'd have 350. By
so
close of play sort of thing. Yeah. Roach into Sibley, who defends up to mid-on. Again, there's no run. You were talking about people getting out for a pair in a day.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if Gooch was out for a pair, but I think he was out without scoring a run twice in the 1981 Headingley Test match. because England followed on, you recall.
Yeah.
He was out early in the day
It's not a great day for a
and
batter.
then had to come back out with a follow. And I think...
That's a pair then, isn't it?
Yeah, but he might have been 4 overnight, do you know what I mean? And then
right.
got out without addition to his score. Sort of Roach bowls a Yorker length delivery, which is dug out well by Sibley to square leg. Doesn't get a run for it though, but he has survived the first over of the innings, which he didn't do in the first innings. And England are won without loss, a lead of 173 overall after bowling out the West Indies this morning for 197. I'd say England, it was Broad who did the damage. And he's now moved to 497 wickets. He's in with a very good chance of getting his 500th in this Test match. Andy.
I've been looking at Broad's magic spells that we so often talk about.
Yes.
This is the 4th time this year that he's taken 3 wickets in a single spell. He did so twice in the previous Test match here at Old Trafford, and then he had 4 for 14 in that spell this morning. He also had a 3-wicket spell in the 3rd Test in South Africa. He'd only had 3 3-wicket spells in the previous 2 years of Test cricket. It sort of highlights how well he's been bowling this year. And throughout his career, he's in innings where he's taken a lot of wickets, he's tended to do so at a very low average. And I've looked at bowlers who have taken at least 15 forfers in their Test career, of which there are 111. I will finish this extended stat after
Yes.
Gabriel's delivery.
You've looked at 111 bowlers. Gabriel in. It's not his first over, and it's played slightly uppishly by Burns to a short mid-wicket. It was on his hips, a little short, and just plopped it up short mid-wicket. There's no run.
So this is figures only for innings in which bowlers have taken at least 4 wickets. So 111 bowlers have done this 15 times, and Broad's average in those innings when he's taken 4 or more wickets is the 3rd best of those 111. He's done 39 4-wicket innings in his career. He's averaged 10.8 in those innings. The only bowlers ahead of him on the list, Jason Gillespie in 16 forfers, averaged 10.7, and Vernon Philander 8.99 in his 21 forfers. So that does show how when Broad is hot, as they say, he is unusually hot.
Gabriel into Burns. It's worked into the onside. They'll get another single. It's nicely played. It's just in front of square on the onside. Short again, off the hip. He moves to 2. England 2 without loss.
Sorry, Andy, could we have that again?
I could see you poised. You were so poised, weren't you, for that?
I hadn't turned my mic on. Sorry, my earphones weren't on. I just missed that one. Oh, right. Well, no, as we know, he's one of those boys, isn't he, that when he gets on a roll, you know, he enjoys himself. What was it? Australia at Durham. Obviously, Trent Bridge. Also against India.
The Oval
The
in
Oval.
09.
There you go. There you go. He gets going, doesn't he?
Now, Sibley's still on this pair. In fairness, he's only had 3 balls to face, and there's only 8 minutes to go till lunch. 2 without loss, England, and he's facing up to Gabriel. 2 slips, gully, cover point, extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, backward square leg, and a long leg. 4 on the leg side. That's his field for Sibley because he's so strong with his pads to cut off that single in the onside as Gabriel bowls wide outside the off stump. There's no run. Were you able to track down that gooch Headingley 81 for me?
Yes, he was 2 not out overnight and was LBW to Alderman in the first innings, and then as England followed on, caught Alderman boldly for a 3rd ball duck.
So he got 0 runs twice out the same day.
I've seen it happen loads of times in county cricket.
Yeah.
Pairs in a day, which always lots of chuckling going on.
I mean, that's a bad day at the office, isn't it? Cricket is uniquely cruel like that, I think. Because I think...
Especially if you don't bowl, but
No.
you're just going to feel...
Graham Fowler was saying to me that he reckoned that, you know, throughout his career as a batsman, 80% of the days he'd play, he'd think that he hadn't done his job, you know, outside the off-stump, through to the keeper, no run. You know, I used to work as a project manager. I didn't really do much doing that, but I didn't come back 4 days out of 5 each time thinking, oh, I've been rubbish. I mean, when you're a batsman, what constitutes a successful day is something that you don't actually achieve that
because
often.
Because as a bowler, you can say, oh, I did a very good holding row and got 1 for 70 off of 35. Yeah. I played my part, you know. But if you don't, I suppose you're always looking for 50, I reckon.
Yes, I mean, it's like a footballer. You know, a footballer could play for a side, play left back for their team, and they could lose 18 games running, but he might have played well each time,
Yeah.
And this poor old batsman, you get 25, you feel like you failed.
I agree.
Gabriel is into Sibley, who defends stoutly into the onside. There's no run.
What project did you used to manage?
Oh, they're too dull, I think, for this. It's an IT project manager for a financial services company.
Oh, right.
You've fallen asleep for the end of that sentence, haven't you?
Yeah. Okay. Back to the
Yes,
cricket.
things like platforms.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I've enjoyed it, but at times, but it wasn't quite like getting to watch cricket, the perfect view. And
No, it is a good view here as well, isn't
lovely
it?
view.
Yeah,
It's
it's up there with
beautiful view.
Lords.
I think so. It's old. I see WG has been brought in front to see the view a bit better. The knitted WG's encroaching. Gabriel is in. Oh, left alone outside the off stump, shouldering arms through to the keeper. There's no run. End of the over. England 2 without loss. Burns has both of them. Sibley yet to score. Yes, it's slightly alarming. It's a bit like a horror film, isn't it? Where you sort of you look around and the puppet's moved weirdly 2 meters towards you.
And he's got his bickies with him as well.
Yes.
How many horror films have knitted cricketers in?
Well,
There should be more.
Look, how many operas are about TMS? We heard about that yesterday. So look, it's not beyond the bounds of possibility that there's a psychotic knitted WG Grace film waiting to be made.
I've got more broad stats, Dan.
Oh, please.
This is about, the idea if he scores runs, how does that influence his bowling?
Yes.
So obviously batted brilliantly yesterday for a 62.
Start of the third over of the innings. It's Roach to Burns. A lovely swinging delivery, well left by Burns. Through to the keeper, no run.
And then six for 31 today. He had a 60 and a 6 for against India back in 2011. But since then, the 18 previous occasions on which he's scored at least 30 and then bowled, only once has he even taken 3 wickets in the next bowling innings.
So he's a sort of one or the other type.
Generally has been, yeah.
During that first stat, that broad first stat,
Yes, Roach in, and Burns gets another swinging delivery, which he jabs down on. It's very full on the crease. Goes to point. There's no run.
if he's hot in the first innings, does that mean that he's hot in the second innings as well? Or is that a little
Well,
bit?
how many 10-fers has he got? Doesn't feel like a
Yes.
10-for kind of guy to me.
You should have brought that up, had you? Eh?
Look, you make these rods for your own back, Andy. It's not. We didn't ask for it.
Yes, 2 10-fers in his Test career.
Oh, right. So
I mean, that feels like not many for a man who's got that many 4-fers.
I agree.
Do you want to check that? As Roach is in, forward in defence he comes and pushes into the square of the wicket in the offside. There's
Well,
no run.
500, of course, a nice number, isn't it?
It's a very nice one. The only other seamers to do that were Walsh, McGrath and Anderson, are they not?
Yes, all the other ones, Cumble,
All spinners, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
Cumble were really warm.
Cool. Well, that is elite.
Yeah, he's not there yet. 497, but he's in with a very good chance in the second innings.
Yeah, very good.
And Anderson's not far off 600. It's
a lot, isn't it?
It's extraordinary, and they just seem to get. Can they get better and better? They seem to. Roach in again,
Well,
outside the off stump, through to the keeper, swinging away again, no run.
And that just then sort of, and we've been rattling on about it a little bit, why they both didn't open the bowling. You know, there's 1,100 Test wickets wandering around for 40 minutes.
Just sort of in the ether.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, the ghostly shades of disappointed batsmen, just a massive pall of misery
Yeah,
hangs over the batting
for
side.
about an hour.
Yeah. Roach in, round the wicket to Burns, who clips this nicely and firmly to square leg, and there's no run. Cricket horror films, as a suggestion. The Kevin Shining.
I like it.
The Silence of the Alan Lambs.
Oh,
That's an
yes.
impossible film to make, I would have thought.
Lammy. Yeah,
Do you do a Lammy?
not really, no.
Now, this could be the last ball before lunch. The time 12:59. This is the last ball, scheduled ball of the third over.
Oh, Monty Panesar got a load at Old Trafford, it says.
Well, he and Harmison had a great
Yeah,
test match here, didn't they,
that's right.
between them? Roach in,
Oh.
nicely played by Burns from the crease, jams it down to backward, to gully really, there's no run. Now then, are they going to get another over in? The Windies are trotting through quite quickly. Umpire Goff is waiting at one end, and I think we are going to get one as
Another
By
minute.
Kettleborough makes his way. It's according to my clock, there's still 13, 12 seconds to go, and the umpires are in situ, so we are going to have one more. So lunch will be slightly delayed. It'll be about 4 or 5 minutes past 1. Gabriel's going to have Sibley in his sights. Sibley must be a little nervous at this point.
Always used to annoy me when that happened.
Yes, because you liked lunch at 1, didn't you?
I did, you know.
Probably, wanted, yes, a bit of refreshment.
Yeah. Always have to wait another 4 or 5 minutes.
Gabriel in, right arm over from the Anderson end to Sibley, who lets this go by outside the off stump, through to the keeper, and there's no run at Andy.
I haven't answered your question about bowlers with lots of forfers and how many tenfers they've got.
Of course you have.
31 bowlers have taken 30 or more forfers in their Test career. Only 6 of them, Stuart Broad included, have 2 or fewer 10-wicket matches.
It felt like that.
Yeah.
Sean
And
Pollock,
Joel Garner might be up there.
I don't think
No.
he qualifies for this list.
Right. Yep.
Sean Pollock and Richie Benno had 1 10 for each. Stuart Broad, Kapildev, Chaminda Vaas and Craig McDermott 2. All the others 3 or more. Jimmy Anderson 3 10-wicket matches. They are pretty rare 10-wicket matches.
Yeah.
Except for Matthias Muralitharan.
Yes.
I had quite a few at that point, as I recall. Gabriel in, Sibley down the leg side, just gets everything out of the way of that, and Dowrich has to take a tumbling take away to his left. The clouds have lifted slightly, the light has improved, but the floodlights are on. And as we come up to lunch, if you're just joining us, West Indies resumed on 137 for 6, requiring a further 33 to avoid the possibility of a follow-on, and they did that very comfortably, making their way to 178 before the first wicket fell today, and it fell with the introduction of Stuart Broad, who then proceeded to rattle through the West Indies, having made the breakthrough, getting Holder out. LBW Holder, who had survived a terrific catch from Ollie Pope.
Was it?
As Gabriel is in, that's clipped away by Sibley for his first runs. He's not going to get a pair, and he's going to get off it in style. 4 runs. It was 2 full, half volley on the pads, and Sibley gratefully received and punished. England moved to 6 without loss. Yes, one of the highlights of the day, one of the highlights you can see on the BBC Sport website and app, and on the highlights tonight on BBC 2 at 7 o'clock, is one of the most spectacular catches you could wish to see. But watch it tonight, because it'll never be replayed again. As Ollie Pope dived full length to take a firm blooded clip from Jason Holder. And it was established that Chris Wokes had overstepped by the tiniest possible margins.
Millimetres.
If even millimetre, possibly.
Yeah, it was. But it was clear, wasn't it?
It was
Everybody's-
strangely clear and yet incredibly close. Yes.
Yes.
Gabriel in now to Sibley. He's off that pair and he defends at the onside. There's no run. And then we saw Raheem Cornwall, who looked very elegant, actually, and comfortable,
Did.
and drove it.
Stylish.
Wonderful straight drive down the ground.
Yeah.
And he got a quick fire 10, I think. And then Broad did for him. Yes, Cornwall 10 from 15, and then Roach out for a duck, and the last man to go, Dowrich, who'd been peppered yesterday, and was peppered again today, but it was a slightly deceitful, as you said, a bit of a rope-a-dope there, because he survived perfectly well, hit 37 crucial runs for his side before he was the last man to go, caught by Wokes as he was trying to get on with it, pulling. The ball went up in the air to mid-on. He went for 37, leaving Gabriel unbeaten on no score. Gabriel in again, and that's worked by Sibley off his hit to backward square leg. 197 all out, giving England a lead of 172. Now, we may continue our cricket horror films theme after lunch, but here are 3 more suggestions. The Dicky Birds, terrifying film. Tippy Hedren, isn't it, I think? Hitchcock. The Wicker Simon Man.
Love
I
that
like
one.
that.
Love it. that
No
one.
apples on Summer Isle. What a film. What would his one be? You know? A Nick Nightmare on Elm Street. This could run and run.
It could, I like
Are
it.
we preparing for a Sibley marathon? Is that what's happening,
I think
Adam?
so.
It feels like it.
Lock yourself in.
Last ball before lunch. Let's concentrate. Gabriel into Sibley, who defends thick edge, runs past Gully. He's going to go down to the 3rd man boundary. No one's going to cut that off, and Sibley picks up his 2nd boundary in the over. And England will go into lunch on 10 without loss. Sibley 8, Burns 2, a lead of 82. They're in a very strong position, but they're obviously very, very mindful of tomorrow's, frankly, apocalyptic forecast. Rain looks like it could wipe out the whole day, heavy rain. So England will be looking to get on with it, you would think, in the next 2 sessions. And I would imagine looked actually to get the West Indies in tonight.
Well, yeah, could do, couldn't they? So just Stuart Broad again, isn't it? Stuart Broad's day again, with bat yesterday, now with ball, came in, bowled beautifully. 6 for 31, I mean, you know. Take a bow, Stuart Broad has put England still with this lurking day of rain we keep talking about. It might not happen, but it's, he's put England still in a very strong position.
Thank you, Tuffers. Help yourself to lunch. It is lunch. And we'll be live at the Oval in a while to see how the crowd pilot match between Surrey and Middlesex is going. But first, we're going to hear the final part of our series celebrating memorable clashes in tests between England and the West Indies. Today, we go back 20 years and an unforgettable match at the home of cricket.
Marshall in, he bowls, Foster goes forward, and he's out, caught there by Harper at third slip.
Here is Walsh on the way now, and Gooch pulls down towards backward square leg. That's going to be his 100.
Hooper is hit on the pad, there's an appeal towards umpire Mitchell, he's given it out, LBW. Cork has taken a hat-trick.
There's a big LBW appeal for him, and he's out, LBW. The West Indies all out for 54.
Hello, this is Jonathan Agnew with you for the final episode of our series looking back at some classic test matches played between England and West Indies. Well, so far we've motored through the 80s and 90s. We're going from West Indies' dominance in 1984 to a slight resurgence from England come 1995. And today we're going to conclude things in 2000 at Lord's with a real classic from a series that marked the end for a couple of true West Indian greats.
Ambrose is now lifting his arms high to the crowd. Walsh, of course, has not announced his retirement, and he's just waving one arm to the crowd. The two titans of West Indian fast bowling over the last decade or so are waving to all parts of the Oval and getting a standing ovation.
Well, this is a remarkable test for so many reasons. To start with, it was the 100th played at Lord's. It also had the extraordinary occurrence of having a part of all 4 innings played on one day. And though England eventually won, it was far from straightforward. They were described as pathetic England in one newspaper after their first innings slump. Well, to go through the action, I'm again joined by the Test Match Special scorer Andy Zaltzman and also West Indies commentator Fazia Mohammed, who joined us live from his house in Trinidad. Lovely to have you both with us. Now, the first test of this series then saw the West Indies win by an innings and 93 runs.
Oh, and he's bowled, and that's it. 125 all out. Giddings bowled by Adams. That finishes the test match. The West Indies completing a most convincing victory. They've won by an innings and 93 runs. What a way to start this summer series.
Lovely to hear Donna Simmons on there as well, the first woman commentator on Test Match Special. So let's go through the teams first of all, and then again just puts us in context, doesn't it? So Shohan Campbell, opening with Griffith, Wavell Hines at 3, Lara of course is there, Chanderpaul, Jimmy Adams, Ridley Jacobs is by now keeping wickets, and then the fast bowling attack, you tend to always look there with the West Indians, don't you? Ambrose, Rose, Rion King, who is a rare breed, I suggest, Fazia, because a Guyanese fast bowler. Not too many of those, I don't think. Courtney Walsh bringing up the rear. And for England, Atherton, Ramprakash opening the batting. Vaughan, Hick, Stewart, captain and keeping wicket. Nick Knight, White, Cork, Caddick, Gough. And it's a debut for our old friend, the Hogster, Matthew Hoggard. So, Rion King. Quite rare, isn't it, a Guyanese fast bowler, Faz?
One name comes to mind immediately, Colin Croft, of course, from Guyana as well, a member of that fearsome quartet holding Roberts, Garner, Croft, but there haven't been too many others. Charlie Stayers from the 1950s would have been someone who came out of that South American country as well. And afterwards, you had Colin Stewart, who infamously was banned from bowling at the very start of a test match in Sri Lanka in 2001 for a couple of inadvertent beamers in the early stages of that test match. It was unfortunate for it. But you're right, Rayon King coming out of Guyana, big man, powerful man. And you talk about the decline of West Indies fast bowling at around that time. And many people look back on those numbers and you see certain comparisons even with the great fast bowlers, and you wonder why a Rayon King, a Franklin Rose, a Nixon McLean, a Mervyn Dillon, a Pedro Collins, and quite a few others didn't really kick on in the way that the great fast bowlers from 20 years earlier managed to do.
It's a good question because, I mean, Andy Roberts was around, coaching. I'm not sure I can't remember if he was coaching this series or not, but I mean, they did have plenty of expert advice knocking about.
Well, I think Andy was pretty much fed up by that time because in the previous test match that we had highlighted, he was the coach of that team. He had actually taken over from Rohan Kanhai, another West Indies legend, the batsman, who in the tour of New Zealand in early '95 complained about the attitude and the behaviour of a lot of the senior West Indies fast bowlers. And rather than deal with the discipline issue, they got rid of Kanhai, brought in Andy, who immediately in that 1995 tour of England complained as well about the attitude and the way the players were going about their training and so on. And he was gotten rid of after the World Cup of 1996.
Yeah. Well, there we are. So I mentioned that real overwhelming result in that first test, Andy Zaltzman. Was that a bit of a surprise, you think?
I'm not sure. These were two teams that were not particularly strong at the time. England, the previous summer, had lost at home to New Zealand in a fairly disastrous series after going 1-0 up. They'd then gone to South Africa and been well beaten. They'd lost 5 of their previous 6 series, plus the one-off test against Sri Lanka at the Oval in 1998 when Muralitharan took 16 wickets. West Indies had lost their last 4 away series since that 2-2 draw in 1995 that we talked about last time, and they'd lost their last 10 consecutive away tests, including a 5-0 whitewash in South Africa. So particularly batting, since that 95 series, of the 9 test teams, England had the 3rd worst team batting stats and West Indies the 2nd worst, only Zimbabwe below them. So these were two teams that, particularly with the bat, had been struggling for quite a long time and churning through players. England had used 36 players in 22 tests since they'd last played the West Indies in a series in the Caribbean in 1998. West Indies had got through 33 and 16. So these were teams that were struggling and unstable.
Yeah, well, good point, thank you. So that first game, England were bowled out for 179 and 125. Nasser Hussain, the captain, had an injured thumb. That explains why Alex Stewart was deputising in this particular game. He won the toss and they chose to field first. And I wonder if that was because they were worried about another low score. But the fact is, West Indies were bowled out for 267 with 4 wickets for Gough and for Cork.
In goes Cork now, and he's caught at short leg. A very neat catch by Mark Ramprakash. And Ambrose departs, he's dragging his bat now as the West Indies lose their 7th wicket.
And here comes Gough into Chanderpaul, bowls. And he bowled him! It's bowled him! I think that came off the inside edge. He played it fairly firm-footed from the crease, and that was the wicket England really wanted.
Interesting, Dominic Cork there, Andy, because it was a different Dominic Cork to the one we were talking about in the previous of these programmes, where he got his hat-trick at Old Trafford, where he just started his career pitching the ball up and swinging it. He rather lost that swing, and he came back as a much more sort of aggressive, hit the middle of the pitch sort of bowler.
Yes, he'd not played a test match for 18 months or so before this game, and his form off that spectacular early start that we talked about last time, he reached 50 wickets in just his 11th test. His form had really dipped through a mixture of injuries and just the fluctuations of form, but he came back and had a fine summer this summer. But yeah, he was probably a rather different bowler than he had been in that 95 series.
So 267 put in, I suppose both sides would have thought that wasn't too awful, Fazia.
Yeah, not too bad, and I think that the West Indies would have hoped that they would have been able to carry on from the Edgbaston victory. Well, it was certainly a relief, and as Andy mentioned, those 10 consecutive defeats in Pakistan, South Africa, then New Zealand, and losing pretty badly in those 10 test matches, and then to start this series with that rousing victory, and even with 267, not really a formidable total. I think they felt that with the momentum from that first test match, they would have been able to really front up at Lord's, and especially Agus, because this was really a celebratory occasion for West Indies cricket, because the 2000 Test match, the soundtrack to it was Lord Beginner's famous calypso, "Cricket, lovely cricket," as Lord's where I saw it.
Cricket, lovely cricket, at Lord's where I saw it. Cricket,
And so I won't go on anymore because I've done enough of that already. But because it was 50 years after that famous Test match victory, first for the West Indies in England at Lord's in 1950 with Ramadan and Valentine, it was 100 years from the West Indies team's first ever tour to England before they had gotten Test status. And of course, it was 25 years from the World Cup final victory of 1975. So we were surrounded by a lot of West Indies greats at that time, and it was felt that after the victory at Edgbaston, now coming to Lord's 1-0 up, that even all out for 267, the West Indies bowlers would have done the job.
Well, they did too to start with, didn't they? Because the real pressure on England's batting, Andy, you can imagine it, can't you? I mean, was that the reason, I wonder, that Alex Stewart put West Indies in? They just couldn't risk England being blown away in their first innings again.
Well, their batting had been disastrous. 2 low scores in the first test. They'd been bowled out for 147 against Zimbabwe in the second innings of the second test of that series. In 9 of their last 14 test innings at home, they've been bowled out for under 200. So, yeah, these were really tough times for England as a batting lineup.
Well, they're at it again because you scratch your head sometimes. Mark Ramprakash opening? Yeah, well, he did. And before you knew it, England were 9 for 3. In comes Ambrose now, bowls, and Ramprakash has edged it, and he's caught. Ramprakash has gone for naught, and Ambrose breaks through with the last ball of his first over. It's a terrible start for England. Walsh goes in again now, and bowls outside the off stump, and Atherton's out. Caught by Lara at first slip, and that was a horrid shot. It really was a firm-footed nibble outside the off stump. Oh, what a shocking start for England. They're 1 for 2 in the second over.
Ambrose in again, bowls grim. Oh, he bowled him! He played forward, he's bowled him! And that is Vaughan out, bowled by Ambrose for 4. I don't know what happened there. I mean, he just... what happened to that one?
I think it's like the first delivery, that last delivery we had. I think he came forward.
So there we go, 9 for 3. And I just mentioned my bit of surprise at Ramp's opening. Andy, how often did he open in Test cricket then?
It was the 4th and final test that Ramprakash was played as an opener. He'd been called in as an opener at the start of the summer, played the 2 tests against Zimbabwe, got a 50 in the second test at Nottingham, and then the first test against West Indies at Edgbaston. But it was a sign of the instability of England's batting lineup. They'd churned through a number of different openers as they tried to find a partner for Atherton. Mark Butcher's form had fallen away. Stewart had dropped down the order as wicketkeeper and captain for a while. So it was England were really struggling to find an opening batsman. That was rectified when Marcus Trescothick came in for the following Test match.
Yeah, I mean, fine player Ramprakash, but you do wonder what decisions were to have him opening the batting. But anyway, England, therefore, they were 9 for 3. They slipped to 50 for 5. And one of the evening papers described England as pathetic. Here comes King, it is edged, and Knight is out. Caught at second slip, a short rising ball that Knight followed, a healthy edge and taken by Campbell. What a disastrous morning this is for England. They're now 50 for 5. It was a lively ball. You can always tell by the crowd, especially a home crowd, when the home team is on the rack. There's hoots and sort of almost quite noises of derision. But that's kind of how it felt at the time, because England, for zero, I mean, their batting was so fragile. It just looked as if the rug would be pulled away from them again.
Well, we were having a joyous time in the media centre, because doing the little snippets of commentary alongside Test match specials, sending back some interviews with the Caribbean Media Corporation and so on, interviewing Alan Ray, the opening batsman from the 1950s. Mikey Holding was around, of course. Vivian Richards, who you just heard as part of TMS. We were having a rollicking time, enjoying ourselves and saying happy days are here again. But again, it just goes to show how much it mattered to the West Indies to be getting the better of England, and to see them capitulate so quickly. You just felt that at the time, well, having been 1-0 up already and won so emphatically, there was only one way for this Test match to go.
It seemed that way. England all out for 134. And now Ambrose turns down at the pavilion end once again. The sun breaking through. With great huge strides, he comes gangling in again and bowls to Goff. That's edged, and he's caught at first slip. Brian Lara takes the straightforward catch, and England have been dismissed for 134, with Hoggard on 12 not out. A terrific effort by the West Indies, with Ambrose taking his 4th wicket. Walsh also has 4, and they've got themselves in a very, very strong position in this match. The 2 great fast bowlers doing it again for the West Indies, and giving him a lead of 133 going into the second innings. I mean, Andy, let's be honest, you don't often win matches from there, do you?
Well, you don't, Aggers. In fact, against the West Indies, you never do before or indeed since. This is the only Test match that the West Indies have lost after being over 100 ahead in first innings without then declaring in the second innings. So there are a couple of defeats, one where Sobers declared in 1968, where they had been further ahead. But to overturn a lead of 100 or more against the West Indies was pretty much unheard of.
Faz here, again, confident. I mean, you're not going to lose this, are you?
No, you shouldn't. And I'll just advise Andy, don't ever bring up that declaration in Port of Spain to Sir Garfield Sobers, because even at his advanced age, he really gets worked up by that, because he can't stand the fact that people always remind him of those couple of declarations. But yeah, I'm sure he would have been at Lord's in 2000 or watching on, enjoying what was going on. And the West Indies certainly seemed at that point to be well on course to make it 2-0.
Well, there was, though, this incredible spell from Andy Caddick. West Indies bowled out for 54, including a spell of 4 wickets, falling for just 2 runs.
That's shorter, and he cuts it hard into the ground. He goes over the top. Oh, my goodness, I beg your pardon, he didn't. It was a top edge. I'm sorry I misread that, but it's a very fine catch at third man. Caddick goes short again, and that's caught at short leg, I think, off the gloves. Hines stands and waits for umpire Hampshire to confirm.
That's outside the off stump, and he's given out. Call behind. Edge to the keeper. Griffith has gone for 1, and the West Indies now 10 for 3.
He's out caught in the gully, Lara. Lifting delivery from Caddick. Lara spot at it. Chandapal gets it off the fly pad. There's an appeal for catch. He's giving him out. He's giving him out. Chandapal indicates thigh pad. Umpire Venkat's finger goes up. Ramprakash takes the catch. Lords is alive with the sound of jubilant Englishmen. West Indies are 24 for 5.
Jacob drives, he's out. Caught by Atherton at first slip. He drove it a very wide one, got the edge. Adams comes over, sitting on the pad of the field. He's out. He's given him out. Adams has gone. LBW well caught. Ambrose the ring. And he's caught there. I think, yes, he is. At short leg. Ambrose couldn't keep it down. It was a lifting ball. He fended it away. Ramprakash has taken his 3rd catch. And the West Indies are 39 for 8. Would you believe it?
I can't believe what I'm seeing. This is absolutely incredible. This has got to be one of the most exciting days play I've ever seen.
3 sips in the gully, go down for Rose, and it's out. Cotton ball by Dominic Cork. Got the leading edge. Brilliant bowling by Cork. He's picked up the 9th wicket. King on 7 waits on Cork. And there's a big LBW appeal for him, and he's out. LBW. The West Indies all out for 54. Rion King, LBW to Dominic Cork for 7. Walsh left not out on 3. And England have bowled the West Indies out for 54 in their second innings. This is day 2 of the second Test match. We have 1 innings to go. And it's only the second day and it's not finished.
Absolutely incredible day. Caddick, 5 for 16. Goff took 2 for 17. But there's quite a stark contrast, Andy, isn't there, between Caddick's overall career first innings wicket taking and second innings?
Over the course of his Test career, he played 62 Tests, took 234 wickets for England. He averaged 37 in the first innings and 20 in the second innings. So yeah, it's a curiosity for Caddick. But at this point in his career, he was a highly effective and consistent bowler for England. I mean, it's an incredible difference, though, isn't it? I mean, for a fast bowler to average 20 in the second innings as opposed to 37 in the first. I mean, a spinner, you might imagine, having a gap like that, but a quick bowler like Andy Caddick, who you needed a new ball, who hit the pitch, got the bounce, nipped it away. I mean, he's a brilliant bowler. Maybe he was a spinner trapped in a fast bowler's body.
It's not the best you can do.
Some stats defy explanation, Angus.
Well, that's one of them, because actually Caddick was at his best. I mean, he was a terrific bowler, wasn't he?
Indeed he was, and there was even better to come for him and for England, and worse to come for the West Indies a couple of test matches later, as we'll recall with Headingley, which finished inside 2 days, and Caddick running riot yet again. But it might have something to do with mentality and approach to the game, and indeed a lot of people seem to get on the back of Andy Caddick very easily, and even for us in the West Indies, it just seemed to be almost a love-hate relationship with Andy Caddick and English cricket in general. And he just never seemed to be someone who fit in to the archetypal role of an English seamer or fast bowler or whatever. That might have something to do with it.
Yeah. Well, Fazio, you mentioned how chirpy you all were down in the media centre at Lords. I wonder what you're thinking after that. 54 all out.
And it all started with Alan Ray again saying, well, how do you get caught a third man as an opening batsman unless you're 175 not out? And he kept banging on about that and why, yes, it was a real capitulation and take nothing away from the England fast bowlers and so on. But he talked about so much that was wrong with the opening positions. And it was really an indicator of much worse that was to come, because a year earlier, the West Indies had been shot out for 51 by Australia at Queen's Park Oval in Trinidad. And then again, as we talk about Sherwin Campbell and Adrian Griffith, they had put on 286 opening the batting on day one against New Zealand in Hamilton just a few months earlier, only for the West Indies to be shot out for 97 in the second innings and lose comfortably by the fourth afternoon. And then there was the 61 at Headingley, which came a couple of weeks after this Lord's Test match. And then a certain Steve Harmison had something to say, 47 all out at Sabina Park in Jamaica. So it was starting to group together these really pitiful batting efforts.
The Lord's 54 all out was the third of 5 sub-100 all-out scores that the West Indies had in a 17-test sequence in 99 and 2000. And to put that in context, they'd had only one sub-100 all-out score in their previous 250 test matches going back to 1963. So their batting was in a state of considerable collapse. The 54 all-out was their third lowest at the time, now fourth on the list after that 47 all-out in Jamaica in 2004 that Fazir mentioned. England had not bowled the West Indies out for under 150 since 1969. So to bowl them out for 54 was, at this point, was truly extraordinary.
It was just the most exhausting day. I just remember sitting there at the end of that evening when just reflecting on where we were. Just 2 days gone. England set 188 to win. I suppose they're probably favourites, but again, it's just that question of confidence and how fragile the batting of both sides is in this series. So the third day starts, and England cruise to 95 for 1. They're chasing 188 before Michael Vaughan falls. But surely it's all still in hand for England.
This time he's gone. It's Graham Hick. The catch taken by Brian Lara at first slip. Courtney Walsh finding the edge of Graham Hick's bat. Caught by Lara at first slip off the bowling of Walsh for 15. And the breakthrough that the West Indies wanted. England 1-1-9 for 3. As this is Atherton. He's struck in front. And umpire Venkat says yes, he's out. LBW! The big wicket for the West Indies. Atherton LBW for 45, and England now 120 for 4.
Here comes Ambrose again in, bows to Stewart. Oh, and that one then comes out. He's LBW. That one couldn't get up very far. It kept a bit low, and he hit him absolutely in front of the middle stump. And umpire Venkatragavan merely had to confirm it. So that is disaster with a capital D. Here comes Walsh now to White. He's in now. He bows. White comes. Oh, that one's gone over everything. He's out. Caught behind. He's given out by Venkatragavan. He's laid forward. White has gone for a duck, and Walsh has got his 6th wicket.
140 for 6, so still 48 to win. You can just imagine what it must have been like. Well, in both dressing rooms, really, but I suspect particularly England's, because, again, harking back to the lack of confidence and so on in their batting. And then 160 for 8. Still 28 needed. It looked then like it was the West Indies game.
In comes Ambrose, and he bowls now, and Caddick said he's out, leg before wicket. It looked absolutely plumb. And Ambrose celebrates in that way that we've seen so often. And now it's the high fives all round. And that is a crucial blow dealt by Curtly Ambrose in his first over back, with Caddick hit well in front.
And again, the ball seemed just to scuttle through a little bit low on this occasion.
At that point, you felt that the West Indies, with things going their way, maybe one or two keeping a bit low, as Rita just heard in a bit of that commentary, it would have gone the West Indies' way. But there was always that concern about Dominic Cork. I mean, I don't know what it is with other countries, but he just seemed to get under the skin of West Indians very easy, with all of the histrionics and all of the celebrations and so on. And the fact that he was so successful, that was the irritating thing about it. He was successful 5 years earlier, that famous debut at Lord's, then the hat-trick in the test match at Old Trafford, which we highlighted earlier, and then to come back from being so ordinary. Why did you bring Dominic Cork back now to win a test match for England?
Yeah, he was ferociously competitive, abrasive, really got up the nose, I think, of all the opposition, not just the West Indians, to be fair, but he was a damn good cricketer, though, actually, wasn't he? I mean, he was a proper all-rounder, actually.
Well, he almost was, I think. His batting had not really developed from those early innings, particularly that 50 at Old Trafford that we talked about last time, and he'd been averaging sort of 15 or so over his previous sort of 15 or 20 test matches. And Darren Gough had also had a few really good innings for England in the first year of his test career, but he'd been averaging 7 over his previous 30 tests. So they both had a bit of talent with the bat, but it was not necessarily the partnership you wanted to get you over the line in a test match.
Well, it was nail-biting. 2 wickets in hand, 28 still needed, but England eventually got there, with Cork hitting the winning runs through the covers. Now, Cork waits for a moment. He's seeing some movement in the field, I think, and now he settles down once again. Courtney Walsh wipes the right hand on his trousers and now sets off and bowls to Cork, and there he goes. He's forced it away through the offside. It's going for 4, and England have won one of the most dramatic test matches you'll ever see. They've won it by 2 wickets, and Dominic Cork finishes on 33 not out. He's steered England home when it all seemed lost. And that really was as good a test match as you could ever wish to see, regardless of the result.
I'll just say something here, Jonathan. That little gesture I've seen from Dominic Cork, I don't know what it is. I'd really like to see that again, and I'd really like to give my verdict what I think of it.
So Cork seeing England home, and that very strange gesture that he was making to a part of the ground. For once, it wasn't at the media centre. It was actually well to our left. But I've never really worked out quite what he was doing there. Any theories, anybody?
Well, it might be because it's Lord's, because it's London, because you would have had a sizable West Indian contingent there. Agas, you never know. They might have been having a right go at him, and maybe the 3 fingers would have had something to do with the fact that he'd won a test match at Lord's in '95 on debut with 7 wickets in the second innings, that hat-trick in the Old Trafford test match also in '95, and now for the 3rd time he's been a match winner for England, just to shut up the West Indians there. I don't know.
Yeah, possible. Any thought? I mean, these 3-finger gestures at Lord's are a thing of habit, aren't they? And Nasser's was up the back at the media centre. I can't think who had. And but this one from Cork was a frontward 3 fingers. Very strange.
Yes, or maybe he was ordering a round of drinks. We don't know.
That could have been it.
It's possible. But he had a great match, 4 for 39 and 3 for 13 with the ball, and that crucial 33 not out in that nail-biting end.
Yeah, well, it was an absolutely incredible test match. And, of course, in the 4th game at Heading, West Indies were bowled out, as you mentioned, for 61 in their second innings. I wonder if this was a bit of a roll then, Fazir. Do you think that confidence really had ebbed away?
Yeah, it had. And I think what really worried a lot of people, when this match was over, and the West Indies had gone to the dressing room, and you talked to those who had gone into to console some of the players and so on, former players, and they said, well, they were all either on their phones or looking for somewhere to go, something to do and so on, rather than to analyse what had gone wrong. Curtly Ambrose had already said before the start of the series it was going to be his last series, and every time you speak to him about it afterwards, he said, well, look, everything that went on that tour convinced him that he had made the right decision to go, because it was all going downhill, not so much as far as talent, but as far as attitude and approach to the game. And even though Courtney Walsh begged him to go on the subsequent tour of Australia, he stuck to his decision not to play any more test cricket or any more international cricket after that. And as we saw, the 2-day loss at Headingley and so much else, it was really a precipitous decline for the West Indies from that point on.
Andy, last thoughts from you. That's 4 matches we've covered. What any particular highlight for you? I'm going to put mine slightly out, but I did enjoy I loved it into this particular series. Curtly Ambrose and Courtney Walsh walking off together at the Oval. That was pretty special. I mean, two sort of mountainous men and who really carried the West Indies bowling on their shoulders for so long, but bowing out together. It was a lovely moment there.
It was and that was the last day of the series, and this huge crowd turned up at the Oval to watch this. The series really captured the public in a way that Test cricket hadn't for a little while. And Walsh, both of them in that series were superb. Ambrose 17 wickets, average 18. Courtney Walsh 34 wickets at an average of 12.8, one of the finest series by any bowler in the history of Test. And it was definitely a bowler's summer. Batsmen, both teams collectively averaged 22 runs per wicket. It's the lowest scoring series in England in the last 60 years. So it's a bowler's series, as always, full of drama, and never more so than that game at Lords. And Courtney Walsh actually became the first bowler to take 10 wickets in a match at Lords and end up on the losing side.
Full of days off, I seem to recall as well, that series, but there we go. That's another matter. Thanks to you two very much indeed, Fazia and Andy. Thanks for joining us. It's been a lot of fun recalling those classic matches between these two wonderful sides. There's many more we could have chosen, but hopefully we've painted a picture of an iconic time for both countries' Test teams. Yeah, it certainly was an extraordinary game. That exhausting. I remember so much going on so quickly. And as I mentioned on that tape, you can listen back to all our series of classic England West Indies Test podcasts. You'll find them on BBC Sounds. And you can watch the highlights programmes that went alongside them too on the BBC iPlayer. Now here at lunch, which we're heading towards the end of, play restarted about 9 minutes, I think. England have made 10 for no wicket in their second innings, so they lead by 182 after bowling West Indies out today for 197. So they avoided the follow-on. Stuart Broad took 6 for 31 in all, 4 for 14 today after he and Anderson were brought on surprisingly late. No one's really worked out what was going on there, but Archer and Wokes opened the bowling here, and it was only later that Root turned to those two. Well, Broad took 4 for 14, finished with 6 for 31, and he's now standing on 496 Test wickets. So, before we restart here, without a crowd, we can go to the Oval, where there is one. 1,000 people have been allowed in for a pilot event watching a friendly between Surrey and Middlesex, and one of those is Kevin Howells.
Yeah, and
How's it
really
looking, Kevin?
well, it looks good, but can I also tell you what, it sounds good. When the players walked out this morning, I'd completely forgotten just what it's like for players to walk out, and it is only 1,000, and of course it's the Kia Oval, and it's a very small proportion of this stadium that they're sitting in. It was brilliant. It really was brilliant, and a bowler gets announced, and there's a cheer. Not even the international lads have had that over the last few weeks. So it's fantastic. Look, they're away to my left-hand side, and the social distancing and spacing is that if someone has been lucky enough to get a ticket, but they've got no mates with them, they sit in one seat, and then there's always a 2-seat gap to either another person sitting on their own, or maybe to a very small group that have bought their tickets together, whether from the same house or in that very small group. So that's the way it's all sort of played out away to the left-hand side. So you know where the commentary box is. It's in the 1845 stands, they call it now. It's just to our left-hand side. Most people will know it as sort of the gas holder corner, if you like, of the ground. So if people can picture that iconic pavilion building, which I'm sure they can picture in their minds, it's sort of right-hand side in that right-hand corner. Down towards the river and in the direction of Big Ben and that sort of thing. So that's where they're sitting, and they are having a lovely time. Just terrific seeing them come in. Another 1,000 will come in tomorrow. I know Middlesex are very grateful, and they wanted to put this on record, very grateful to Surrey for allowing of the 1,000 members who were allowed to come in, 100 of them being from Middlesex as well. So they're really appreciative of that gesture. And yeah, it's just been absolutely brilliant. I'm sorry for sounding. I really wanted to come on today and say it.
I'm jealous, actually.
I wanted to come on today and say, it's been a long season, but no, I'm still full of enthusiasm and lots of firsts for the year 2020, isn't it? There's lots of first experiences of this summer, and I just can't get enough of it at the moment.
Yeah, this is the first time that anyone's been allowed to see any sporting event since, what about Cheltenham, I suppose, was it? The racing festival. But
that's right. I mean, there were some on Friday in Northern Ireland. We mustn't forget that, in the low hundreds watching the GAA sport there. But in terms of England, and in terms of certainly from a cricketing point of view and a football point of view in England, and I wouldn't want to go any further, but let's just stick to the cricket. If this works and Warwickshire-Worcestershire goes well again in the midweek, it could be, we don't know yet. I mean, it needs to work today. There are important people watching closely, observers around the ground today, to pass back hopefully the right sort of messages to government to say, yep, they've got it sorted. Maybe a few more might be allowed in, and maybe sooner rather than later. But look, one step at a time. But if it's done properly and the observers like what they see, this is really very, very important for cricket.
We talk about if it works, but what has to work? You know, I mean,
basically, I think it's the social distancing. It's the fact that when people, you know, the observers look at what's going on, they say, okay, people are behaving themselves, they're keeping the distance. As and when masks need to be worn, if they do, people are doing that. They're being very sensible.
Are they sitting watching the cricket in masks or face coverings or not?
No, because I mean the beauty, of course, of cricket grounds is you're outside, really. So from that point of view, no, there's no need for a mask to be worn then. But people can. Again, it is, you know, if people feel more comfortable wearing masks wherever they are, they can do that. It's whatever people feel comfortable doing. But Surrey are very keen also, and I get this. It's not about being too relaxed. It's about doing things as correctly as you should be. But if the experience isn't an enjoyable experience, well, nobody will want anything like that, will they? So it has to be done as it was without a crowd at Yorkshire, Lancashire. Everything needs to be done in the right sort of spirit and the right sort of atmosphere. And my feeling, and I'm not just saying this, my feeling is genuine that it most certainly is being done in the right sort of atmosphere. And you know, people coming today, I'm sure, when they leave the ground and they'll be asked how it is, they'll say, you know, it was fantastic, and they probably can't wait to try and again get some more tickets. They can't do so for tomorrow because the 1,000 have already gone for tomorrow. But if things work properly, you know, those phones will be buzzing away. I think it was 10,000 calls in an hour when the tickets were first sort of released for this game, and there'll be plenty more like that going on. Fingers crossed, as I say, sooner rather than later for cricket.
Yeah. You better tell us what's actually happening in the game.
Okay, well, 92 for 2. It is almost an irrelevance today. We've seen Mark Stoneman out for 6, Ryan Patel for 9, Will Jacks, batter. He batted beautifully, really. I mean, this is the thing about some of the performances I've seen over the last 3 days, how quickly people have got right on the money. He was timing some lovely shots. He's on 41. Scott Borthwick took a little longer to get going on 29. But as with the last game I watched, it's one side bat today, and that is the turn of Surrey, and then it'll be Middlesex's turn to bowl, should I say, to bat tomorrow. So that's the structure. The sun is out, the pigeons are here chomping away, and they may get a little bit of extra food. I bet they've missed that at 4 and 5 o'clock in the afternoon here at the Kia Oval. But it's summer at the Kia Oval, and it's a wonder to see in front of us right now.
Good news, and Kevin, we'll hear more from you at tea times. Kevin Howells down there at the Oval, where for the first time this summer, a crowd of people, 1,000, have been able to go in to watch a cricket match. It sounded great, didn't it? Of course, there's nobody here, and there won't be anybody at the Pakistan Test series either. But gradually, hopefully, let's hope that things slowly, steadily recover and get back to some sort of normality. West Indies got some work to do, and we don't know about Jason Holder, who went off with, certainly an injured thumb, unless Carlos has been on his Twitter or something and looked anything up. Have you got any Jason Holder news for us, Carlos?
None as yet. He's on the screen. He looks as though he's down on the boundary edge, smiling as usual.
Right. Oh, so there he is. So hopefully
he has a bandage though.
Yeah. It didn't look good. It didn't look nice, did it?
I went to the bathroom. Sorry. And when I came back, he was off. I didn't figure
I see.
yeah.
Oh, that's okay. Well, no. Well, he did get a nasty blow on it, and the way he walked off. Because all those things must go through your mind when you're someone like him. It's not just a case of this match and I might have broken my thumb, but CPL, all these things. Oh, am I going to be all right? Have I broken my thumb? Because it could have been serious.
Yeah, I saw it a little bit innocuous, and that's when you get most worried.
Yeah.
Because you think, well, it didn't look like much, but if he's in such pain, then I really wonder what the problem would have been. It'd be interesting to see how he gets on with it.
Lovely huddle there, the West Indians. There is such a massive range of height, particularly in those 11 players, all the way down from Blackwood. I suppose he's probably shorter than Dowrich, I guess, but
they'll complain. They'll complain about it. Which one's taller than which?
Very short men, and then your towering figures of Holder and Cornwall, of course, Gabriel. So it's an extraordinary looking team purely from a size perspective. But they've got some work to do here, Carlos, because they've got to somehow keep control of this game. I guess they'll build their overs pretty slowly. They're hoping for some bad light tonight. How England play it will be interesting, because there is this forecast of really bad weather tomorrow. I can't help but thinking that England are going to have to declare tonight. In the event of there being rain tomorrow. If it doesn't rain tomorrow, fine, the game goes on. But I think they're going to have a bowl tonight. Then that of course does open up an intriguing possibility of, if it doesn't rain tomorrow, West Indies suddenly having all this time available to score, I don't know, 400 or whatever it is that Joe Root sets them.
But yeah, I think the fact that none of the two teams trust the batting of the West Indies actually makes the game feel as though it has so much more time than it actually does. If you thought the West Indies could get 350, could get 400 if they get on a roll, then all of a sudden England started to think, how quickly do we need to score, etc. Now they know, well, we only need 85 overs to bowl them out. So they're backing themselves, even if they lose the fourth day, that they can use all of the fifth day and bowl the West Indies out.
I think they'll want a bit longer than 3 sessions. I could see them going into a fourth. Anyway, we'll see. Roach is on his way and bowls on the leg stump. Burns flicks the first ball away to long leg, and they complete 1 run. So that's 11 for no wicket. Dom Sibley, of course, was moved down the order when England were pressing on in the last Test match, but it's an indication of the time that England do have at their disposal, that they're not doing any of that sort of stuff today. It'll be the normal batting order, which of course is missing 1 batsman anyway, because Ben Stokes is unable to bowl. But it'll be interesting to see if Sibley does look to play a little more positively than we've seen him at Test level before. They've given him a real umbrella field with 3 men fielding in the leg side. His favoured area, of course, very open. Roach goes in Bolston. He lets that go by outside the off stump, and the ball almost knocks Dowrich over. He took that and back-pedalled. And interestingly, Holder is not in the slips. He's fielding at... where is he?
Mid-on.
He is. At mid-on. So he's sort of out of... He's out of the way, but you can hear him shouting there. So he's shouting mid-pitch rather than shouting. And also there, the ball was thrown to him, and he didn't catch it with his left hand. He took it only with his right. That's him. So it's clearly not very good. In goes Roach, bowls full. That's driven to Holder, who has to field that, and he does so. Long legs, long arms.
It's just that little bit of precaution.
Yeah.
He tries best not to use it, but that was one. He had to use both hands, and he's in a position where every ball gets driven left or right of him, he'd prefer to dive than to have a 30 or 40 yard chase. So it'd be interesting to see if he does get a bit more comfortable with using that left hand.
Also interesting to see, I know it's his left hand, but even so, how it affects his bowling, because all the moving and so on that you do anyway when you bowl. In goes Roach, and Sibley just defends a full ball that rolls to gully, and there's no run, because you're jerking around, you're moving, aren't you, all those sort of motions. I wonder if he'll be able to do that, but it looks very firmly strapped up anyway. There's some white strapping. He's walking off to a fairly wide mid-on. He could be quite busy with Sibley batting in that position.
He'd prefer to be there than Shannon doing. I think that's why he's put himself there. Tall, I mean, not going to see Sibley trying to go over the top, will you?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think we'll see that. Roach moves in, bowls. Oh, good one. That defeats Sibley there, pushing down the line. Roach has got a big smile on his face. So I'm trying to see Sibley, if he's not scoring boundaries and so on, but just to be busy, got to be positive. England have all the initiative, They've just got to keep that going. Keep the West Indies well and truly under pressure.
I just love how the West Indies have come into the second and third test and they've gotten better as a bowling unit, and they really learned from the England seamers.
Roach bowls. Oh, that's a good one again. That Sibley just completely misses. Good line, good length. Not sure it moved very much, but the end of the over, and Roach again. He's often to be found with a smile on his face, and he's beaming at the moment. He reached his landmark, of course, of 200 wickets earlier on in the game. Stuart Broad to 497 today, so he'll have his eye on getting to 500 in the second innings. Dominic Stobart sent us an email. Thank you so much for playing memories of Lord's Test from 2000. I remember it so well. I was in Charing Cross Hospital. I should have read this first before. With a spontaneous pneumothorax, otherwise known as a collapsed lung. So I listened to the test from my hospital bed with pipes and tubes protruding in all directions, and I was marvelled as the wickets fell. It certainly helped me get through a very tough day. I live in America now, and our annual trip to the cricket together is sadly missed. Let's watch Gabriel thundering in from the far end, and Burns works off his pads, going for that quick single. A fumble there at square legs. They make that easily enough. So I'm sure he'll be listening. This is his mate, obviously. Say hello to Kiffy Stobart. He'd love that. So there we go. Things that makes you remember certain test matches, but that a particularly uncomfortable one, I suggest. 12 for no wicket.
One of my best friends, actually the bat maker at my company, Trader Sports, and who made the bat that I used in the World Cup and hit the 4 sixes. Yeah. He had a tube in his throat as well, not from a lung, but he got a seizure. The hospital inflamed some part of his throat, and yeah, he had that for 5 years, to the point where he learned to actually talk with it in. So obviously it was a lot lower than a voice, but yeah, it was remarkable.
Sibley waiting for Gabriel. The sun's shining now. Floodlights still on, but beautiful sunshine. Gabriel hurtles in, bowls down the leg side. Poor Darrach again on his hands and knees collects that. He's having a difficult time. He really is, and he knows it. And they just toss the ball to Cornwall, who's rubbing the ball now on that massive leg of his, and then bowls it on to the fielder in the gully. I suspect we might see quite a lot of Cornwall bowling today.
I'd prefer to see him bowling from this end that's closest to us, is Brian Statham, and just because the wind is going going with it, and it goes to the bigger side of the field as well. So when Butler took him apart from the other end, he had a lot shorter boundary to aim for.
Down he goes, the big fella, legs apart, waiting for Gabriel. Up he comes, bowls to Sibley. He works that away to that sort of extra man, really, placed in the leg side because of the way that Sibley plays. You wouldn't normally expect a fast bowler to have a mid-wicket. But a lot of Sibley's defensive shots and to his attacking ones go in that direction. So rather than a third slip, maybe, and Gabriel and indeed Roach had that man at mid-wicket who was clapping his hands. They could hear him.
I think they were bowling at a left-hander with point cover and mid-off.
Yeah, you would. Reverse field. 12 for no wicket. We're in the 6th over of England's second innings. There's a noisy motorbike hurtling either in or out of Manchester. There's Gabriel from that end bowls and simply plays across his pad, going for a quick single. Holder picks up and does a little pirouette there, throws the ball at the stumps and misses. And well, that's good. Sibley made his ground there, and that's what you want to see from an England perspective. Push, run, hit that gap. It's amazing how quickly you can score, and they're just doing that 3 times and over.
Yeah, I think that's probably the only thing. Obviously, you'd love him to get more shots and be a bit more expressive, to go through the gears, but until then, little things like that. Instead of blocking 3 maidens on the trot, just drop and run to get off a strike. Minimal risk, if any at all, but just keep the scoreboard ticking, and you're batting in partnerships. Burns, Stokes, whoever he's batting with also gets a bit of rhythm.
Definitely. So the lead's 185, and they've got all their second innings Wickets intact. You hear Rory Burns scraping away at the crease there with his boots, marking out his guard. Now it's over his bat. Gabriel, for the umpteenth time in this series, prepares to come hurtling in again. Here he comes, shoulders rocking. It's just a dash to the crease and he hurls that down. But, Burns moves easily into line, tucks the ball away into the leg side. It's fielded by Holder. And there is no run. Most of the curtains in the hotel seem to be closed, drawn. But, one or two are open there, so we've got basically the hotel is drawn into, it's cut in half, isn't it? You're next to me, Carlos.
Yeah, I don't think mine are drawn.
I think mine are a bit open, but you're my neighbour in this.
Yeah, it was up at 4:30 this morning.
You are an early riser. I've heard a bit of scratching going on next door.
Sneezing.
It's that sort of noise of someone moving around. Trying to be quiet, of course. Gabriel bowls outside the off stump. Burns lets it go by, and through it goes the keeper. On the other side, I've got Ishigua, who I've not heard a single sound from at all. It's just like a little hamster that goes in there and just sort of wraps up in the duvet or something. Not a squeak. It's a hotel room. You often hear noise from next door, don't you, or upstairs or below.
Last couple mornings I've been up at 4 o'clock, 4:30, and I think, all right, won't touch my phone, won't touch my laptop. I'll just fall back to sleep. And then at 6:30, after scrolling up and down Twitter and Instagram for the last 2 hours.
Oh no! Put them away.
I then get back to sleep.
So you get back to sleep then?
Yeah. So then I get up 8:30, and that's when I open the blinds just so the light prevents me from falling back.
I've heard a little bit of movement in there, but saying nothing from the other side at all. And she gets up quite early because with Tuffers today, they were out there early doing the pitch reports and so on, but absolutely quiet. 13 for no wicket, and Crawley there was delivering something to Burns, some fresh gloves or something. 13 for no wicket, the lead's 185, and the sun's still shining. As Roach, shaking the shoulders, runs in and bowls down the leg side, and well, Sibley, as we know, can be fallible in that area, and there he gave it a proper flick, but missed the ball, which was taken by Dowrich.
You need to emphasise taken by Dowrich, skipping away and diving down the leg side.
Took it nicely, that one, didn't he?
It's been a tough game for keepers.
Yeah, both of them.
Very tough game for keepers.
Both of them. Butler's found it difficult too. There's an ice cream van. Life in the outside world.
What is that?
Life outside the bubble, Carlos.
What is that?
You hear the music?
What is life outside the bubble?
Oh, there's an ice cream van for a start. Here's Roach, and pushed away by Sibley up to mid-off. If you're wondering what the dining experience is like in there, in our bubble, well, there are one or two films, videos kicking around of last night, and you'll see the tables for one all carefully spaced out and moved around and so on. It's a funny experience, but the sound of an ice cream van just drifting from the Talbot Road, drifting on the breeze. And goes Roach wide of the crease, pushed away up to mid-off it goes. Gabriel Fields, there's no run. 13 for no wicket, but for the players, and for the West Indies particularly, to have been living this life for so long. England is just over 4 weeks now. June 23rd, they went into their bubble.
When did the West Indies travel? Like first week of June or
yeah,
something like that?
They were before that. Coach again bowls with a big grunt, and Sibley again finds the mid-wicket fields, whereas most would have played that straighter. But the ball ends up at mid-wicket, and there's no run. But yeah, they've really been sealed away, haven't they? They've got through a few deliveries, crikey, every day in the lifts. See
up and down,
parcels of deliveries. What they have, I don't know what's coming. But, Roach wheels around his little white marker there, and then moves in and bowls, and Sibley again flicks into the leg side and finds that man, a sort of Sibley position really, at mid-wicket.
Everyone from home knows you're coming home now, and everyone is, Charles, what day you coming? Everyone now starts to do shipping calculations. If I order today, will it arrive?
Oh, right, okay. Oh, very important stuff.
I've been in England for 4 months.
Have you?
You didn't want to send me anything then. Why send it now?
No, that's true. No. I didn't realise you'd been there that long.
All of quarantine.
Yeah. There's Roach wide of the crease, bowls on leg stump and finds the man behind square this time. So he's hitting the field at the moment. Sibley's on 9, Burns on 4. The lead's 185. Carlos, more thoughts from you, and then Simon Mann's coming in for the next 20 minutes.
West Indies have actually been quite attacking. May have surprised some. It would have been very easy with a lead of 180 for West Indies to just think, or a deficit 180 for West Indies just get some balls in on fourth stump and kill some time. But they've actually been quite attacking, especially the Sibley with that umbrella field, square leg, mid wicket, mid on. And to Burns as well. Gabriel has bowled majority of his balls to Burns, and he's been attacking his stump. Even got leg side a couple of times. So interesting thinking and interesting planning from the West Indies attack.
So 13 for no wicket in the sunshine. Here is Gabriel running into bowl to Burns, and Burns turns that backward a square, probably for 2. Chased around the boundary. The fielder who emerges beneath us. And indeed 2 is added to the total. So 15 for no wicket. England's lead is 187. And it's a question of how quickly, I suppose, they can score today and where they want to be by somewhere in the last session. Or it's so difficult with this weather tomorrow. You just don't quite know what to do, whether you're going to get play or not.
But it was forecast to be bad yesterday, I think it was. Supposed to get some rain today as well. And
didn't happen. But
maybe they have a different app.
It's unequivocal though. That's the thing. It's been forecast a few. I saw it this morning. It looks horrible tomorrow. Here is Gabriel. Oh, he hits him on the helmet there. Burns tried to leave that, and I think glanced him on the grill. Went through to Rakeem Cornwall, who stopped it at first slip. That's what it looked like anyway. There's no reaction from Burns. Normally if you're struck, you've got to have an assessment. No, it's on the shoulder actually, rather than the helmet. Hit him on the shoulder as he tried to leave it. No reaction at all. Ball hitting you at 85 miles an hour on the shoulder. Absolutely nothing from Burns.
Winston Reid always used to say, show no emotion. Never let a bowler know he has a leg upon you.
Yeah. It's easier said than done though, isn't it? Oh.
The grimace, the groans.
Gabriel tries again, bowls to Burns, and Burns, it's a good ball there, and it goes past the batsman who leant back. It beat the keeper as well. He went out of his gloves, and it was also a no ball. And where did it hit him? I was just watching Burns hit him in the mouth. Dowrich, he's had such a difficult game. He's down on the ground. He's spitting blood out. And the physio's rushed out to have a word with him. Well, it's been a really hard game for Shane Dowrich, and he's just walking straight off. He's on his feet. He was down for a moment. It's not been an easy game for keepers. And, but before he goes off, the physio just wants to put something like a cloth or on his lip. The left side of his lips is where he's been struck. Nasty moment.
For some reason, just watching him in this test reminded me of that last game we were talking about, Andy. That looked nasty.
Oh! Just seeing the replay. I mean, it was just a relatively straightforward take. Both his gloves were up, and then it burst through his fingers and then hit him in the face. And down he went. Everything was going on. They could have run a bye, they didn't. And then a no ball was called as well. And the good thing is that Dowrich is up and he's walked off, but he looked stunned. You know, it's one of those where you startle and you just got walked straight off the field, wanted to go off, almost if he'd had enough. So the West Indies do have options behind the stumps. I mean, they could go with Shea Hope.
Probably will. Is it possible for Joshua De Silva to come and keep? And he isn't in the squad. He's a reserve, but he's on the compound, would have adhered to all the protocols, etc. Can't?
I don't think you can use a substitute as a wicket-keeper?
You have
these
to have
days? It
special
used to be-
dispensation. There was a test match in England a while back now where England were given special dispensation. Remember Bob Taylor was in the hospitality tent and was called out.
1986.
Yeah, kept wicket.
New Zealand.
The other thing that's happened there is the umpires have got their disinfectant cloths out and they've had to wipe the ball down, I'm afraid.
It starts hooping around all over the place. Blood proves to be the key ingredient. Shai Hope has kept in 2 test matches against Pakistan and Abu Dhabi in October 2016 and August last year against India in North Sound, and he's kept in 77 of his 78 one-day internationals.
Yeah, so there's an obvious solution there for West Indies. So the game has come to a halt. 16 for no wicket. We're basically waiting for someone else to get padded up.
See, it's been good planning, Simon. Not only the bowling attacking, but then you have the fielders or the wicketkeeper putting his body on the line and taking some time out of the test match.
Yeah, well, yeah, play has been suspended for now.
I have another Stuart Broad stat. There's been a deluge of Broad stats today. It was his 12th sixfer for England, and he's now tied for the most sixfers by an England test bowler with the legendary S.F. Barnes, the early 20th century bowling wizard who had 12 sixfers out of his 24 fifers in just 27 tests. This is Broad's 12th. Ian Botham had 10, Derek Underwood 10, and you're down to Alec Bedser and George Lohman with 7 each, Monty Panesar and Fred Truman 6 each, and Jimmy Anderson is one of several bowlers with 5 sixfers. So Broad's 12 sixfers, further evidence of how effective he is when he's on one of his streaks, which have been relatively intermittent of late, but a feature of his career.
Well, he was certainly on one this morning, picked up 4 wickets for nothing. Basically just sorted the West Indies lower order out after England struggled for a bit. So, Carlos, we've got Shai Hope, having padded up and got his wicket-keeping gloves.
And funny enough, Joshua De Silva was one of the subs bringing water on for the other fielders. It's one of those things. There'll be some jokes knocking around, though it should be the brunt of them. But as long as he's safe, you can always find the funny side, but that looks very, very nasty.
Yeah, it was a stunner for him, really. It shook him up. And he's just looked short of confidence all test match, really, behind the stumps. Ball's been wobbling around, it's flying here, there and everywhere. It did in the last game as well. He got the pair, and when he came out to bat, he just looked short of confidence against the short ball.
And it's funny how I think the lack of confidence with the bat has actually gone into the keeping. Probably not watching the ball as long. Just it means a part of professional sport. You just think something bad will happen because the last couple of times bad things have been happening.
Yeah.
Batted well this morning though, but
yeah, he really got his game together this morning. He was the last man out for 37. Right, here we go then. He resumes. Gabriel bowls to Burns, who nudges it away off his hip for a single down towards fine leg. It's intercepted before it gets down there. West Indies have 2 fielders back, deep backward square leg and fine leg. So Hope behind the stumps. At the moment he's wearing a long sleeve sweater. If he's spent the afternoon leaping around, you might find he has to take that off. Law regarding wicketkeeping was changed in 2017. Law 24, now a substitute can replace a wicketkeeper if the earlier wicketkeeper is injured and not in position to keep wickets for the team. But that umpire should control the situation to prevent abuse. Test match India versus South Africa in January 2018 cites an example where Parthi Patel was substituted by Dinesh Karthik. Here is Gabriel going in to bowl a short ball. Oh, it flies over Hope's head and that's gone away for, well, it's a no ball and it's gone away to the boundary as well. Byes signalled by umpire Kettleborough at that far end after signalling the no ball. 17 for no wicket.
So is that 5 no balls, or is that 1 no ball and 4 balls?
Well, he signalled no ball and then signalled byes, because you can get a no ball and it goes off the bat, doesn't it? It runs off the bat. So how are you registering that in your scorebook?
I've put an N, a B and a 4.
Yeah. 22 for no wicket. Those 5 runs. Here is Gabriel bowling. That's a good delivery. Leaps at Sibley plays it away into the offside and there's no run. In that first test, England-New Zealand, Lords, July 1986, England's wicketkeeper Bruce French was injured during batting in England's first innings. England then used 3 substitute wicketkeepers in New Zealand's first innings. Bill Athy, Bob Taylor, who was 45, he came out of the sponsors' tent, and then Bobby Parks, the Hampshire keeper, and then Bruce French kept wicket for the final ball of the innings. 22 for no wicket. A difficult introduction there for Shea Hope, leaping away to his left, and he couldn't take that short ball from Shannon Gabriel, the ball flying away to the boundary. Gabriel moves in and bowls, and Sibley lets it go. It's taken neatly by Shea Hope. I think we've underlined it, that he's a very experienced keeper.
He's probably more elegant than Dulwich is. You could arguably say a better gloveman as well. And yeah, funny enough, Joshua De Silva's running around the boundary. Looks like he's heading back to the hotel room to get his wicket-keeping kit. You never know. And yeah, they got him on screen.
Well, if there was another injury, then he'd be out there, presumably.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, so he's gone rushing back. I can see him at the far end of the ground. He's by the old pavilion now, heading for the hotel.
And funny enough, the reserves can't leave the bags mixed with the players or in the players' dressing room, or so I've been told. So he would have had to be dragging his bag to and from the nets. Right. So it's probably why he's still in his room.
This is Gabriel going into bowl to Sibley. Struck on the pad. Ball runs down to backward square leg. Is that Ramon Reefer there?
Yeah, Bonner's been given a rest.
Yeah.
Bonner's been on and off throughout the test matches. Raymond Reefer's taken up the mantle as head substitute fielder, at least for this innings.
Well, he picked that one up at backward square leg. He's wearing his sun hat. Not much sun around, although it was just after lunch. Still, a heavy cloud has come over the ground again. 22 for no wicket. England were 172 ahead, so the lead is 194. I suppose there's another issue as well. He was hit in the head. He could have concussion. He could be a concussion substitute. Are you allowed a concussion substitute for a fielder injured, or was it just a batsman struck in a game? All sorts of new things are happening. This is Roach. Round the wicket to bowl to Burns outside the off stump in the channel. Burns not tempted. Allows it to go through to Hope behind the stumps.
Andy and Adam look very excited.
I think Adam looks a bit frustrated. He's going to have to dig that regulation out as well. I mean, there are so many laws, regulations in cricket. It is hard to keep on top of all of them, whether you're allowed to have a concussion substitute for a fielder. I think logically you would be able to, and if you were struck by the ball.
I'm not really sure. I don't think he has a concussion.
No.
Burst lip, definitely.
Yeah. Here is Burns playing defensively to a good ball from Roach, angling away in that channel just outside the off stump. Burns played it well, pushing it into the offside, and there's no run. I think we were just speculating if that did happen.
I don't think the West Indies would mind. You get a chance to make Joshua still wanted to make his test debut in that manner, but you get another chance to blood a batsman. See how he goes in English conditions. If he comes in and get 100, say the test match.
Well, it happened with Marnus Labuschagne in the Ashes, where he didn't come in and get 100, but he came in and played extremely well in place of Smith. Burns nudges that one away off his hip towards mid-wicket, and there is no run.
In the Caribbean, you say, and he skinned up the apple cart. Yeah, obviously, he wasn't a part of the initial 11, and he's just supposed to be a fringe player. Comes in as a concussion sub, played as well as he played, and all of a sudden they had to find the space for him, and he's gone on to do what he's did since. So this could be an opportunity for Joshua De Silva to make his mark.
It does make you wonder actually what would have happened to Labuschagne if Archer hadn't struck Smith in the head. Would he have played the next game? Here is Burns playing that away into the offside, angling it away towards backward point. Sun rejoins us. Welcome visitor at Old Trafford this afternoon. 22 for no wicket. It's great that there are spectators down at the Oval today watching on, and we've missed the crowd, so we've got used to it, I think.
I'd love to see some photos, and I'd love to see him attempt at a Mexican wave.
Here is Roach bowling, and wobbles in the air, that one. Burns plays it defensively up towards mid-on, and there's no run. I think they're in just one part of the ground, so it'll be very wouldn't exactly roll round the ground. But I like your thinking. Almost like a snake around the ground rather than a huge
and
wave.
then bunks back.
Yeah.
Some sort of ripple.
The regulations don't state the relevance of how an injury was sustained, so assume you could have a concussion replacement for a fielding injury. And that would be logical, really. Here's Roach bowling outside of Burns' off stump, and there's no run through to the keeper, through to Hope. End of the over, 22 for no wicket. I mean, you talk about the crowd, Carlos, and you back to Eden Gardens and that amazing final you played against England. Eden Gardens is a fantastic ground, tremendous atmosphere, and then 60,000. I mean, they've had crowds of 100,000 in the old days when the ground was bigger and different regulations. Were you sort of conscious of the crowd that day being on West Indies side or England's side, or were they just cheering for good cricket?
No, you find it in India generally, unless you're playing against India, they want to see good cricket. Fortunately, West Indies is the second favourite team for everyone, so you knew they're on your side. But that's when the other challenge comes in, blocking the crowd out. So there's a challenge one way or the other, with or without a crowd.
Joshua De Silva is keeping now. So we've got our third keeper since lunch. So he's gone off and got his gloves from the hotel, and he's out there. Number 35 on the back of his shirt. I don't think I've ever seen 3 wicket-keepers in the space of 10 minutes before. That's short from Gabriel. And Sibley ducks underneath it. And the racket out there is for Josh De Silva, taking that neatly.
And he has a beaming smile on his face. Everyone's happy for him.
And what a strange afternoon for him. Yeah. Wouldn't have thought he got close to the action, and suddenly he's out there.
You can imagine if he had a hectic gym schedule this morning, then a practice. You just need to come in and fill in for hour running drinks. All of a sudden you'd be asked to keep in a test match.
22 for no wicket. England looking to build a big lead, but not going anywhere at the moment. A 10th over of the innings. Here goes Gabriel, bowls to Sibley. Sibley gets that away on the onside, possibly off the hip. It's dribbled out towards Reefer, building it backwards square leg, and there's no run. Yeah, so when the first Toughest is coming in, when that first six went, I mean the crowd noise must have been incredible, wasn't it?
During the 4 sixes, up until the third six, I was real focused, and was in that situation where it drowned out the noise of the crowd and the atmosphere, and just focus on the ball. But after the third six, it was nice to see all the phone lights on, camera lights on, taking the videos and being able to look to my wife in the stand. And
you picked her out, did you?
Yeah, give it some big ones.
Right. Here is Sibley turning that down towards fine leg. Another no ball from Shannon Gabriel, so England get 2 for that one. 1 for the no ball, 1 for the run. 24 for no wicket. Yeah, I mean, it's party time after the third six, wasn't it? Because you knew you had the game then.
Yeah, 3 balls and 1 run. Jeez, if I didn't do it, I'd hope at least one of the other guys would have done it. But no, we knew, we had an idea where my wife was, and she was with the West Indies women's team as well. They had stayed on. So it was just nice to have that little pocket of time where you could actually celebrate with them during the game, and it's kind of signaling how much you appreciate their staying on and the time they invested to support us. So it was nice, and the crowd atmosphere offers that sort of thing. I could think back to Fabian Allen last year. I think it was at Leeds, and the crowd was singing "If You Love Allen, Stand Up," and he still reposted up to know he loves it. And just that crowd interaction is something you enjoy.
Well, we missed them. Looking forward to having them back. Gabriel bowls, Burns defends, plays that down into the gully region, and there's no run. And if we do get some rain tomorrow, as seems likely, we're going to get Carlos to talk in a bit more depth about his 4 sixes and that whole occasion. But I think Tuffers is ready to come in now. Sorry, Tuffers and Carlos for making you stay on. Maybe do a bit of overtime. Probably heading off to TV, actually. Sibley on 10, Burns on 7. It's been a bits and pieces sort of afternoon, really. It's in stop-start. Here is Gabriel bowling round the wicket now to Rory Burns. He's living now and bowls and gets a short ball outside the off stump. Burns bends at the knees.
He's
lets it go through to De Silva.
Steaming in, Simon. Afternoon,
Good
everyone.
afternoon.
Yeah, he is steaming in. Up at 93s and 94s, Gabriel. So he's having his last blowout, isn't he? That's probably why he's overstepped so much, because he is motoring in. And that will be sore for Dowrich, I tell you. Yeah. It didn't even burst through the hands. It just took a deflection. Didn't it? Yeah. So that one was 92. He might be going home minus a tooth or so.
It's rather symptomatic of his wicket keeping in this, well, this phase of the tour, really. More here rather than down at Southampton or Old Trafford. He's had problems.
Yeah.
Desperately short of confidence. We'll keep an eye on the speed gun for Gabriel. It's in his 5th over.
He's been up in the low 90s all the time.
Burns looks up to see Gabriel rushing into bowl to him. He's with him now, and Burns is squared up by that one, looking to play into the onside. Thick outside edge, rolled away towards backward point, and there is no run. When West Indies have been in the wars a bit today, Jason Holder taking one on the left thumb. I can see that bandage. He's fielding it mid-on now. He's not in the slips. Run before lunch off the bat of Burns. I mean, just one of those things. It dropped short of him. He tried to stop it, whacked him on the thumb. He went off for 20 minutes, but he was back after lunch. If we see Dowrich again, he was off pretty smartly, wasn't he?
He was.
Yeah.
That's going to be sore. Dangerous all round there with pallets and teeth and everything.
Might have split his lip as well
Yeah.
on the left-hand side. Gabriel goes in and bowls to Burns. Burns looks to push into the offside, inner part of the bat, and that goes into the onside, and Holder goes after it and picks up. And there's one more to the table, 25 for no wicket. Yeah, just to make clear that De Silva is just a sub-fielder at this stage. He's not a concussion substitute, so he can't bat. Well, unless, of course, they decide he has got concussion, and then perhaps he might. Anyway, Tuffers, you can say a few things, then Isha's coming in.
Yeah, it's sort of the signs of a long tour. People getting knocks and injuries. Been here a long time now, the West Indies boys, and they need to just have one final push, one final effort to try and keep in this game. I think we're going to see a bit of Holder having a bowl now with that dodgy thumb. That might hamper him a little bit in his follow through and what have you, but he's going to give it a go. Ish.
Yes, good afternoon to you, Phil, although I haven't seen you too long ago.
Well, no, we've just been next door, haven't we?
Can't get away from each other.
You're following me around.
I am, yeah. Very much stalking you today. Tuffers is Holder. Will come on from the Brian Statham end. He's got 2 slips in a gully for Rory Burns. As he pushes away now. Tall frame, long strides, bowls to Burns, who dabs and defends to point off the front foot. Grey clouds in the distance. Behind the red brick pavilion. Lights are on here still, although it is a lot brighter than we have seen throughout this series.
I think it's been like this every day we've been in Old Trafford, hasn't it? Sort of grey skies and patches of blue. It's never really sort of cleared off, has it?
No. But it does feel brighter, as if... I mean, they wouldn't go off for this sort of light, would they? Holder is around the wicket to Burns, who guides past second slip. Very much a deliberate shot as it goes for 4 down to the third man boundary. No one positioned down there. Just waited on it. Good length delivery outside the off stump. He'll pick up 4, goes to 12, 29 for no loss, and a lead now of 201.
Beautiful shot by Burns. Got on that front foot and then still had the time just to wait for it under his eyes and just clipped it through that gap between second slip and gully. Always on the floor, always in control.
I've been working on games night, Phil. And
you have?
Yeah.
Well, you're in control, aren't you?
Well, I should be, as Burns is backing across in defending. On top of the ball, it goes to Gully, no run.
What have you come up with?
Well, I've had loads of suggestions. So yesterday they were coming in for different games that we could play. Paul Shawley said that I should ask you about Cardinal Puff. Do you know that game?
No.
No. I never heard of it either. Paula Sutton, Spoof, each has 3 coins and 3 lives. Each round you choose.
Oh, Spoof,
which
yes, no, Spoof.
coins to hide,
yes.
And that stretched hand is Burns. And Devens to the offside.
Bit of Spoof's quite good fun. There's got to be a reason for Spoof, though.
Yeah, okay.
Like a pay of the bill or something.
Right. That didn't happen last night with Aggers.
Oh, what's a little dig there, Isha, is it? Little dig on Aggers.
No, he was amazing to arrange that from Tommy Banks. Thank you so much for that meal, Aggers. We established what shove halfpenny was.
Still
got it wrong. It's Burns defence again.
Shove halfpenny.
Shove halfpenny.
Not shove halfpenny.
Shove halfpenny.
Doesn't he play 15 for Wales? Lee Halfpenny, of course.
A game of Tensy where you need dice, 10 dice for each player.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that's not very practical for tonight. That came in from Tracy. Wink murder, using playing cards, straws to select the murderer. You have to secretly wink to kill the other players. That was in from Michael Appleton as Holder bowls again outside the off stump, so metronomic and accurate as Burns again pushes to the offside at the end of the over. It's 29 for no loss. And that leads still on 200 on 1, Burns on 12, Sibley on 10. But what I have decided, oh, here we go. Producer Adams just updated me. Cardinal Puff is a game best played with a small group, and each participant must be very observant and alert at all times.
Well, that's no good then.
Everyone sits around a table, and a chairperson starts the game by standing up with his full glass and announcing, "I drink to the health of Cardinal Puff." Glass on the table, taps the table with one finger with his left hand, and then taps the table with one finger with his right hand.
Ooh.
He then taps underside of the table once with each finger of each hand.
What?
There's a lot of tapping going on. Then he taps his right leg with his right hand once and his left leg with his left hand once. He then picks up his glass, holding it with one finger, and his thumb takes one drink, and then table.
Oh dear.
And then table and sits it down.
I think it used to be the entry test for the Secret Service.
I think we should try and play that at the beginning of the evening.
Yes. I do like Flip Cup. That was a game we used to play quite a lot.
I don't know many of these games, really.
No, that was a good game at university and on the last night of a tour is Roston Chase. We're going to see some spin today for the very first time as Chase comes into the attack from the James Anderson end, bowling to Dom Sibley. One slip in position in Jason Holder.
He's done all right, hasn't he, Roston Chase? He's taken some wickets.
9 in the series.
Yeah. Done all right.
As Chase is through his action now to Sibley, turning away to the leg side. Coming forwards as Roach collects the ball and throws it in, no run. John Richards emails, Cardinal Puff was famously played by Captain Mainwating in an episode of Dad's Army. As
Mainwating?
Chase bowls to Sibley, who defends.
What was his name? Mannering, wasn't it? What are you doing? Captain Mannering,
My
Isha.
eyes are deceiving me at the moment.
Mainwating?
I'm seeing a lot of random things as Sibley comes forward and works it to mid-wicket. I'm reading off my phone, off the screen.
He wasn't playing with Chapney at the time, was he? Wow.
Oh dear. Sibley back and across. This time advances and clips it out to deep backward square. Will come through for one and casually take the second as he goes to 12. There's your one for no loss.
Captain Mannering. Don't tell him your name, Pike. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Legendary.
Oh dear.
Bit before your time,
Yeah,
perhaps,
probably.
Isha. Yeah.
Shimar Holder is on the field Out at deep backward square is Chase. Is forward and bowls, and Sibley punches to wider Schmid on. They come through quickly for a single. Burns is through.
Good running.
The throw is sent in.
Yeah, they mustn't hang about here, England, must they? They've got to look to be positive. I mean, Burns will sort of be busy at the crease, but the one criticism perhaps of Dom Sibley is you can set fields to him, you can dry him up on that off stump. So he'll have a part to play as well, and he'll be fully aware of it.
As Chase will come around the wicket now to Rory Burns. Got him out 3 times.
Yes, he has. All on that cut as well, I think, if my memory serves me right. He needs to work on that to the off spinner. Burns gets that front leg a little bit too wide and weight going back.
Slip in position as Burns is back and cuts to cover. No run at the end of the over then. It's 32 for no loss and a lead of 204 for England. So should we get back to these games?
Yeah, go on.
Okay.
Yeah. Is there a simple one?
There is a simple one. I'm going to go normal table tennis, but because of social distancing, it's going to have to be 1v1, so no doubles, and we'll be split into 2 groups.
Right.
And it's 1 shot played, then the next person comes in. But if that gets too hectic, then we might have to do proper duels. So best of 5 points, then the next.
Yeah, we'll keep it moving, shall we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's exactly what I was thinking. I want the table tennis to move, and then with the darts, we're going to play cricket darts.
Yes, I like the sound of that. What a good idea.
Yeah.
We might know a little bit about that.
Just firing it in a leg stump. Is that what you mean?
As long as it's on the strip. Hopefully there's not too much damage to the walls. As Holder will continue from the Brian Statham end. 2 slips in the gully. See Raheem Cornwall with hands in pocket as bowls and Sibley defends the leg side.
Good.
Yeah, like the sound of that?
Yeah, what time are we kicking off?
9 o'clock.
9?
Well, I thought it was past Vic's bedtime, but you? Really?
I might be there.
You've got to be a team player.
Always. Yeah, okay, that sounds good. Bit of grub, and then why not?
Sibley
Shot.
Plays that through mid-wicket. That bottom hand really coming through, out to the boundary. It reaches the advertising sponge now, but that was just zoning in on that middle and leg from Holder. Slightly fuller, but that is right in the slot for Dom Sibley.
Yeah, that is him, isn't it? That is him all over. I mean, yeah, look at that bat. It's virtually swiveled completely around in his hand. I mean, he's just so set up for that. Still got to put it away, though. Did it nicely there, Dom Sibley.
36 for no loss then, England. We're into the 30th over of this innings.
Has it even got more pronounced from Sibley? It feels
that
like it, doesn't it? Yeah.
I think that actually twisted in his hand as well. As he moves to 17. He sets up once again. This time off his hips, past that man at deep backward. Sorry, square leg just behind the umpire as it goes out to fine leg. Comes through for 1. Sibley to 18. 37 for no loss. A lead of 209. Gentle breeze blowing across the ground. Joshua De Silva keeping as sub in 2017. He was part of Kyron Pollard and his scholarship scheme. Arrived at Old Wimbledonians Cricket Club to get a taste of English club cricket. Over the course of the season, he very much impressed, averaging over 60.
Yeah.
He's since established himself in the Trinidad and Tobago 4-day side, competing for the gloves with Windies stalwart Dinesh Ramdin, and has a list A average of 41 from 10 matches. Holder over the wicket to Burns, allows it to pass on the angle.
Obviously got a bit of talent, identified by the West Indies.
He had a lot of runs in the warm-up games, 133 not out and 56 not out for the Holder 11 against their arch rivals, the Brathwaite 11. Here, on this ground and did very well in the West Indian domestic first-class tournament this season, averaging 50 over 8 games and scoring his first-class 100.
All right, yeah. Let's see how he can keep in these tricky conditions at Old Trafford. It will be a test for him, that's for sure.
Crouching down now as Burns comes forward and guides to Gully off the front foot. Again, just angling it across him, Jason Holder. 2 slips in position as slowly walks back to the top of his mark. Tall frame of Holder. Kemar Roach tosses the ball to him. And Rory Burns sets up once more. Open stance, bat hovering towards Gully. As he plays that, flirts outside the off stump, beats the edge through to De Silva. End of the over, 37 for no loss. Sibley on 18, Burns on 12. George Rudman email sent you. I think you should read this email, Tuffers.
No, you crack on, you're doing a
No,
wonderful
I
job.
think you should do it.
No, I haven't got it on my screen.
Go on.
I haven't got it on my screen.
Why don't you get the famous Machin Tendulkar from the Tailenders podcast to help out with a games night tonight? I would love to. I don't actually have his number. Should get in touch with him. Surely the legendary Tailender will be able to create some spicy games for you all to play. Go well.
Thank you, George. Oh, another one on the next side to Sibley. There's just 2 men on the offside and a slip to him.
It's a jam-packed field, isn't it?
It is. Get it through there if you can.
Chase. Bowls outside the off stump as Sibley gets deep into his crease and looks to play it through the cover region, but it's the inner part of the bat and finds its way to mid-off, where Jason Holder is now giving the ball a shine.
That was the one that you could have whacked through the offside, short and wide. Just managed to crack it straight to mid-off.
Chase through, Sibley off the pad to short fine. Roach side shuffles and picks the ball up and throws it in as they come through for 1.
What do you think? What do you think, Anisha, about declarations and totals?
Well,
needed?
tomorrow's a complete washout. We know that.
Well,
it's not going to change.
we are sort of taking this for granted. It's
The weather has changed quite significantly over the course of the first few days, but tomorrow it is 90%, 100% chance of rain as chases around the wicket to Burns advancing, driving back to the bowler.
So we're sort of saying that's ordained as a day off, isn't
I
it?
think so.
Yeah.
So how much time do you want to try and bowl out the West Indies, given that they hold the Wisden Trophy? You have to win to regain it.
Yeah, exactly.
As Burns forward and covers the ball, smothers it to the offside.
Minimum 3 sessions.
Yep. 4 sessions?
Wow. Be nice, wouldn't it? You know,
Andy's shaking his head.
when you're pushing for it, but I don't think they will.
Burns misses it, and the stumps are missed as well.
Oh, my word.
Joshua De Silva slipped as he took the ball and was trying to take the bails off.
Oh, beautifully bowled by Roston Chase. Lured Burns down, turn and bounce, nicely gathered, and then went to get the stumps and missed them. I mean, it had gone wide, and he had to sort of drag it back from wide, De Silva. Oh, he'll be disappointed with that.
Oh, what an opportunity as Chase
Oh,
bowls
it's absolutely
now.
ragged.
Yep.
Oh.
A lot of turn on that occasion from Chase at the end of the over. England 38 for no loss. A lead of 210 and Burns on 12.
Oh, great delivery. There is. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery by Roston Trace.
Nearly had him.
Must have seen Burns coming down the track.
Nearly had him.
And just tossed it up a little bit wider, a little bit slower. Groped at it, Burns, and that turned and bounced quickly. That might just wake up Don Bess.
Yeah. That would have been number 4.
Number 4.
Chase to Burns.
And one in the Caribbean last year as well.
Yeah, he's got the nod on him at the moment. Flip the kipper. Go on.
Keith Bates has a game idea. Keep him coming. Keep him coming, Adam.
Flip the kipper. Go on.
Flip the kipper. A game for all ages, making it particularly suitable for toughers.
Oh, okay.
Suitable for social distancing.
Does that mean he thinks I'm very young or very old? Or a bit of both? Go on.
Cut out 2 full-size kipper shapes from a newspaper, 1 for each team. Mark a course, say 10 metres long with 2 lanes. As Holder pushes away, running away from us. Bowls down the leg side to Dom Sibley. Kipper is laid flat on the floor at the start of the course. Each player must use a newspaper as a fan to flap the kipper up the course.
Oh, I can get that, yes.
It can also be used as a replay.
As a replay? Relay? Relay? A relay? Relay.
We'll get plenty of replays today.
We are. I get that. I can see that. That might be quite good fun, actually. Flip the kipper.
Sibley pulls.
Didn't
miscues it. Falls in front of mid-wicket.
You were wondering earlier, could Dom Sibley play the pull and hook shot?
I think I might need some glasses, actually. That's what I'm discovering in this commentary stint. Oh dear.
Did he get a sort of bottom of the bat Q-ender on that, Sibley, or did it hit him on the lid? Oh no, someone would be out there if it hit him on the lid, wouldn't it? Must have just got it on the Q-end. Went nowhere. Decided to take it on though.
Here he comes again, Holder, past the umpire to Sibley, again short, ducks underneath it, ably. So, just trying something different here, Holder. We know he usually bowls line and length, but just wants to try something to help the West Indies. Of course, they just need to take time out of the game. That's what they're aiming for.
Comes to us all, you know. The eyes.
I mean, I haven't had them checked for a while.
No, comes to us all. Comes quickly, comes on you quickly as well. 1 minute, like a fighter pilot.
Pats it back down the track, does Sibley.
Next minute.
Shorter length delivery on the back foot.
Next thing, you're bumping into things and can't read things off screen.
Do you wear contact lenses, do you?
No, I've got a pair of glasses. I have to wear glasses now for reading and whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, as you say, one day you were fine. Poof. Yeah. Embrace it.
I shall. As Sibley, bat hovering, plays the ball to mid-wicket off the front foot, just whips it. That angle of bat, no run. Rory Burns just rehearsing some drives at the non-striker's end. Michael Vaughan will have his glasses for the next test, I think.
Right, well, I'm off.
Okay.
I'll see you.
Thanks for that, Tuffers.
I'll see you later, or not.
As Vic Marks will come in. Here comes Holder again. Sibley inside edge onto the pad. Half appeal, stifled appeal from the West Indies. They know he got plenty of wood on that one. At the end of the over, it's 38 for no loss. And you can come and relieve me now, Dan. A few words from you, Vic, on how things are set up here.
Well, how are things set up here? Well, they're not going fast enough for my liking. No wicket down, 38 runs. It's been a sort of frustrating stop-start sort of session with injury to Dowrich. But I think, given that we have to operate as if this is a 4-day game, given the forecast for tomorrow, I think they've got to start going a bit quicker, somehow.
I was going to put it a little more forcefully, but yes, I like your style. Yes, I think getting a wriggle on might be the order of the day.
Getting a wriggle on, yeah. Captain's sent me out with some gloves.
Roston Chase is into Rory Burns. Short leg is in. He punches off the back foot, but can't beat the diving fielder in the covers. There is no run. 38 without loss. England after 15 overs with a lead of 210 and 10 wickets in hand. You'd say it's not a bad platform.
Captain says, could you possibly get a wriggle on?
It's quite all there. Chasing again, defended resolutely, so extra cover, there's no run. Andy.
Just to remind people of the Burns chase head-to-head in all Test crickets, including this series and the one in the West Indies early last year. 4 for 15.
3.75 average, not great. Chase in down the leg side, but then turns slightly and defended by Burns, picked up by De Silva, who's substituting for Shane Dowrich, who got a horrible blow to the face. And the ball burst through his hands. It's been bursting through his hands quite a lot in this Test match, but unfortunately on this occasion his face was in the way. And as Chase bowls, it's clipped into the onside, it bounces off short legs feet and out to mid-wicket where Roach tidies up and there's no run. Chase, top of his mark, 3, 4, 5 paces in to Burns, who defends again into the offside, and there's no run. I mean, it isn't easy for two openers whose style is perhaps not to get a wriggle on. Chase is in to complete the over, and that's slapped away by Burns, giving himself a bit of room, cuts it out to Shamar Holder, one of the numerous substitute fielders that are out there for the West Indies today. It's the end of the 16th over. There was just the one run from it. Burns has 13, Sibley 18, England 39 without loss. A lead of 211 as Drinks come onto the field. And perhaps, yes, Andy.
Well, just quickly on Kemar Roach and how England have batted at the start of innings. He's opened the bowling in all 6 innings this series. In the second innings of the second Test, when England sent in Stokes and Stokes and Butland were sort of thrashing to try and set up a quick declaration, 6 overs, 2 for 37. In his other 5 opening spells, 24 overs, 12 maidens, 1 for 31. So he's not been making the early breakthroughs, but England have been basically entirely passive against his bowling.
Yeah, he's almost always got the ball to swing, which has sort of helped, but he's also bowled quite a little bit wide of off stump, sometimes to Burns, let's say, swinging it away. But it's all one Burns versus Chase, in that I think up against most off spinners that we've seen, he's played against Nathan Lyon a fair bit. He's actually, and he played them quite well in Sri Lanka as well. And a feature of his play against the off spinner has been the efficacy of his cutting. When he scores a lot of runs, he cuts a lot of balls. He cuts a lot of balls that other people wouldn't cut. He makes room, and he scored, particularly in Sri Lanka where it's turning. He scored a lot of runs there. He got runs against Lyon there, and of course, as often happens in cricket, what is deemed to be a strength suddenly becomes a weakness. He's got out cutting Chase at least twice and possibly 3 times in this series. And
he does it in county cricket as well.
Yeah, he cuts a lot.
And he scores a lot of runs, but he gets out to it. I mean, I've seen him, I think I mentioned the first day, I saw him out caught on the deep point boundary, cutting.
Really?
I think he was in the 90s against Yorkshire at Scarborough.
But I'm sure there'll be crick viz analysts who can establish, the risk-reward element of the Burns cut shot against off-spinners.
Specifically off-spinners. Well, we're looking at his stats against off-spin in general. A relatively short Test career, and they're fine apart from Roston Chase.
Yeah.
And if you take out Roston Chase, he averages basically the same against spin as he does against pace. But with Chase, it has a 10-run drop on his batting average against spin.
Chase is not a bad bowler, but he doesn't seem to be a problem for a lot of other international batsmen. You can almost sense a slight unease. He doesn't bowl too quickly, and actually, if you're cutting the ball, you quite like pace on the ball, and I think maybe that's part of it. That Chase, by modern standards, is a relatively slow, quite nice loopy off-spinner, so there's not much pace on the ball, which might drive you to try and hit that ball a bit too
hard. And lean back a bit as well, because you're sort of through the shot earlier than you want to be. If you are just joining us, we're halfway through the 3rd day of this Test match. West Indies resumed this morning on 167.
So England are 211 ahead, but you do feel there is a need somehow to get a bit more of a momentum to this innings. And it's difficult for this pair because they have their method. This is how they bat.
Yes.
And it's a huge, in a Test match especially, it's a huge thing to suddenly change tempo.
Yes, well, yes, it is. And they're showing us their method, and we're getting to see more and more of it as Holder starts up the first over after Drinks. in this second session, and it's bowling to Rory Burns, who pushes forward in defence. And there is no run. Yes, West Indies began, sorry, I should have said on 137 for 6, and the main target was to avoid the follow-on, and they did that, not without an alarm. Jason Holder was brilliantly caught by Ollie Pope when the follow-on had yet to be surpassed, but it was a fraction of a no ball from Chris Wokes. And then Stuart Broad, his entrance into the attack was delayed until West Indies had made it to 175 for 6, whereupon there was mayhem. As the Holder is in, and that's pushed out into the offside, fielded in the covers. There's no run. From 178 for 6, they lost their last 4 wickets for 19 runs, all of them to Stuart Broad, who ended up with hugely impressive figures of 6 for 31, and James Anderson 2 for 28, and Archer and Wokes a wicket apiece. So they were bowled out for 197. They conceded a first innings deficit of 172. But this game is not going to go the normal way, you might imagine. We are halfway through the game, but in a way we're probably more than halfway through because of the dire weather forecast for tomorrow. There's a little nibble from Burns. I thought he got an edge on that because the ball moved so far. De Silva, who's substituting for Shane Dowrich, took that almost in front of second slip. And he flirted with that with Burns. It was a shorter ball, and he pushed at it away from his body, but without any conviction of doing it. Slight disservice, sort of taken in front of first slip. And there is no run. And so, what we are speculating on, if you're just joining us, is when England will put the pedal to the metal, because we are expecting there to be no play tomorrow. So sort of imagine this really is halfway through day 4 rather than halfway through day 3. Short ball is evaded by Burns as he flexes his knees, goes down, keeping his eye on the ball through to the keeper. And essentially there needs to be some intent shown, doesn't there? Burns has got 13 from 53.
Yeah, and I'm watching him a bit more carefully now, and I think he's getting uneasy. He's actually going slower than Sibley, and he knows the situation. I just hope at the end of the day we don't hear an England representative saying, well, we don't pay any attention to the weather forecast, which is not a sensible view.
Holder in, defended firmly by Burns. He's going to get through for a quick single. It was hit straight, and Roach had to move to his left and fielded with his boot in relay with another substitute fielder, Shamar Holder. And England moved to 40 without loss, Burns to 14. Yes, it's one of those forecasts that isn't really ignorable, because if you look at all your apps, it's saying 85 to 90% rain, and that in translation really means it's going to rain. And there's the prospect of lightning and thunder.
Is there?
Yeah, there's a possibility of that. So it would be heavy rain, which would make it obviously that much harder to clear up, even if there were some dry spells. Forward in defence comes Sibley, gently pushing the ball to the onside, picked up at short mid-wicket by Chase. There's no run. End of another over that's brought England just 1 run. 40 without loss after 17. Burns 14, Sibley 18.
In a more cynical world...
Oh, is there such a thing?
The gloves should go out with one of you come off with a hamstring pull.
Yes. Well, I'm wondering whether cricket's going to get a bit more wise to that. A T20 might introduce a little bit of that. You know, like just the idea of just sending in your fast runner.
Well, I've heard
the other end.
Do they do something in the IPL? I'm not an expert on the IPL, but is there some notion that you can replace a batsman in the IPL who hasn't been dismissed? What I don't know is whether this batsman is permitted to come back onto the field and bat again.
Chase in, turns away, turns sharply into the gloves of De Silva. I mean, you can do that now. You can retire somebody out. But the question is whether you would. But, I mean, there are times when you think, actually, we've got enough wickets in hand, and the score is such as it is, you might retire someone out. It's just not a very nice look, is it? Defended again from the crease by Burns. Starting to get a little frustrated, I fancy, as De Silva runs out from behind the stumps to pick up.
He has got the ball to turn, Chase, but I think more from the footmarks just outside the left-hander's off stump.
Will Burns use his feet, I wonder? No, he stays exactly where he is, and he's beaten on the outside edge. A turning delivery that fizzes into the gloves of De Silva.
That didn't turn off the rough, that turned off the pitch, that turned quickly.
But this is the problem of the West Indies having 10 right-handers as well, isn't it? Because that's not going to be particularly relevant to Bess unless he comes round the wicket to them. defends again up the wicket to Chase. There's no run.
He's bowling well. They're tormenting. Holder and Chase are tormenting this pair, and I think something's going to give in a minute, because they'll know that this is not quite what we want.
Chase in round the wicket, defended again in rather unproductive fashion. No run.
Keeping an eye on the sort of television cameras, and increasingly they're going onto the England balcony.
Are they? Yes.
In pursuit of unrest. It's focused on the batting coach.
Yeah. Chase clipped away by Burns to backward square leg, and that is a maiden over. So 2 runs from the last 3 overs. Burns has 14 off 60. Sibley 18 from 51. Now let's. I want you to consider whether England are going to try to get England to bowl tonight. Is that what they want to do?
Well, I think they should want to do that, but they better get a wriggle on.
Well, I think we got the answer to your question. Among
power play substitutions.
Let's give the whole info. Among considerations in the IPL Governing Council is that we could see power play substitutions within a squad of 15 during matches next year. Quotes, we are looking at a scenario where a team will not name the playing 11. They will announce the 15, and a player can be substituted at either the fall of a wicket or at the end of the over at any point in the game. This really is starting to mess with the laws of cricket.
Well, I think they should bring that in for the 100, because it looks pretty simple to me. That.
We're going to change a bowler, and this is interesting, because you were talking about the Holder Chase partnership, and now Raki and Cornwall's coming on.
Going back, I mean, there was one season where you had substitutes. Remember, Vikram Solanki was the first ever substitute, and then, quite rightly in my opinion, they abandoned it as being silly.
It's being silly.
Yeah.
Too silly.
Right. And so, I mean, one of the beauties of traditional cricket.
6-3 leg side field as Cornwall bowls to Sibley. So he comes forward in defence, plays it into mid-wicket. There's no run.
Is trying to get that very hard to find balance between the number of batters you want and the number of bowlers you've got.
That's the idea of the game,
and which ones you want to be aggressive.
And again, comes Cornwall clipped away to mid-wicket. There's no run. The danger is it becomes too much like American football, where you have an offensive team and a defensive team, or baseball, where you have a designated hitter and you're in one version the pitchers don't bat. Cornwall in to Sibley, who comes forward in defence, but works this square of the wicket. He's found the gap. A tiny, threaded that through a tiny gap, and he gets a single. Precious single at the moment, and a rare one. 41 without loss, Sibley to 19.
Just the 19th scoring shot of the innings in the 19th over.
Yes, we had 111 balls. Probably more, because there's been the odd no ball, haven't there? We had a no ball or two?
Well, Gabriel usually gives you a no ball or two.
We had 114 balls and 19 scoring shots when you're 172 ahead on first innings. But it isn't easy to score, and the West Indies found it difficult to score at various points in their innings, so we must give some leeway. Cornwall will slip into the left-handed Burns, and he gets one that bounces on him slightly, and he just rides that bounce and manages to play it with an angled bat through a sort of fourth slip area and get another single. 42 without loss.
I think this is a better pitch than the last one, in the sense that it's spinning a bit more, it seems. That turned quite quickly. That wasn't out of the rough either, I don't think.
It's turning now. I mean, on the first day of the previous test, Chase got the ball to turn a fair bit, didn't he? Cornwall's this time to Sibley, who can only clip that into the ground and down to backward square leg for a single. For no run, I beg your pardon, who's saving one. One ball left in this over, which has brought 2 singles so far. Sibley comes forward in defence, pushes it back up the wicket, and De Silva comes round to pick up. No run, 42 without loss, 19 overs gone. Sibley 15 from 61. Burns 15 from 61, Sibley 19 from 56. We keep thinking that something's going to happen at some point. I mean, this is a foundation that has been built, isn't it? There's no real peril for the team.
I can sense you trying as far as you possibly can
to encourage them
to stay loyal to your Surrey boys.
Well, I'm trying to stay loyal to the lot of a cricketer on a difficult pitch in a situation. I mean, it is what it is, isn't it?
No, it is, but it's...
We're not seeing the intent is the issue, I think.
But he came down the wicket and should have been stumped, so that deters that notion.
It does for half an hour. Cut from Burns. Oh, goes through the fielder, and he's going to pick up... Well, is it going to go all the way for 4? It does. He leant back and cut that along the ground, and much disappointment there as it went through the hands of backward point. He should have stopped it. And Burns has got a fortunate 4.
Well...
It's a good shot.
Yeah, it is. It's his favourite cut shot. But it should have been... I mean, those balls spin a bit when you're square of the wicket like that, but he should have stopped it.
It was basically... It was a long barrier. It was a Thames barrier, but unfortunately it was up. The ball went through it. Chase again. Fuller defended back up the wicket by Burns. De Silva comes round to collect. No run. 46 without loss. Burns now has 19. Sibley has 19. When was that stumping? That was about half an hour ago. Missed stumping. Chase in. Comes down the wicket this time, and it comes off his pad. It's picked up at short leg, flicked back towards the stumps, misses. I think Burns had just got back. But it was
he can't review that. He was miles down the pitch. Mind you, did hit him on his back leg, but he was still a long way down. They're not going to review it.
Well, Holder used his reviews very cannily in England's...
It's a time-wasting
device.
A bit early to do that, though.
Well, you always waste time any time, can't you? It all
but
adds
you
up.
won't... Why waste time when no one's scoring anything?
True, yes. Chase outside the off stump, left alone by Perth. Very good point. They're wasting their own time, yeah.
The missed stumping was in the 14th over, since when there have been 4 singles.
And that was about 25 minutes, half an hour ago, and since which time Burns hasn't really left his crease. He did on that previous occasion just then. Flicks this to his square leg, another full ball on his pads, but again straight to the fielder. Roach, there's no run.
If he's a very self-confident man, Joshua De Silva said, well, it was obviously a tactical miss stumping. I once...
I've done that a bit in club cricket.
Have you?
Yeah.
You've tactically missed a
No. Tactically not trying to get a batsman out. Work that ball up to wide mid-on for no run. It's, especially if you're in an overs and chasing situation. No. You stay there. You get the team together and say, if it comes to you, don't feel you have to catch it.
Well, I remember many, many years ago playing against Gloucestershire, and I was bowling it to the current match referee, Chris Broad. And Peter Robert was at first slip. And I found the outside edge of Broad's bat. Fairly straightforward catch. Dropped. Game potted on. Gloucestershire were, in with a chance of getting these runs, but in the end, Broad played quite a long innings. And the match was, I think, drawn.
Cornwall starts a new over to the right-handed Sibley, who goes back into his crease and plays it to the ground, fielded at short leg, no run.
Robert claimed responsibility for us achieving the draw rather than defeat, because following Broad in the lineup was MJ Proctor, who was denied entry for another hour and a half.
Made all the difference.
Yeah.
Yes. Cornwall off his 2 or 3 paces in, and that's flattish delivery. It's worked to the onside, short mid-wicket, no run again.
I didn't see it quite like that myself.
I know, you saw it as
another wicket down the drain.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, you don't really care about the draw matches when you look back on your career stats, do you, Victor?
Well, we might have won it, of course.
Cornwall in, that's been lofted by Sibley. Not where he intended, but over deep mid-wicket. He's going to pick up 2 for it. There's a man stationed out in the deep, and they trot back for that second. 48 without loss. That was a bit of intent from Sibley. Moves to 21.
Let's have a look. Down he came. It didn't, as ever, it goes a bit squarer than you'd think. But it cleared the inner ring and was collected by the one man out on the boundary. So it's a couple.
He redefines closing the face, doesn't he? He slams the face shut as he pushes his ball up to mid-on. No run.
Not sure his face is ever open.
No, it sort of reminds me of that story about Barry Richards playing with the edge of his bat. I don't know if it was apocryphal against Derbyshire or something. To play for a draw. Worked into the onside by Sibley off the back foot. He'll get one more. It goes to Shamar Holder, one of the reserve fielders. 49 without loss. 1 ball remains in the 21st over. It'll bring Burns on to strike. Sibley has 22. And England were 10 without loss at lunch, weren't they? So they scored 39 runs.
They were 10 without loss after 4 overs. So since lunch, the over rate's not been great. It should.
39 in 17. So it's not appalling, but but the over rate, as you say, is not great. Worked into the onside this by Burns, but it hits the short leg fielder. And there is no run at the end of a moderately productive over. 3 runs off that. Sibley 22, Burns 19, England 49 without loss. More thoughts from Victor, and it'll be interesting to see what Jonathan Agnew has to make of this opening pairing with England 211 runs ahead.
Well, there is spin, a little bit of spin too, for Chase and Cornwall. And I sort of have some sympathy with this pair because there is the invitation there to play games which is not their real games, which is to take the attack to the opposition given the first innings lead. England have been crying out for a solid opening pair to get runs in the first innings, and they've helped in providing that. But in this particular situation, they do need to hurry up a bit, so it's a torment for them in some way. They're trying to look pretty calm out there. In fact, Burns is actually struggling a little bit more than Sibley in terms of getting the scoreboard ticking, partly because he's faced with 2 off spinners.
I haven't seen anyone run out with a message yet from the dressing room.
No, it's
usually a fair sign of frustration. Anyway, here comes Chase from round the wicket. That's flicked up straight to the man there. Short mid-wicket by Sibley. He's 22 not out from 62 balls. There'll be club cricketers all over the country just shouting at the radios, get on with it. We have to do it. Chase bowls. It's turned around the corner to backward square leg now. You've got to be able to lift your game. It doesn't matter what level of cricket you're playing.
I'm sure they understand the situation. But it's almost as if they're waiting for the other one to sort of explode. I mean, normally you'd think the right-hander should take on the off-spinner, but we've seen Sibley's method, which is not, and the West Indies have worked out his method.
Yep.
In the sense that he hits everything to the onside, so there's 6 men there.
Chase bowls to him, and again he works it straight to the man, who's a little deeper at mid-wicket, but they've absolutely set the perfect field. Perfect tactic, round the wicket, bowl into the midland leg. And he will obligingly hit it straight to the fielders that are sat there, and there's a lot of them, of course. So how does he break it? Does he come down the pitch? Does he try and drive it straighter? Chase again bowls to him, turns into the leg side, pick up a single there at least, and trickles away where the square leg umpire would be, but there's so many men there, he's moved into the offside. 50 up in the 22nd over. England lead by 222. A massive Cornwall moves across from right-handed slip to left-handed slip. Got his cap on. Hands on knees now. Of course, he caught Burns in that position in the first innings. Just one of those spins harmlessly by outside the off stump. 50 for no wicket.
I think there is more spin in this pitch as the match goes on than there was in the last one. Chase has actually got the ball to spin, sometimes at the rough, but sometimes off the cut strip.
Goes up again, bowls, and Burns now nudges that past mid-wicket. Might get 2 here. Should get 2, and they will get 2. The fielder there just rather surrounds the ball in the end. Hope Darrich is okay. That was an horrible knock, wasn't it, really? I mean,
it is. I mean, he's had such a difficult time behind the stumps, and it hadn't occurred to me, but I saw a message about wicket keepers who get the yips. Have you ever known at the professional level wicket keepers getting the sort of yips? I couldn't think of anyone actually offhand. Do you know what I mean? Who suddenly they sort of lose it behind the stumps.
I suppose it's all a confidence thing, isn't it?
But I can't remember that happening much at first class level. Can you?
No, I have to be honest. I don't. But he's just had a rotten time behind there. Wasn't very good in the last match. There's a lot of conference going on here, like one of those sort of time-wasting conferences. It's going on discussing sort of the minutiae of where someone may or may not stand. It's Holder and Chase involved in that one. It's now finished. Cornwall's ready to go. His overs don't take very long. Still 50 overs to go today. I suspect light, as it has been throughout, will be an issue. Cornwall moves in, bowls, and Sibley flicks it into the leg side. Shamar Holder's there. He's a very athletic fielder. He can't pick that one up cleanly. But 1 run taken, 53 for no wicket. The lead 225. can't help but feel that England would want to have a bowl tonight, because if it does rain all day tomorrow, they've got to get a few overs under the belt.
Yeah.
Maybe try and get just 1 or 2 out if they're only going to have Tuesday left.
Yeah, well, that's right. I think they have to treat it like this is the penultimate day, given that forecast.
Yeah, absolutely. And if they do play tomorrow, well, it's a bonus. They get, it's not going to change things particularly. Cornwall bowls, it spins slowly away from Burns, and Sibley calls him through for another run. 54 for no wicket. Just a question of getting to the target they want to set, and then to get bowling again. At the moment, though, they're a long way short, only 226. I would think they'd want as near to 400 as they can get.
I don't get the rate they're going. They haven't got enough time.
Well, no, the rate they're going, they won't.
How many fours we had? How many boundaries in this innings, please?
5, I reckon.
5. Oh, right. Well, spotted everyone. But that many, is it?
1 from an edge and 1 from a misfield. So 3 off the middle of the bat.
Well, except for the one that went by the misfield came from the middle of the bat.
3 earned boundaries in American parlance. Thank you.
Cornwall bowls, spins, appeal flag before wicket. Give a nod out. Simply there, got in front of the stumps.
I think he just got outside the line almost. He's so onside orientated that he'd almost moved outside off stump. They're not going to review it.
No. Cornwall's searching for his first wicket, of course. He's taken a couple of catches. He goes once more, bowls, and this time Sibley's on the front foot. And just gently taps the ball away into the leg side. 54 for no wicket in the 23rd over.
I think he's a mixture of just outside the line and just possibly going over the top anyway.
Cornwall again bowls, turned away into the leg side to square leg. I think the West Indies did away, sort of happy with the way it's
here's Michael. I'll leave Michael with a question, having captained England many, many times.
The next one has him sweeping, and again appeal flag before wicket, but Cornwall's holding his head in his hands, suggests he might have got a little nick on that. Otherwise it might well have been out. 54 for no wicket, the lead 226. Sibley trying the sweep shot, so at least giving it a bit of a go, but
no,
not out.
Outside line. Yep. Did you ever, in your long time, send out a message, can you hurry up, please? You better wait till you get on here. Because I bet you didn't do it very often. But
gloves is the usual way, isn't it? The poor 12th man gets dispatched. Or you can always do a both of them, of course, and just go out there and run them out. Well, to be fair to Jeffrey, he always denies that particular story, but I have seen the film of it. 54 for no wicket. And Chase comes round the wicket, bowls to Burns, 4 defensive. And fielded at short leg. Michael.
Good afternoon. I don't remember. You generally just have the chats at drink, and just in the dressing room before they go out. You'd like to think that the players had...
Chase bowling and Burns drives that straight to cover.
Read the situation. I mean, I guess you could use a sniper.
Well, they must have a figure in their mind, wouldn't they? At the start of this inning, say, right, we want this by then. And that everyone knows what the form is. This is short, and Burns has got out a couple of times cutting Chase, but not this time. Finds Shamar Holder, who's fielding a substitute out there at point.
You generally catch up when you're so far ahead of the game. You generally catch up. You only have to look at just a few days ago when England hit, what did they hit, 129 in 19 overs. Ben Stokes hit it to all parts, but if you want to play at the highest level for a long period of time, you do have to have a few gears that you can go up into. This is a perfect chance for both of them to expand a little bit.
Here's again bowling. That's worked away into the leg side. It's gobbled up there at backward square leg by Roach.
You could argue, I mean, what better way to spend a Sunday that you're watching 2 players just digging in. There's no one in the ground. It's marvellous.
No, that's true. And this is the next one, tossed up. We came down the pitch there and then pushed the ball back to the bowler. Something ever so slightly masochistic about it.
I mean, Doug Paget, my old coach at Yorkshire, would just get on the balcony and he'd shout, "Get on with it!"
Well, yeah, I can imagine that. Again, he comes down the pitch and works that straight to mid-wicket. And it's the end of that over, and there was a single from it.
That's the old-fashioned coach. That's what they do, wouldn't they? They just shout at you from the old balcony down in the old rugby stand at Headingley. He'd just arrive on the balcony and with his tracksuit on, he'd just shout at you. Get on with it. Hit out or get out.
Yeah, well, that was the way it was. I'm just looking at the various weather forecasts to see if anything has improved for tomorrow, but
looks nasty, doesn't it?
It doesn't look a good day at all.
Tuesday looks a cloudy day, so they've got to be careful that, you know, you're looking at the West Indies over. I don't think they're going to charge through the overs over the course of the next couple of hours.
No.
If the clouds are around at 5:30ish, I'm sure we'll be off for bad light.
Cornwall bowls on the leg stump, and Burns will get a single. That's a square leg. It's possible if you really search every weather forecast available, it's possible that midway through tomorrow afternoon you might only get a thunderstorm. But otherwise it's just going to rain by the look of it.
Looks like it, doesn't it?
Yeah, you might just get a shower. But
Tuesday's cloudy, isn't it?
Not too bad on here. Here's the next one, simply forward. Plays out to square leg. You tend to learn, I don't know who does these apps, but some are definitely more positive than others. There's sort of a Ben Stokes app in which actually the weather's usually looking pretty good. There's the next one, and that's turned away out towards mid-wicket. Going for a quick single. Quite deep there, actually, Holder. That run was taken.
It's remarkable how similar they both are. Rory Burns is 24 not out of 75. Sibley's 25 not out of 75. They've just split the balls in half.
Yep. And they're scoring off about a third of them, aren't they?
Not that many.
Not that many. Trying to be kind. 57 for no wicket. Cornwall bowls to Burns. From round the wicket. It's played out to point.
I think the sweep's the option for Burns. There's no one back on the leg side. It's not even a 45 for a top edge sweep.
Yep.
Maybe he can choose that. He's just had a look over his shoulder. If the length's right, that's the shot for him. Just got to be careful that Raheem Cornwall can fire in that quicker ball. That can just hit you a bit quicker.
Here he comes, round the wicket. Bowls to him, and there's that gap in the leg side that Burns tried to find, but he failed. It's picked up at mid-wicket. He's got a nice arm ball, Cornwall.
Yeah, he has, yeah.
Real old-fashioned arm ball.
Just going against the wind at this end, isn't it?
Yeah. Strides in, bowls, and the catch it, someone shouts, the ball pops away into the leg side. No run off the last ball of that over, 2 singles from that. I think what people will be getting frustrated about is sort of the lack of apparent effort to get on with it. You know, if you're really, you know, coming down the pitch and looking to be positive, I'm not talking about slogging, but just trying to do something at least to try and push things along a bit.
I think there'll be frustrations from both sets of supporters. I mean, England fans will be thinking, come on, get on with it. And also the West Indies are starting to see the ball spin so much and think, why did you bowl first, Jason? You've played 2 off spinners for this moment that the pitch suddenly starts to turn. We're only on day 3.
Yep. Chase starts a new over and Sibley hits him straight to mid-wicket. Firmly, but straight to the fielder there. There's 4 really, all in there in run-saving positions. And that one particularly, we could call a Sibley position really, because absolutely, for a fast bowler or a spinner, they always have a man there for him. That finds an outside edge and runs away to backward point, but absolutely straightish mid-wicket.
Yeah, you're in the game there, aren't you?
Oh yeah.
Mid-on, you're in the game. Mid-wicket, you're in the game. Backward square leg, in the game.
Chase again, parts his hands, bowls. Now he comes down the pitch, goes for a hit. He's miscued it completely, but an indication that Sibley realises that he can't simply keep going as they are. And again, down the pitch there, it wasn't a controlled shot at all. Almost holed out to Roach at backward square leg.
Yeah, it's not comfortable when he dances down, hit over the top. He tries to check it. I just think he should be a really good sweeper of the ball. He's tall, he'll be able to get down pitch, get low and hit the sweep. Show him play a couple of sweeps in the 100 here.
58 for no wicket. Here comes Chase from round the wicket. Burns leans forward. Ball rolls up the pitch. David Schiff emails, according to the Met Office, the forecast from midday tomorrow is looking better. Most hours are showing only 50% chance of rain. The sunny spells and a southerly breeze. Yes, that is one of the more optimistic ones. The one which is steered off the back foot down to backward point.
Which is the negative one? Which one do you look at and describe?
Well, there's the one that I call Jeffrey.
Yeah.
Where it's just got rain. It's plastered all over it. Like that. There it is.
Oh yeah, that looks like bringing your canoe job.
That's Jeffrey.
Jeffrey.
Let's chase balls, and there's a sweep top edge. There's no one back, and Roach is going to have to chase and throw that one back from within about 5 yards of the boundary down to our right-hand side. 2 to Burns. It's a sign, an indication maybe in that over that they're looking to be a little more expansive. You can always tell when the cricket is slow that there's a shortage of commentators around.
There's not many arriving, is there?
Who hasn't come now? Simon. No, he's even experience.
Oh, he loves this kind of cricket.
Well, he's showing his experience at the moment.
Yeah. You're struggling, Jonathan?
No, I'll commentate on anything. I'll commentate on dressage.
Here he is, look. There he comes.
There he comes. They've flushed him out. Well,
yeah, no, he'd be delighted with this play.
He does love it. This actually is how Simon Mann bats himself.
Yeah, he likes it.
Shotless. Devoid of any entertainment whatsoever. Then goes Cornwall over the wicket. This is tossed up and Sibley flicks to mid-wicket, going for a quick single. Holder can't pick it up cleanly. They're thinking about the second. They're going for it too as the fielder sweeps in from the deep and throws on the bounce. Bit of scruffy work in the field there by the West Indies, and Cornwall's not happy. He's throwing an immense glare in that direction. I don't think you want one of those. But there shouldn't have been 2 there. So it's the question that man is coming in a little bit. Also, I think he wasn't very pleased with Shamar Holder going one-handed at that. Cornwall again bowls, and Sibley stretches forward and runs away out towards Point, who polishes the ball hard. There's certainly plenty of chatter out there. They're keeping themselves going. De Silva crouching behind the stumps, of course, with Dowrich off the field injured. Sibley down the pitch, but then just flicks the ball away once more with the turn. Out to chase it backwards, square leg.
This is only the second time in a home test since July 2017 that England's openers have added more than 60.
The next one has Sibley on the back foot. Now he's able to hit that into the offside. Taken one. That's all they're going to have as the throw sweeps in.
Well, that's an improvement, Ag. It's just that shot there from Dom Sibley. Just has to be able to open up that offside somehow.
Yes.
And that was short, and he got back and he just used his top hand to glide it into that space. There's such a big gap between backward point and mid-off that he should be able to play that shot more consistently.
So especially when he drops short like that. Here goes again. Bowls better length. So he turns it round the corner. Rubs the ball on the back of his trousers. Strolling back. Strides in again. Bowls. Sibley clips it. Cuffing sort of a stroke, but straight to the man in that Sibley position at mid-wicket. And it's 64 for no wicket. Burns 26. Sibley 30. England building on their lead, which now stands at 236. More from Michael. And then the man who appreciates the sort of batting, Simon Mann.
Thanks for that, Aggers. Yeah, I like this, Simon. These 2 opening batsmen just digging in and just rotating the strike every now and again. Every now and again they pretend to play a big shot just to just let everyone know that they're trying to get on with it, but realistically they just want to dig in, Simon.
Can't score runs in the pavilion.
No, you can't. You can't score too many runs out in the middle batting like this either.
Also, I would like to point out that I've scored more runs on terrestrial television than Alistair Cook.
Right. Well, let's talk about it. Yeah.
Well, I don't even want to bore the listeners with that.
What did you get, 10? What were you?
Well, 20 odd or something.
20 odd not out. Yeah. Saw the game home. That's what it's
Alistair
about.
Cook has never scored a run on terrestrial television. No. England's leading run scorer. 64 for no wicket. Here is Burns against Chase. Goes back and tries to chop it into the offside. Hits it hard into the surface. Goes bobbling out towards cover, and there's no run. Do you think they actually will be getting a bit frustrated in that dressing room now?
Yeah, definitely, yeah. I mean, they're trying these two. You can see that they're trying to just be a little bit more active, but it's just not coming off at the minute.
Chase bowls, tossed up. And Burns eases it away. Stopped at silly point by Shamar Brooks.
How many people did you tell that to?
Well,
that you've scored more runs?
Well, I didn't realise until Adam, the producer, mentioned it.
So you tell everyone now?
I know. Well, I might do. Here's Chase bowling. Sweep shot from Burns. Gets it down fine. Good connection there. Chase around the boundary is unsuccessful, and that's 4. It was a bad ball from Chase. It was down the leg side and helped on its way. Burns put that away well. 68 for no wicket.
It looks to me like he sweeps the ball nicely. I'd be encouraging him to try and play that shot more often. He doesn't look comfortable dancing down to hit it, but he gets in a good balanced position to play the sweep, gets his hands out in front. There's no 45, as I mentioned before, for the top edge. I'd be trying to play that a little bit more often if I was Rory Burns.
Here's Burns turning that away through backwards square leg Roaches after it. He just changed his position fractionally after that sweep shot. Went away to his right to pick up, and there's another run to the total. Burns 31, Sibley 30, England 69 for no wicket. The lead is 241. I mean, in a strange way, I mean, unless they want to bowl tonight, which that does put a lot on there being a full day of rain tomorrow in a way, because otherwise you sort of pull out 360 ahead and then suddenly you have 2 days to get 360. Here's Chase bowling, and that's driven nicely by Sibley down the ground, through straight long off. Chases on from Reefer, one of the sub-fielders. It's unsuccessful, and that's gone for 4 as well. And the run rate increasing now. 73 for no wicket, and Sibley to 34.
Well,
nice solid off drive.
Yeah, and I like that because we saw him last over to Rakeem Cornwall just punch a 2 off the back foot through the offside, and this is a driven 4 on the offside, so he can do it. It's just one area of his game that if he can just bring a few offside options, it's going to make it so much more difficult for the opposing team to set a field.
Chased round the wicket to Sibley, turned away for another single to the left of mid-wicket. And this has been a profitable over, 10 runs off it.
They're just going to bat the day out, aren't they, and see where it takes
Yeah.
them. And if it means that the rain comes tomorrow and there's only a small amount of play tomorrow, I'm sure England would declare straight away. But if you bat the day out, you should be 360 in front, maybe a bit more. Depends on the light. I guess if the light comes earlier and you lose a bit of cricket and then you lose a full day tomorrow and you're only 310 in front by the last day, then it becomes a little bit, what do you declare straight away and you give the West Indies 90 odd overs to get that amount of runs, or you bat a little bit at a time, then knowing that the light might play a part again. So it's worth England doing a little bit harder now just to get a bit more in the bank today.
Yeah, in the last game they set West Indies 312 to win in 85 overs. Cornwall bowls, Sibley goes back and plays that towards straight mid-wicket, and there's no run. But if they're not going to bowl tonight, in a way, in a strange way, it's almost not totally immaterial how many they score today, because if we have no play tomorrow, we get to the last day, and if they're 360 ahead, you can just declare Sibley down the pitch, plays it to mid-wicket.
Yeah, but you just got to make sure you get to that level that you can definitely declare.
Yeah, you don't want to be too
because
skinny, do you? You don't want to be 310 ahead or 290 ahead, because then you will have to bat again. But they're well in front at the moment. 74 for no wicket. That ball's played defensively. What's the lead at the moment? I was just looking around for it. Make the calculation. Where is it on the board? 246. Yeah. You don't want to get caught in between, really.
There's a bit of work to do today. They have got the licence now to go a bit.
Sibley drives, doesn't really time that, pushing it back past Cornwall. The bowler goes up to mid-on.
And that's what I think that's what I'll be saying in the dressing room at tees. Let's do our batting today. Just make sure we get all our batting out of the way today, and if it means that we lose a few wickets by being ultra aggressive, well, it's not going to affect the game.
Cornwall bowls. There's a pill for LBW. He really wants this, and it's given not out.
Just outside the line, I reckon.
Right, it's going to be reviewed though. Cornwall sensing a wicket here. He's really confident. West Indies have reviewed it.
Umpire to director. We've got a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. If I can have a look at the front foot first, please.
Here it is.
Fired it in.
Okay, we've got a fair delivery. If we can have a look at front on spin vision, please. Okay, just rock and roll that, please.
Might be.
Okay, we've got no bat involved, so we can go to ball tracking when ready, please.
Hit him low on the pad.
Certainly not going over.
I'll let you know when it's ready.
Ball tracking not quite ready at the moment. It's a question whether it spins past leg stump or as umpire's call, or is hitting leg, or midland leg.
This is where it hits him as well.
Here it is.
Hit him in
Oh
line.
yeah, might well have hit him outside the line.
Yeah,
It
okay,
has
we've
just
got
outside the
impact
line.
outside the line, playing a shot. So we can go back to Michael on field. Michael, stay with your original decision. You're on screen now.
Yeah, hit him outside the line.
Yeah, good decision. You can see what Sibley was trying to do. He's going to sweep the ball. I think Raheem Collin might have just noticed something in his trigger that was basically telling the spinner that he was going to get down to sweep it, so he fired it in. It was lovely bowling. Huge appeal by Raheem. He thought he had him, but Michael Goss had he's had a couple of good games, hasn't he? He doesn't get many wrong.
No. There was one earlier that he got wrong, but most things right. Here is Cornwall to bowl to Sibley, and Sibley is clipping that into the onside, stopped at mid-wicket, and Burns has to scamper back as well at the non-striker's end as the ball was flicked towards the stumps by Campbell, away to his left. It's the end of the over. We've got 10 minutes to go until tea. I mean, there are 43 overs left in the day's play, which is, you know, if England want to press on, they've got bags of time if the light holds, but
They won't get those amount of overs.
No.
West Indies won't be rushing through, and we've got 10 minutes, so we'll get 3 more before tea, so 40 overs remaining. I think England will be looking to get 30 of them by the time the light plays a part. And with the over 8 being, you know, as you would any team in this situation, you're not going to rush round.
no. Well, the base is being built now. You know, they're around 250 or 246, but you know, they've got those runs in the bank, and they played in that really expansive way in their second innings in the second Test match. They can almost play like that after
Yeah,
tea.
they can. Yeah, it's almost like send for the firecrackers. Get ready.
And then West Indies will push the men back, and there'll be easy singles, and you will be able to tick the board over. Right, Chase into his 10th over, around the wicket to bowl to Burns, and Burns is forward, defending towards extra cover, and there's no run. It was 10 for no wicket after 4 overs at lunch, so 64 in the afternoon session, and this is the 30th over. Here is Chase. A sweep shot from Burns, that's gone before. Again, very good connection on the sweep. And it went very quickly out towards deep backward square leg.
He just needs to lock himself to play that shot. That's, again, a lovely balanced sweep shot. Chooses the right length. If you're hitting the length, you're not too worried about the line. That's probably going to go on and hit the stumps, but you know, you back yourself to hit it. Nice striding, those hands out in front, perfectly timed. That for me already looks like his method against spin should be to sweep the ball.
Burns to 35. He joins Sibley on 35. The lead is 250. Chase goes in, tosses that one up, turned away by Burns for 1. Is he going to come back for 2? Roach is onto it. Yes, Roach has gone a long way back at deep backward square leg. He's been here, there, and everywhere with Burns sweeping of late. And each time, Burns is putting it wide of him or short of him. 2-5-2 the lead. 80 for no wicket, England. Burns on 37. Chase bowls. Burns defends, back up the offside of the pitch. Chase bends down to pick up. And there is no run. Michael talking about the light. It's okay at the moment. The lights are on though, but there's a bit of blue sky around. And 1 or 2 dark clouds, but plenty of light in the sky as well. Chase pushes that one through. Burns goes back and defends. Chase bends down to pick up. And there is no run. Got a silly point and a slip. And then 2 men back and 5 up inside a notional circle. Chase bowls. Burns blocks that back down the pitch, and there's no run. It's the end of the over. 80 for no wicket. So Burns has 37 and Sibley has 35. Burns escaped a misstumping at the over 8 this afternoon. Well, we did have that delay while West Indies used 3 keepers in 10 minutes. And poor old Dowrich, he's had a difficult game, was struck in the face. The ball deflecting off his gloves as he took what looked to be a fairly straightforward ball from Shannon Gabriel. And up into his lip he went off. Shea Hope took over for a bit, and then there was a sight of Joshua De Silva running round the boundary, going to the hotel to go and get his wicket-keeping gloves and pads, presumably, and all the other paraphernalia.
I have to say, of the 3 days that we've seen keepers behind the stumps, I think De Silva's probably been the quietest. Not in terms, when I say quiet, you generally only notice keepers when they're dropping the ball, and we haven't noticed De Silva because he hasn't dropped a ball yet.
There was that one near stumping where he sort of slipped as he went to get the ball to the stumps. It was very wide.
Yeah, his left foot just managed to just catch the next pitch, which is a lot more grassy.
A slight delay again while Sibley does up his bootlace. Roach is into the attack just before tea, possibly for 1 over. Bowled 5 overs, no wicket for 2. Roach sets off and bowls to Sibley. And Sibley edges this for 4 along the ground to the left of Gully, to the right of second slip. Now more offside runs for Dom Sibley, but not quite how he intended it. He's looking to hit that through extra cover or that sort of region anyway, perhaps squarer than that.
See, I reckon they've brought on Kemar Roach just to slow the over rate down, because the off spinners were doing a good job from either end. And Cornwall, what had he gone for, 13 in 6 overs?
Yep.
So it was very attritional. I see WG's got a mask on. Good to see.
Can't be too careful.
No, he's got to look after himself.
He's in a couple of high-risk categories at the age of 180 odd.
Yeah, he's vulnerable, isn't he? So he's got a few biscuits next to him there.
Roach bowls wide of the crease. Sibley pushes at it and misses it, goes through low, and underline Michael's point, efficiently taken by Joshua De Silva.
This is now England's highest opening partnership in a home test since Cook and Hales added 126 against Pakistan at Edgbaston in August 2016, and England's 3rd highest opening stand in a home test since 2012.
Well, it just shows you they've had problems at the top of the order, and these two have solidified things. There's no doubt about that. Here is Roach bowling. And a thick outside edge. They go for a quick single. It's not picked up in the covers. There was some excitement about a run out, but I think they would have been home in any case. There's another subfielder who's on number 76. Who's that? Let's have a look. See if it's in there.
It's Keon Harding.
Thank you. Keon Harding not picking that up cleanly. There have been lots of the backup squad who've got to run out this afternoon.
Yeah, it's like a pre-season tour, isn't it? Last game, just give everyone a run out. Bit of time in the middle. You want a bat though, wouldn't you?
Definitely.
I'd do a bit of fielding.
Or a bowl.
Yeah, well, not so worried about the bowling.
Shamar Holder's on at mid-off, and De Silva, the wicket-keeper. Here is Roach bowling, played away by Burns to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Of course, Ramon Reefer is on as well. So they have 4 subfielders on at the moment, West Indies. Is Gabriel off?
Yeah, I don't think we'll be seeing Shannon again. I'd be surprised. He's put in a shift, hasn't he, on this trip? Thought he spelled today. I mean, he bowled a few no balls, but he was quick. Bowled a few at 93, 94 miles an hour.
85 for no wicket. Roach bowls to Burns, straight delivery. Burns in behind it, playing it up to Holder at mid-on. Holder was in the wars as well earlier, taking one on the thumb, was off for 20 minutes before lunch.
He's back, Aggers. He wants another stint, Simon. He wants more of this.
In a way, these are the hardest days of Test cricket, because the game is set, really, and we know where it's going. It's a 4th innings game now, isn't it? Here is Burns getting a thick inside edge into the onside. They're through for another single, and it's not fielded cleanly. And a straightforward one. 86 for no wicket. Burns 38. Sibley 40. It's all about what West Indies can do in their second innings, and the weather, I suppose.
Yeah. Can they bat a day? Can they bat a day to take that Wisden Trophy back home. I'd say from what we've seen in the last week or so, it's going to be very difficult for them, but you just never know.
Well, what they haven't done is subsided. I mean, I remember that day at the pink ball test match at Edgbaston where they lost 19 wickets in a day. And it was sort of, I think that's why it felt inconceivable that they would win on the final day at Headingley, because we'd seen them bat at Edgbaston, and it seemed, well, you know, England set them over 300 to win, and it will be a relative formality. But on this tour, they have not given England anything at all, very little.
No, and the Winvis has the West Indies has a 0% chance of winning the game. 35% chance of drawing though, so that's not bad.
You don't often see 0% at tea on the third day, do you? I mean, there's normally a couple of percent in there somewhere.
Yeah, but I'm not going to argue against the boffins at cricket. I think they're absolutely right.
No. Right, Cornwall's changed ends. Chase is having a break. Cornwall's going to bowl one over before tea from that far end. First ball, Burns defends. Drops it short of short leg.
Both have faced 95 deliveries. 40 for Sibley, 38 for Burns.
Change in the field. Shamar Holder, one of the subfielders, coming up from deep cover. And they're putting a man in at mid-wicket as well. So that, I think Cornwall can bowl the whole over at Burns in theory. Burns covers up to a ball outside the off stump, defends it down into the gully where it's picked up by Jason Holder. So they've got two slips and a short leg. Yeah, Holder, Cornwall rather, wants to bowl at Burns. Doesn't want an easy single.
Look at the size of Richard Kettleborough compared to Rakeem Cornwall.
There's a great photograph with Cornwall with Blackwood in the slip cordon the other day. Here is Burns playing off the back foot to Shimar Holder fielding in the covers. And there's no run. One of Gareth Copley's photographs. So 3 balls to go until tea. Cornwall bowls. Burns angles it away. It's a diving save at backward point on one of those old wicket ends. John Campbell away to his left. Good piece of fielding. Never easy. And an old popping crease. Back with Cornwall. Step bowl. And Burns is beaten. Fiddles at that one outside the off stump. That fizzed through from Cornwall. There's been a fraction of turn there. That's a bit more than that.
That's what I was saying to Aggers. I mean, the West Indies fans seeing 2 offs in the side, seeing that, and think, why the?
Yeah.
Why? Why bowl first?
Yeah. Here is Burns playing off the back foot into the offside, and there's no run. I think I'm right in saying that no team has put a side in the Test match at Old Trafford and won. Is that right?
That's correct. This is only...
That's T, by the way. 86 for no wicket.
This is only the 11th time in 81 tests here that the team winning the toss has put the other side into bat. The first 8 of those were drawn. The last 2 have been won by the toss losing team. England last week being the second of those two occasions. So yep, that's correct. And as we were talking about in the last test, no team had won the toss and put the opposition in here since 1993. And I think there's only been 4 previous series in Test history where, of 3 matches or more, where the toss-losing team has won all 3 tests, which if England win here, will be the case.
What did Monkey do back in the day? What was his surname?
Monkey Hornby in 1884. Well,
I'll get the score. Do you know Monkey Hornby, Simon?
Yeah, you were mentioning him the other day.
Yeah, good captain of England.
Yeah. 3 Test matches, was it?
Yeah, he only averaged 3.5. He wasn't prolific with the bat. Good captain, though.
Have you got it or not, Andy?
It was a drawn game. England won the toss, elected to bat. Monkey Hornby stumped for naught the first wicket in Test cricket at Old Trafford. England all out for 95. Imagine if social media had been around then, Simon.
I dread to think. Right, it's tea. England are 258 runs ahead of West Indies with 10 wickets in hand. And Sibley and Burns have ground West Indies down, and their base has been built. And for an assault after tea, England looking to be around about 350 ahead, perhaps even more by the close of play. It doesn't look as if they're going to bowl tonight, but we'll wait and see on that. So as we've been hearing today, is an important day at the Oval with the first crowd watching a sporting event in England since lockdown. 1,000 supporters been allowed to attend the friendly between Surrey and Middlesex as part of a government pilot. And Kevin Howells is at the ground and he can tell us about it.
I was always told to start with a score, but this two-day friendly, but I'm still going to do so. Surrey 204 for 4. Scott Borthwick's on 78. Will Jacks has been batting nicely here. Surrey versus Middlesex, two-day friendly, as you say, of which Surrey will be batting today and Middlesex will be batting tomorrow, and then come next Saturday, that's when it starts properly, truncated as it may be, of course, a 4 months delay in getting the season started, but the Bob Willis Trophy will begin then. But there is most definitely a bigger story to the cricket and the warm-up nature of the match that's been played here today, because of the fact that for the first time in England, spectators have been, this summer this is of course, have been allowed to walk in to a sporting venue, sit down and watch. 1,000 members, 100 from Surrey, 100 from Middlesex. I was there at 9:30 this morning. Historical moment next to the Alex Stewart gates where the shutter was lifted, and in people came and their e-tickets or paper tickets zapped, and they were shown to their seats, and that's where they're sitting away to our left-hand side, socially distanced and everything. And Richard Gould is the chief executive of Surrey, who I know, together with lots of other counties, has been working really hard over the last, 5-6 weeks, and talking about it no doubt before that as well, but so much work has been put into getting the men's domestic season sorted out, trying to get some sort of cricket being played, with the hope, and I'm sure at one point, Richard, you may yourself, despite the fact that if there is anybody that's Mr. Optimistic, it is always you, and positive to it all. You must yourself have been wondering, can it really happen? But here, not only have we got cricket to watch, but spectators in the ground. Can you just give us a little bit of background as to how you've managed to get this pilot game even?
Yeah, great credit to ECB on that one. Great credit to ECB, because they've always been adamant and done a really good job at keeping cricket at the forefront in terms of what government's thinking has been. They know that we're always, really keen to get things going again. We were keen to get out of the blocks quickly, and so when government started talking about these trials, I suppose we were first in the queue in many ways, and it is a queue because lots of people would like to be hosting these things.
Now, the trials include 2 days here, so another 1,000 will turn up tomorrow, and then there's 1 day of the game between Warwickshire and Worcestershire being played this coming week. I think there's horse racing, and there is also snooker, which is being trialled. Let's just talk, before we talk about what would be deemed a success, let's talk about what you were told you needed to do. What did you need to do in this trial?
We needed to make sure that people could come in a comfortable fashion, and people were confident about coming. That element of confidence is really important. There's no point putting an event on if people are unsure that they're going to want to come. And when we went to our members and said, yeah, we can provide ticketing, it's free tickets, but we need to allocate you in seats for all the social distancing, we were inundated. We had our phone rang 10,000 times in the first hour. Sadly, we couldn't answer it that many times because we didn't have enough staff on. But that showed you the level of demand, and I think government were pleased to hear and know of that demand. And that gives everybody confidence that if we can find ways to get these events on, then people will come to them.
This is a friendly match. It's not a proper game, but you've got people, presumably, I don't know how many in number, but presumably they're almost like the secret shopper, observers looking to see what is being done. What do you think they are looking for? What could possibly be reported back that you wouldn't want to be reported back? What do you think are the possible danger areas for this?
I'm really confident there's nothing that could be reported back, or nothing that's been an issue. It's been great. We've had partners from Lambeth Environmental Health, we've had partners from DCMS, from ECB, and we're just very pleased with the way that it's gone, and more importantly, the spectators seem to be very happy. when you do have issues, it's generally your customers that come to you first to say that they're not happy with this or that. So it's been remarkably like a normal cricket match, and hopefully that will lead to other things.
This is a massive venue, obviously, international sporting venue. You've taken a corner of the ground, of which you've got individuals, some individuals sitting there, and then there's 2 seats, a gap between them and somebody else. There may be a small group. What numbers? 4, 5, 6? Or something?
Yeah, you can book in groups of up to 6 because that's the kind of the government bubble. And so we took a block of we took 5 blocks that normally occupy around 4,000 seats, working on the guidance that you could probably get about 30% capacity with the distancing. It actually worked out less than that. We were sort of doing 21% capacity because more people were coming in doubles and singles, and because you've got to keep 2 seats either side, it takes up more seats. But yeah, no, it's worked really nicely, and because of the density is quite low in terms of the concourse areas and the toilets, nothing feels overburdened. And look, this is just a start. You know, there isn't a major venue that could sustainably operate on a 25 to 30% capacity for a long time, but it's a start.
It was magical, genuinely magical, and I'd forgotten because I've been watching and listening to the Test matches. The actual live crowd applauding a bowler's name being announced, Tim Murtagh, first up this morning. It left a bit of a tingle, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree. You know, even when the umpires came out and they got a lovely warm round of applause, and it did leave a tingle. And you know, I think for a lot of people, it meant, well, for a lot of us, it means a lot, because you know, ECB have done a great job getting the Test matches going, but you then realise what it means to people about coming back to their clubs.
And for many counties, for the county game, let's talk about the bigger picture of the county game. People coming into the ground, I think it was Tom Harrison, Chief Executive of the ECB on TMS, said it is significant, the financial impact to a club by not having spectators. Because you hear all the talk about broadcast deals and multi-million pounds, all that sort of stuff, but spectators in a ground for county cricket, significant.
Hugely significant. For our business model, 10% of our revenue comes from the ECB, therefore largely through Sky. 90% of our revenue comes from people coming into the ground. So when in mid-March people were not allowed to come onto our site, whether it be for cricket or non-match day events, our business stopped. And so, you know, whereas we were hoping to do turnover of 37 million this year, we will be lucky to do 14 or 15. It's a massive change for the business, and that's what, you know, that's been the interesting business challenge we've been faced with for the last couple of months. But you look across cricket and indeed all other sports, the spectator is just so important, and it also adds value to the broadcaster. I mean, it's been good to be able to watch live sport for the last 5 or 6 weeks behind closed doors, but it's not the same. You know, you need that extra dynamic that a crowd provides.
Does that impact on jobs? That massive gulf in what you were expecting, what you might be getting?
Oh yes, yeah, unfortunately so. Yeah, we've been unfortunately through a redundancy program over the last month with 20 staff. We've been reducing costs in all sorts of areas in terms of, you know, pay cuts and all the rest of it, and the same as everybody else has been doing.
What about playing squads for you?
Yeah, our playing squads, there have been, I think, 16 or 17 of the counties have had to impose pay cuts across the various staffs. Many of the counties have had to take other action to cut costs.
So if you're given the thumbs up from today and tomorrow, what can you realistically hope for in terms of people, maybe even what numbers you might realistically hope for, and when you might realistically hope that you'll get a chance to do it again? Because lots of talk about the T20 being played starting on August the 27th, because you hope that perhaps in a few weeks' time, and I mean you, but the game hopes that maybe crowds could be allowed in then. Is there a chance that possibly that numbers could, because a lot of people love their red ball cricket, they would love an opportunity to come and watch something, maybe even the Bob Willis Trophy, or is that just not going to be possible?
No, I think there's a realistic opportunity for that, and I think we always saw, and the ECB always saw these trials as a way of demonstrating that county cricket, first-class cricket, could indeed be the vanguard for all other sports. And delivering 15-20% capacity crowds could be done in a safe manner, and also helps to sustain clubs, because we're all members clubs. I think member revenues across the game amount to in excess of £10 million. Members have been incredibly loyal, and if we're able to find ways to get them back, even if in small numbers, I think that will help enormously for members to think, right, okay, I'm going to leave my money in my club this summer because of the efforts that they've undertaken. So in the first instance, there's a kind of in excess of £10 million worth of membership revenue, I think, that's at stake. Thereafter, if we can get bigger crowds in, then we get into ticket selling mode, which would be ideal. But I don't know when that
I was
may
going to
happen.
say, so the moment we're talking about members only, that could be expanded.
Yeah, potentially. Yes, it could be expanded. I mean, the government has set 1st of October as the date for when crowds would be coming back in some form for all sports. But I think also that's a target date which may be beaten if we can find ways of doing it.
It's no good for you, October the 1st.
No, it's not. No, it's not. But we're hopeful that today and tomorrow will show that it can be done, and then we're hopeful that maybe trials will be extended. Maybe trials will be extended not just here but elsewhere. And as I said, perhaps cricket has got a great leadership role as being in the vanguard of the return of supporters back to stadium.
So the next step, if it were to be in time for the Bob Willis Trophy, which starts within a week, next Saturday, that would still be deemed as being a trial, but you might be allowed a few more. What would you say would be the maximum number you could get in here? And also, you see, I've heard it said that it isn't just about getting people safely in a ground, it's about people safely getting to the ground as well, of course. So,
well, we went through our safety advisory group and Lambeth local authority last week, and we have got a licence for 2,500 people in the lower bowl of the stand that we're in now. So there are 11,000 seats there, so we've got a licence for 2,500. But clearly we're not going to use that licence until we get the approval from government and ECB and all the rest of it. And there are some really positive discussions going on because of the positive atmosphere and environment that we've seen today. You look at cricket supporters and all supporters in general, they're really responsible. They're in a place where they want to be, and they treat it with huge amount of respect.
The players, Alex Stewart, your director of cricket, you've got a new coach, Vikram Solanki, of course. Everybody's had to buy into this. Things are different. How have they responded?
Magnificently. The players are even washing their own kit, so that shows you how the buy-in is working. The players have been back in for the last 5, 6, 7 weeks, and they get changed by the side of the pitch. They run in if they need the loo. They stay out the dressing room as much as possible. They're being very responsible when they're away from the ground. But people are buying into it because they really want to show their skills. And this friendly today, when you see what Will Jacks was doing with the bat earlier on.
Right.
These are the guys that, in essence, we're doing it for, because these are the guys that, in a normal full year, this would be their, another breakthrough year for them. Or Jamie Smith. This is what we're doing it for.
And timescale-wise, the Saturday, the Bob Willis Trophy starts next Saturday. That is. You need to know these things pretty quickly.
Yeah, we're quite light on our feet.
Okay. Greg Mumford is a Surrey supporter. Thank you very much, Richard. I don't feel I've a chance be able to come back to you. But Greg, you're at the... whereabouts are you?
I'm currently sat in your comms box at the moment.
Are you?
Yes.
Well, I can't actually see you, but...
I believe.
Oh, right, okay. You're not in our room because, of course, social distancing.
No.
On these. All right, What's the experience like, Greg? And how long were you on the phone trying to get your ticket the other day?
It wasn't too bad for me. I managed to get some for a couple of other friends and colleagues as well. So I came on the phone about 11 o'clock, and I think I called in about 8 times before I managed to get the jingle, which meant I was in the queue, and then it was quite straightforward. So it wasn't too bad an experience at all, but No, I think the day's worked out brilliantly, actually.
So tell us about the experience. What time did you get here? What happened?
Well, we fairly live locally, so we're fairly just, it was just a bus journey down, and I think we literally walked straight in after kind of the ticket check through the gate, and I think it's been really kind of a straightforward, normal day at the Surrey Oval. I think nothing's, although you've still got restrictions around you, and there's a constant reminders over the tannoy and on screen that almost it's like we've never been away in some circumstances, which has been kind of great. It's like a normal day, although slightly condensed. But I think.
So what are you doing for food and drink, and just because a part of the experience? Well, actually, one of the main parts of cricket, it's the social experience.
Yes.
it's the having fun. Now we all know that this is a very serious issue. We all get that, and we all also know that quite a lot of people are still very anxious about it. But you've come in here. You want a good, fun day. Now you'll have enjoyed watching Will Jacks bat, I imagine, today. But in terms of the social side of it, how's that played out today?
No, it's been fine. I mean, we bought simply our own lunch along, but actually drinks-wise, it's been relatively straightforward to get a pint or two. I think we've been actually sort of almost buying rounds in. People sitting socially distanced near us because there are a couple of friends of mine. So, no, it's been a great day. I mean, it's been easy enough to get a drink. Everyone's quite relaxed. We're sitting in the sun, and it's just been a great day watching Middlesex and Surrey. It's like it's never been away. We've kind of really missed being at the Oval.
And quickly, if somebody from the government were to say, Greg, should we do it again? Your answer is?
Yes, definitely, but sensibly. I think that's the main thing. And I think you said it on yesterday on TMS that it's down to the members to be sensible while we're here to make sure it happens later on in the summer.
Well, I'd like to think so. A rallying call for everyone. I hope I said that. Greg, thank you very much. Continue to enjoy your day. I'm sorry you can't come back tomorrow, Greg. It has to be another 1,000 get their chance tomorrow.
Yes,
Richard
right.
Gould, thank you very much as well, Chief Executive of Surrey. And as I've said to everybody involved with the county clubs, well done. There's been an awful lot of work and patience required to get us this far. How much further we can go? Well, fingers crossed it can perhaps be extended, more trials and more people coming in to watch county cricket, domestic cricket throughout August and September. But we're about to see a resumption on the third and final session here at the Kia Oval. At this stage, I shall say hello again to Jonathan Agnew in Manchester.
Thank you, Kevin, very much indeed. That sounds as if it's been a big success at the Oval, and of course there's another day tomorrow, and then attention switches to Edgbaston, Warwickshire playing Worcestershire in another of those two-day friendlies in which spectators happily will be allowed in. Only a small number, but it's just to try and build on that, and so slowly but surely get more and more spectators hopefully coming in to watch some live sport. Now here, funny old session that, wasn't it? We've had a lot of blocking going on. 32 overs have been bowled. England have extended their lead to 258. It began at 172 when this innings started, so 86 for no wicket from 32 overs. Burns has 38 from exactly 100 balls. Sibley has 40 from 95. And I wonder what might have been said during the tea break. There's still a lot of cricket to go. 40 overs left, but I mean, I was about to say that light might be an issue, but actually looking around, there's more blue sky around at the moment, so possibly we might get those 40 overs or thereabouts bowl. There's still 2.5 hours of play to go. Phil Tufnell sitting, looking very thoughtful alongside.
Afternoon, John. Afternoon, everyone.
Yes.
That was slow going, John.
It was slow going, and I'll be interested to see what happens now, really.
Yeah.
The problem is that both the players, good batsmen, but they are quite limited and restricted. Therefore, you can bowl and you can put a set of field to very set places, and they're not going to be able to score.
Block off their scoring shots. I mean, it's their method. It's the way they go about it, and have gone about it very successfully. But in a session where perhaps you get yourself in, you get through that new ball, and spinners come on, and you're hitting gaps and rotating strike and running hard, like perhaps an Ollie Pope would, or something, or a Joe Root. No, you could block off their scoring areas. But it'll be interesting to see what was said at tea time, and I think they'll like seeing the seamers come back on now.
Yes, they will. Yeah. And again, with this blocked off field for Sibley, so what they do is they put in that. I'm calling that the Sibley position. It's got some short mid-wicket. So you've got, yes, mid-on, please, so-and-so, square leg, so-and-so, so-and-so, Sibley, and then fine leg. And you do that way, don't you? Because you know exactly where it is. It is short mid-wicket.
You reckon he's got a position
He
named
has.
after
That
it.
is the Sibley position.
Early on in the career.
In goes Roach, starting the session off, and the first ball is driven by Sibley to mid-on.
Just past Sibley. Just past the Sibley position.
Indeed. And there's no run. But I'd like to know how many times the ball is picked up there.
Yeah. I'd be definitely looking to field on the offside.
Yes.
If I was in the West Indies side to Dom.
Well, I think but Holder's got the right idea. He's got a damaged thumb, so he's at mid-off.
Yeah.
And he knows that's pretty safe.
But we're taking the mickey a little bit, aren't we? But, you know, he's got 200s and he's doing the job for England.
Tipping at the knees, in goes Roach, and he bowls to him, he pushes into the offside. Holder can move in and field that. Roach will get that line a little bit straighter, I think, than that, because that does give Sibley the chance of hitting the gap, and there's a huge gap. There's no one in the covers, basically. There's a mid-off and there's a backward point. Nobody in the covers at all, so inviting the drive.
I think it's something that he's going to have to work on, both of these, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got the bones and the, the temperament in abundance, but I think, still just a little few things to work on.
Roach on his way, bowls wide outside the
Shot.
off stump. Now that's, again, giving Sibley a chance to score, and he pushes 2 out to point. A little bit too much width there from Roach. 88 for no wicket, but at least Sibley getting on the front foot drove into the offside. 42 not out now from 98 balls. Burns is 38.
Yeah, went after it as well, so perhaps there has been a little word in the shell, like, we've got to just up the tempo. What was it, 2 and over or something? Oh, not even that. Before tea.
The sun out as Roach goes on his way now. Bowls again wide of the off stump. Sibley this time plays no stroke. Staying well. Keeper De Silva. Not sure how many substitutes there are out there, because you've got sweaters and caps on, so identification is not that easy from here, but there were 4 at one stage because of various ailments and so on, but
might just be running out of gas a bit.
The main one was Durridge, who got a nasty blow in the mouth, really, keeping wicket. So De Silva was called from his hotel room. He might have a nice 40 winks in there, I think, and suddenly he's out in the field. Roach bowls outside the off stump. And, no stroke. Offered again, 88 for no wicket. So that must have woken him up a little bit. Let's watch him. What, a bit of a daytime telly with four in a bed or something, perhaps. Suddenly you're out there keeping wicket for the West Indies.
Yeah, escape to the country.
Yeah, any of those sort of things.
Yeah, that's one of my
Why
favourites.
escape to the country? Well, they had my next door village on not so very long ago. Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah.
88 for no wicket. And goes Roach. Bowls, and that's steered square into the offside by Sibley to end the first over after the break. And there was that 2 through the covers. Yeah. So it's 88 for no wicket.
Yeah, yes, my lockdown regime was a bit of escape to the country.
Right.
Then a bit of Floggett.
A Floggett?
Yeah, which I quite like as well. And then back to B1 for Pointless.
Pointless, of course. Except I have to correct you, because actually there's a bit of a controversy, wasn't there? Because Pointless moved to BBC 2 for a while, because on BBC 1 was the COVID press conference every day. So
yes, I didn't particularly like that game show. Yeah, they kept coming on those three presenters, didn't they?
All I will tell you, the controversial is there were quite a lot of pointless answers on it, but there you go, I'm not going to say any more than that.
Yeah, nobody won anything. There was no jeopardy. Well, it wasn't jeopardy, but yeah, that's not on anymore.
I always
is
watch
it?
Pointless.
That's not on now, is it? The what's it called?
Pointless?
No, the government briefing. That's all stopped now.
Oh, it has.
Yeah.
I think they all ran out of steam, didn't they?
Yeah.
Now there's a change of ends for Cornwall, who's coming on at the far end.
I want him to get a wicket, John.
And there's 2 men catching there in the offside as he bowls, and Burns turns the first ball away into the leg side. Fielder there loses one of his 2 hats, and that is Reefer fielding there. And he hasn't realised he's dropped a hat.
No.
As it's been pointed out to him. I don't know why he's wearing 2, because Cornwall is a cap man. He's not a floppy hat man. But Reefer there, who's running off, Raymond Reefer, for some reason wearing 2 sun hats, although he's still carrying one at the moment. He puts a second one on.
Is that Floyd Reefer's son, perhaps? I played against a Floyd Reef.
Yes, you would have done.
Yeah. Do you remember?
I do.
Yeah. I wonder if it's a...
Oh, why is he wearing 2 sun hats? That was a mystery because
it's not very sunny.
Around. Yeah. Cornwall bowls. Oh, there's an edge from Sibley trying to cut, and this is pursued down to the boundary by Roach, and it just goes for 4 runs. And we all want Cornwall to get a wicket.
Yeah, we do.
And almost there, that one flew to slip.
He's been unlucky. He's got nice flight.
Yeah.
You know, for a big, tall chap, you know, he's got nice flight, comes out from the hand, gets turned and bounced. Just hasn't quite been his test match.
I think I know why Reefer's got 2 hats. I think he's got Roaches.
Right.
Who's bowling, but didn't reclaim it at the end of the over.
Okay.
He often wears a sun hat.
He's Raymond Reefer is the cousin of Floyd Reefer, who played 6 tests for West Indies.
That's right.
Cornwall bowls. That's nudged away into the leg side to field it at Sibley. And there's no run.
See, I'd like Dom to have in his locker. I know it's a bit tricky on this pitch because it is bouncing and turning a bit, but just a really good hard sweep just to get rid of one of those people in the onside.
Cornwall again, and that's a thickish edge. I think it's possibly the arm ball we were talking about. That it found the outside edge of the bat as Sibley pushed forward. Let's have a look at the replay of that because he's got a low. If that's the ball, then just found the outside edge. Didn't turn. Cornwall again bowls, and back goes Sibley. He wants a run here. Playing out to cover. And there's no run. 94 for no wicket. 266 is the lead now. Roach heading off, and he might regret not reclaiming his sun hat because he's looking into the sun now, which is shining quite brightly, so perhaps he'll go and get it after he's bowled his next over. Cornwall tosses that up. It's worked away out to mid-wicket by Raymond Reefer, who's wearing those 2 sun hats. Now, he's taking one off. It's the short leg fieldsman's sun hat.
Oh.
That's whose it is.
Yeah.
So he handed it to him because he's going to take the helmet off, I think. It's all getting very confusing. Or is it the wicketkeeper's sun hat?
Oh, because he was wicketkeeper's. Oh, Jack Russell used to always wear a sun hat, didn't he?
I think the wicketkeeper was wearing a helmet for Cornwall.
Oh, and he's got a sun hat on, yes.
And he's popped his sun hat on now. He's standing back for it. There we go. We've solved it in the end. It's not exactly an Agatha Christie, but you just like to know the answers to these things, don't we? Evan Byrne, hello. The Sibley position sounds like a minor John le Carré book, not the full-fat Cold War espionage thriller, but perhaps a more slender story of a troubled junior-level civil servant called Sibley, who's required to come off the fence during some trifling international incident. He finds it very difficult to alter his stance, resulting in much hand-wringing and calls from his superiors to speed up the process. Thank you, Evan. Sibley plays that first ball back up the pitch to the bowler. Well, there is a fielder at Sibley. That's Campbell.
Yeah. He's in the hot seat now.
Yeah. You so rarely see this field for a quick bowler.
Yeah.
4 men in the leg side, saving the single. Except Sibley's a little closer than that. You might get a flick there. Might go in the air. There's a bouncer. Sibley just ducks underneath that. Collected by De Silva with his floppy hat on.
Well, they'll be kicking themselves, England, if they do sort of run out a bit of time at the end. You know, it's all very well and good getting good positions and getting yourself a platform, like we always say, and what have you. But I think now is the time at 94 for none, just to put the old hammer down a bit.
Well, I still think that England should be trying to bowl tonight.
Yeah, get 1 or 2 tonight. You're just on the march, aren't you?
Well, yes, but just with the forecast and everything, in goes Roach, bowls, and Sibley's forward, and that runs down to that deep gully position. If tomorrow is a washout, I know people say don't rely on the forecast, but it is a bad forecast tomorrow, and you're trying to win a series.
Yeah. It's not even a bad one; it's a horrendous one.
It doesn't look good at all.
No.
So, therefore, the onus is on you to speed up a bit and to give yourself a chance to bowl tonight.
Yep.
Tomorrow is a washout, or even a bit of a washout, or most of a washout.
Yeah.
You might get a wicket or 2 tonight, and then you've got a chance of winning the match on the last day.
Yeah.
But if they're plodding along tonight and they haven't declared,
it's just
it rains tomorrow, and then they go into Tuesday,
Yeah.
They'll have 98 overs probably.
Yeah, which should be enough.
There's Roach again bowling, and Sibley's forward playing to mid off, but then they're depending on light on Tuesday to get those overs in.
Which I don't think we've played a full day, have we?
Not yet.
No. So that has got to be taken into consideration. Perhaps 5 or 7 overs we usually lose, don't we? Yeah, so I'm with you. How long would you like, John? 7, 8 overs?
Well, I'd have liked 10 overs, I think.
Oh, well, there you go.
But I don't think I can get them.
No, I don't. Well, it doesn't look like it unless something changes.
No. Roach, shoulders rocking, on his way. Bowl to Sibley is very full, and he hits that straight to Sibley and very hard. He really did, but very quickly. And absolutely picked out the man, didn't it? Like a radar-guided missile. Went straight at him. Michael emails, can we do a crowdfunding campaign to get one of those planes to fly a message over the ground saying, get on with it? I generally like Root a lot, but for the first time, I'm thinking for the first time, the bad captaincy may cost England the match and the trophy. He didn't put Broad Anderson on this morning.
No.
And now he sends 2 snails out with bats, instead of at least either Stokes himself, if not Butler. Well, in goes Roach again, and that's pushed away out to mid-off.
Let's go.
And there's no run. Well, the onus is on the batsman, isn't it? The onus
It is.
Because they've played enough. They're playing free. They're international batsmen.
Yeah.
And they're having a conversation there.
And you've got probably one of the most powerful 3, 4, 5 and 6 sitting there going, come on, boys, you know what I mean? It's not as if you haven't got anyone in your team to do that. We've got numbers Butler going in 7, is he? Or 6 or something?
6, isn't
Yeah,
it?
6. I mean, crikey, Riley, talk about some firepower just sitting there twiddling their thumbs.
Yep. Well, the problem is that they will come out to bat having to play
Blast
very
it.
risky shots and may get out. Cornwall bowls and it's nudged away by Burns. Go for a quick simple. Sibley late setting off. Stumps are broken. De Silva appeals, but I think the umpire there has already ruled it as not out, and certainly from here Sibley looked to be well in. 95 for no wicket, and comfortably home. Looking at the sideways on replay for no wicket. The lead 267.
I mean, they're getting there now. I mean, they're sort of got plenty almost. You know what I mean? It's just a matter of now, just that, perhaps another 100.
They'll want to score more than that, won't they? Can you imagine declaring with only that on the board? Cornwall.
What, 350?
It's a short leg, yeah. You don't get many declaring 350 with 2 days to go.
Well, I know, but then as we keep saying, this sort of
I know.
biblical.
This is where it's all
Monday.
such a wonderful conundrum, isn't it? I mean, West Indies won't score 350.
No, they won't.
They won't do that. Cornwall bowls and that's pushed into the offside. Sibley wants a single.
That's better.
Big gap there. De Silva has to go and retrieve the ball from cover.
And that's what he's got to work on to the spin bowlers. That if they do just pack the offside field, you've got to somehow just, even a forward defensive, get a bit of a bat and a pad on it and just squeeze it to extra cover and
get
turn
the man
stroke.
across.
Yeah.
And then you've got a bit more of a gap on the leg side.
There you go. So you've got to be thinking as a batsman as well.
Of course.
Manipulate the field.
2 slips now. Cornwall bowls and Burns and leans back. They're not going to do it the second time, actually. They stole the run there previously in the over, but not that time. 96 for no wicket. The lead 268. Burns waits. Hours over his bat. There's a short leg as well. Cornwall bowls from round the wicket. That squares Burns up a little bit. There's some spin there.
Yeah, the odd one's gone.
Yeah. At least Holder feels confident enough to stand.
Yeah.
There's quite fine gully there. Second slip or fine gully. Cornwall round the wicket. Sun shining. Bowls and pushed away. That's again a gap in the offside that's been discovered. Opened up. 97 for no wicket. The lead 269. Burns 41.
What would you be thinking then? 400, you reckon?
Well, I'd have thought so. But
Not
well,
getting 400.
Look, it may be.
Well, so but that would be the highest score of, of the series, wouldn't it?
No.
England.
Oh, in the last innings? But no.
Yeah.
They got 470 in the last match, didn't they?
Yeah,
No.
they did.
But it may be Joe Root thinks that we don't need that many. They've just got to get them batting at this rate.
Yeah,
and maybe I've got my sights too high. Anyway, much more important, of course, is the games night tonight. Are you
yes.
involved in that?
How's your darts?
Not
bad.
Not very good.
No, I'll be there. Perhaps I'll pop my head in. Pop my head in for a game of darts.
Yeah.
And perhaps have a little game of ping pong.
Table tennis. Well, it's all been set up in the crash.
Yeah. Yep, I might stick my head in.
It's Roach kicking up his heels. Round the wicket he goes and bowls to Burns, who comes forward, plays down to mid-off. It's been organised by Ebony, who told me at lunchtime all the details will be out, the teams will be picked.
I know.
Haven't seen a thing yet.
No, I know. It sounds a little bit sort of like the Olympic Games. I think they've gone quite in depth.
Well, there's us and Sky, you see.
Yeah, it's quite.
I'm not sure if it's actually a BBC against Sky.
Ooh.
That might get a bit.
Might get a bit touchy.
Bit competitive.
Might have to make sure Carlos is there.
Well, they've got Ian Bishop.
Oh, well, crikey, yeah. Got a couple of big fast bowlers.
97 for no wicket. And the next one from Roach. Shot. Full, driven into the offside. Going for the single again, the shy at the stumps that misses. I think that might have had Sibley in trouble. But it missed the stumps. De Silva couldn't get up there in time. And it's backed up way out in the leg side. Let's just have a look. It was pushed square. Burns set off straight away. It was very well picked up. And the throw, tight. Hard to tell from that angle, to be honest, but it would have been tight.
So, right, so you're over. You're involved.
I'll pop in.
Yeah.
Something to do.
Yep. Bring the ukulele. Are you going to bring the ukulele?
Might do.
Yeah.
Give it
Show us what you've been working on.
Yeah. Goes Roach. Bowls, and Sibley is forward. Just playing that back to the bowler again. The lead 270. Have our socially distanced meal first.
Well, of course.
Have your usual table?
Yes, please. Go. Yes.
Table for one, Mr. Tufnell?
Yes, lovely. Yes. Facing the fire extinguisher. Lovely.
Yes. It's the one facing the window in that booth. I haven't quite got. I feel quite a bit claustrophobic in that one, I think.
I don't want to end up in that one. Everyone's trying to avoid that.
That is the last one on the list, isn't it?
It is, isn't it?
98 for no wicket. In goes Roach. Bowls, and that's flicked away very fine. They'll take one. Fielder has the throw on the way. 271. I think that is. The tables are not, in that particular bit, can't be 2 metres apart.
No.
So what they've done is put like a sort of it's like a compartment, isn't it?
It is.
So in you go. It's like actually like going into a wardrobe to eat your meal with the doors open. It's a dark, confined space.
Yeah.
And you're facing a wall.
Yeah.
Walls all round you.
Yeah.
And a little table. It's not the one to go for, really.
Not really.
There's Roach bowling, and that's neatly played by Burns. You get a couple here, flicking the wrists, sending the ball away. In fact, he's going to get four. Down to deep backward square leg. Nice stroke. Just used the angle there from round the wicket. Flicked it away. Burns goes to 46.
I do sense a bit of urgency after tea, don't you, John?
Yep.
Running between the wickets. It all starts with running between.
What if we downgrade? Say he wants another 100.
Yeah.
And there's about 37 or so overs to go. Well, there'll be 2 hours left.
Yeah.
With the change of innings. In goes Roach, bowls outside the off stump. No stroke. So, you want to have half an hour yourself bowling, perhaps a little bit more. So that perhaps gives an illustration of what they need to do. Anyway, Tuffers, I'm out of here, and Simon Mann's coming in.
Yep. Yep. Lots of different ways to play this. I'm sure that they'd have all been up in that dressing room. Ideas being thrown around. What do you think is the best way of winning this Test match? They've played very well, England. They've got themselves in winning positions after the Ageas Bowl. It's just what way they want to go, but you just feel that now's the time to get a bit more momentum into this innings.
So the 100 partnership came up in the from 35 overs and 5 balls. England's second 100 partnership in their last 4 tests. They had one in the final test in South Africa. They hadn't had a 100 partnership in their previous 37 Test match is the longest gap between 100 opening stands in English Test history by a considerable margin.
Oof.
Simon.
Sibley is on 49. He looks to go to his 50 there, but it's straight to mid-wicket. And there's no run.
Just a little more on England's opening partnerships. In the last 10 tests, England's opening stand has averaged 45, 200 opening stands, this being the second of them, 6 other 50 opening stands. In England's previous 10 tests, their average opening stand was 17.8. They had just 150 opening stand. In their previous 25 tests before the last 10, they averaged 20 for the first wicket. So a significant improvement. Statistically, not necessarily aesthetically.
Well, we don't mind a bit of stats, do we, in cricket?
Here is Cornwall bowling to Sibley, and Sibley goes back and plays that towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
It's a huge improvement,
It
actually.
is, it is, yeah. I mean, they've done the job that they've been picked to do.
Yeah, exactly. So you can't knock it, but I think what we're just trying to say is that as a professional batsman, you should read the situation, play the situation, and perhaps just be looking to be a bit more imaginative.
103 for no wicket. Sibley nudges that way, looking for that single to bring in a half century. There's been either feast or famine in this series for Dom Sibley. He's had 2 noughts, and then a 50 and a 120. And it looks like it's going to be another 50 here. This is Cornwall. And Sibley leans forward, runs back up the pitch very slowly to Jason Holder, who's fielding close in on the onside. The moral of this series, you've got to get him on naught, otherwise he's going to
grind you down.
Absolutely. Cornwall bowls. Sibley clips straight to mid-wicket again, and there's no run. He wants this single for his half century. Taking any chances here. England's lead 275. It's bright now. Some watery sunshine. We can go through until 6:30 as long as the light holds. Here's Cornwall bowling, and Sibley goes back and chops that away. Back cuts it down towards the third man boundary. Roach is after it. It's one of those tight ones. He knocks it back inside the rope. Sibley and Burns have ambled back for 3, and you can hear the applause from the England dressing room beneath us for another half century from Dominic Sibley.
Well played. Well done, Dom. And he'll be delighted. Punch of the gloves between the two. And you just feel that there's, you feel that they're looking to get on with it a bit here now, which is good and good for the game. Well played, 52.
121 balls, 6 fours. It's his 450 plus score for England, 200s amongst those, and the quickest he's reached 50 by some margin. His first in Cape Town on the way to 133 not out, 140 balls to reach 50, 161 balls in Southampton, 164 balls in the second test, or the first of the 2 tests here at Old Trafford, 121 thus being the quickest of his 4.
Oh, there we go.
Well, didn't feel long, yeah.
It's still not absolutely breakneck tough, as all things are relative.
Well done, Dominic Sibley.
Roach bowls to Sibley. Sibley clips that away. Nice looking shot, but straight to Ramon Rifa, the sub-fielder, at forward square leg, and there's no run. A packed onside field for Sibley. It's a mid-on, mid-wicket, forward square leg, backward square leg, and a fine leg. So 5-4 onside field. Slip in a gully. The backward point mid-off, the other fielders. That's where he scores, and that's where they've tried to block him off.
Yeah, wow. That is the with the game, isn't it? You've got your fielders, you try to apply pressure, but he absorbs pressure, Sibley.
Roach bowls to him, and Sibley drops it short of mid-on and thinks of a single. It's not there.
That's one thing that he really does do, doesn't he? He absorbs it. He doesn't. Sometimes you can frustrate batsmen by, canny field placings and blocking off areas, but he just doesn't seem to care.
No,
very good.
He strikes me. We look at the programme ahead for England, and there's an Ashes series the winter after next.
Yep.
This is Roach in the sunshine. Past umpire golf up to the stumps now and bowls to Sibley, and Sibley gets the ball outside the off stump, which he guides to point, and there's no run. If Sibley's still in the England side, and lots of ifs and buts between now and then, because there are lots of cricket to play, and series against India away and Sri Lanka away and India home, so things can go wrong in that time. But if he establishes himself in this England side, goes to Australia and plays like this, the Australian crowds are going to hate him. They really are. But I don't mean that in a critical way of Sibley, but he is going to annoy the heck out of them, isn't it?
It's
a compliment. Yeah,
it is. You're right. Averaging 44. Just seen his stats there. I mean,
here is Roach bowling, and it's a lovely shot from Sibley. It really is wristy stroke, but straight to backward square leg. Picking out the fielder there, and there is no run.
Reminds me sort of the vicar, if you know what I mean. Right on. What are they called? Dominic Sibley, Reverend Dominic.
Reverend?
Yeah, Reverend Dominic Sibley. Playing out there, knocking it round. Yeah,
the Reverend of Sibley.
Yeah,
something like that. Something like that. I don't know.
Yeah,
does that work? 106 for no wicket.
Vicar of Sibley.
Sibley on 52, and that just comes back in a fraction from Roach, inside edge onto the pad. Sibley wants a single. It's not there.
Well, I think it might suit him more, actually, in a funny sort of way. I mean, I think he's going to be tested.
What, playing in Australia?
Yeah, because there's going to be bounce, there's going to be pace, and that's his game, isn't it? You know what I mean? He absorbs that pressure, doesn't mind facing fast bowling, and then just deflects and onto the legs, and that's how he'll score. I think, you know, where he's got to look to get his game a little bit more expansive when he's on turning pitches, you know, or slow pitches.
Yeah, well, he's going to have some Nathan Lyon to face out there.
Yeah.
It won't be easy for him.
No, he won't.
Well, that's just protecting ahead anyway. It just strikes me that the Aussie fans might get a bit fed up with him if he does well. Sibley drives through the offside. A full ball from Kemar Roach. Does it have enough to go to the boundary? It's inching towards the rope, and it does. Indies through the offside by Sibley.
Glorious.
He's on to 56, and England to 110 for no wicket, and the lead to 282.
And there's the extra cover drive. Where's that been? As you say, he played it beautifully there. He obviously just decides to keep a few shots in the locker, which I don't mind. You know, when you're getting yourself in, cut out that shot. Don't hook. Don't go after wide ones. You know. But then when he gets himself a little bit set, the off drive was unfurled. Nice shot.
On the point being, of course, if he gets in, digs in that Ashes series, he'll annoy them. He won't annoy them if he keeps, you know, getting LBW or whatever. No. You know, they'll be perfectly happy with that.
No. Well, let's hope he annoys them,
Rakeem Cornwall is going to bowl from the Jimmy Anderson end of the ground. There's a strong breeze going from his over his right shoulder. And it's been there for most of the time we've been in Manchester, that stiff breeze. The flag's fully unfurled at the far end. On the top of the old pavilion here. 110 for no wicket. England's got it 2.82 in this second innings. It's fair to say there wasn't huge urgency in the afternoon session. I mean, in one sense, there's bags of time left in the game. They don't need to score that quickly, but it's that weather forecast tomorrow. That means they need to keep the board ticking. Cornwall bowls. Burns sweeps magnificently for 4 in front of square. Almost a slog sweep. And that would, describing it like that rather damns the shot. It was much better than that. He really connected with that. Bulleting away across the outfield towards the deep mid-wicket boundary, and that's a fine way to bring up a half century for Rory Burns. He's got there quicker than Dominic Sibley. It was outside the off stump. He got across and low and smacked it away. Lovely sound off the bat. 114 for no wicket. And England beginning to apply some pressure now on these West Indies bowlers. Here's Cornwall bowling to Burns. Burns is forward, thick outside edge, runs down towards short third man, and there is no run. We've seen Burns play that sweep shot to good effect in this innings. And he's connected quite a few times and timed it very well. Cornwall bowls to Burns, who digs out a full delivery. He's running up towards mid-on, and there is no run. Cornwall still looking for his first wicket of the match, and he's conceded over 100 runs. Cornwall bowls, guided away by Burns to backward point, straight to the fielder, and there is no run. I'll give you Burns' stats in just a moment, or Andy will, after this ball from Cornwall. Cornwall bowls, and it's outside the off stump. Burns lets it go. He thought he might have had a go at that one, decides against it.
111 ball for his half century. He's hit 6 fours, good acceleration, 25 from his first 80, and then...
Here's Cornwall bowling to Burns. Burns squared up. He's that defensively thick outside edge. Runs away on the offside. There's no run.
Then the next 25 came from just 31 balls. It's his 10th score of 50 or more in Test cricket, his second of this game. He has 200s amongst those 10 half-centuries.
114 for no wicket at the end of Cornwall's 11th over. No wicket for 29. So England beginning to press on. The lead is 286, and Vic Marks is here.
Well, they've shown they can accelerate because they're doing it, but they should have done it a bit earlier. Lovely improvised sweep in front of square by Burns in that over. But I still think you have to take note of weather forecasts nowadays, and you should treat this as a 4-day match.
So
1 day to go.
So basically this is after tea on the 4th day?
Well, I think so. I mean,
yeah.
I'm a trusting person, and I believe the experts at the Met Office at the BBC implicitly.
Well, everybody's been saying it, and it's been there for a few days, that forecast. Here's Sibley with his open stance, batting deep in his crease to Holder now. Sibley leans half forward and plays out defensively towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Focusing on England, tough for West Indies here at the end of a tour that promised a lot, and at the moment looks as though it's going to give them nothing.
Well, they might give them retention of the Wisden Trophy.
It might do, yeah. I suppose here they are.
They're trying to delay or reduce the amount of time they've got to bat to save the match. Oh, they could end up, if the weather forecast is completely wrong, winning it, of course. But that's in this instance, I wouldn't mind that.
Holder bowls, Sibley defends, it runs away into the offside and there's no run. We had one of those Winvis up just before tea, Victor. I don't know, about 3 o'clock, and it gave West Indies 0% chance of winning the match. I don't quite see how they win from here, but I know
well, they win.
You were an imaginative captain.
Oh, I know they win from here. Is that Joe Root, with more justification than at Headingley a few weeks ago, or years ago, makes a startling declaration on the basis that we've got a 4-day game, leaving them 345 to get.
And they knock them
and
off.
Lo and behold, the weather forecast for tomorrow is totally incorrect. They've got 2 days to get them.
Holder bowls to Sibley. Sibley up on his toes, playing defensively into the onside, and there's no run.
And the wickets she go to sleep. And suddenly Brathwaite and Hope rediscover the genius of Headingley.
I used to love those weather forecasts in the 70s because they would come on after the news and they would say things like, it's going to be absolutely glorious tomorrow, we've got a high, whatever, and then you'd wake up the next day and it would be pouring down all day. I mean, it's not like that anymore, is it?
I don't think so, no.
They got the satellites and they're very accurate, and they model them and they run the programs, and it's not absolutely perfect, but they generally speaking, are far more accurate than not. Here is Holder bowling. Stuck on the pad, shout for LBW. Umpire Goff says no. He was beaten there, one that seemed to nip back at him and keep a fraction though, and Holder is going to review it. Yeah.
It needed to keep low.
It
was quite short.
Review for LBW. Original decision is not out.
And he's also got umpire's call in his favour.
First, please.
It's a legal delivery.
Okay, we've got a fair delivery. If you can have a look at front on, please.
This is Richard Illingworth you're hearing. Let's have a look on the front arm.
Okay, that doesn't tell me a great deal. We'll have a look at ultra edge, please.
I don't think
it feels high, doesn't it, Victor?
It does feel high. We're looking to see
clear daylight going
there's no
through,
nip.
all the way through to the pad, please. Thank you. We'll go to ball tracking when ready.
Yeah.
I reckon this is
here we go.
Too high.
Pitching outside off, impact in line.
Umpire's call.
Umpire's call on hitting the stump. So we'll go back to Michael on field. Stay with the original decision, Michael. You're on screen now.
A fraction of the ball clipping the top of middle stump, according to Hawkeye. It was given not out. Stay with the original umpire's decision. I'm told it's also not a perfect forecast for Tuesday with a chance of showers. My understanding was it was going to be a dry day on Tuesday. That seems to have changed. Well, there you go. So perhaps West Indies are going to defend the Wisden Trophy, but they've been totally outplayed in this match, completely outplayed. Apart from a little spell yesterday morning.
Yeah. Well, they had England
a bit on the first day.
4 down for 120.
England have been Yeah, remorseless at times. Here's Holder bowling. Struck on the pad again. Another shout for LBW. This time he's given him out.
I wonder if he's going to have a review. He's going down to have a chat with Burns, but I think he's going to walk off.
England have three reviews left. Have they reviewed it? Yes, they have.
They have.
TV umpire.
Now this time I think he does get outside the line quite a lot, though, but comes so far across. But I think that's hitting the stumps.
Right, we're watching the no ball.
Okay, we have a fair delivery. If we can have a look at front on, please.
Right, we're seeing that now. And what are we seeing?
I think we're seeing a bad review.
Okay, it doesn't appear to be any bat there. Roll it through. Okay. We'll have a look at Old Trafford, please. Flat line. Clear daylight between bat and ball. Roll it through to the pad, please. Thank you. We'll go to ball tracking when ready, please.
Here we go. Here's the ball tracking. And
okay, pitching outside off, impact in line, hitting the stumps. We'll go back to Michael on field. Michael, stay with your original decision. You're on screen now.
There we go. Holder gets the wicket and Sibley is on his way. LBW. It's 114 for one, hitting a leg stump. He was a long way across. Hit him in front of middle and going on to hit leg.
Was that the ball after the previous next ball?
LBW for 56. Dom Sibley. And now Joe Root comes in at number 3. Waiting a while for his opportunity. Interesting to see how Root plays here, whether he shows real initiative or whether he just plays normally.
It will be. Remember in the last test here, England got 128 in a slightly frenetic style in 19 overs in their second innings. And Root sort of led the way, partly not so much by the way he batted, but the way he organised his batsmen. Stokes and Butler opening the batting. He came in at 3 rather than a night watchman. And away we went. And Stokes ended up getting 70 odd in quick time. Root will give us an indication of what he thinks of the opening pair, the way he goes about his business.
Well, the partnership was worth 114 in 40.5 overs. So one ball to come in this over from Jason Holder. Bowling to Joe Root. Not a very attacking field. Holder moves in and bowls to Root down the leg side, and Root clips that away. Out through backwards square leg, going for runs. 2, probably 3. I don't think he'll go for 4. No, it's picked up inside the rope, and Root comes back for 3 runs. I don't think that's so much an indication how Root's going to play, because it was a full half volley on leg stump, and most batsmen would want to deal with that. So 117 for 1 at the end of a successful over from Jason Holder. Victor, you're going to be joined by Daniel Norcross.
Yeah, you're right, Simon, as ever, not to draw too many conclusions from that, but it's a nice ball to get. He's clipped it away very neatly for 3. Thanks very much. You can often tell, or always tell, just about what the intent of a batsman is, not so much when they're facing the quicker bowlers, but when they're facing the spinner. How much are they going to try and impose themselves? How much are they going to improvise? And we're going to see Root now against Cornwall, still, as we said, seeking his first wicket in England in Test cricket. There's a slip and a leg slip, and a conventional off-spinner's field, I suppose, almost an old-fashioned one.
Here he is, to Root, and Root goes back into his stumps, and he's flicked at it. It was a bit close to him to play off the back foot, and he's missed it. Goes through to the keeper, De Silva, who's deputising for Dowrich, who injured himself earlier today. Mighty close to that bat. I think that's a better indication of how he intends to play, in actual fact.
He tried to engineer something, made room. It bounced a little bit more. Well taken by D'Souza.
Cornwall in again, and Root works this off his pads down to square leg for a single. He's going to be busy, I think, and he moves with that to 4. England to 118 for 1. They have looked busier since tea. There's been some disagreement, hasn't there, in the green room about what England's tactics are going to be today. The top brass of TMS, Michael Vaughan and Jonathan Agnew, at loggerheads you might say, over England's tactics. I wouldn't go so far as loggerheads. Michael thinks that they will bat the day and see where they're at. And Jonathan's wondering if there might be a cheeky declaration this evening as Burns less busily waits for that ball to pass by and into the gloves of De Silva. Cornwall coming in off 3 or 4 paces from a James Anderson end. The clouds are high, the sun is creeping through, and Burns sweeps. Oh, and straight through mid-wicket, and it's going to run away towards the boundary. I think a little bit was taken off it. They could run 5 here. It's a fielder after it. They could. They'll certainly run 4, surely. Root has come back for the 4th. They won't get 5, but that was an intentional shot as well. He went down on one knee and whacked a kind of sweep in front of square, through mid-wicket, through the fielder's hands, and out towards the boundary.
A shot of intent.
A shot of intent. Yes.
Is that an intentional shot? I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't matter. He's played a couple of those, and it's quite a productive area so far. There's risk, but also there's reward. He's now got a deep mid-wicket.
Yes. 122 for 1 with that 4. Burns to 54. Cornwall into him. Still the slip in. And Burns defends at the front foot. Glides that backward point. There's no run. I was wondering earlier, is there any moment in the game where Rakeem Cornwall will either not be bowling or be first slip? Will that moment come to pass?
Might do, yeah.
Burns defends a slightly more loopy delivery, and it's picked up at slip as it skews off the outside half of the bat. 122 for 1. There were 5 runs off that over. Burns 54, Root 4. The lead now 294.
You see, I think they might declare tonight. I don't think he's that cheeky, really. If the weather, if the light stays, I think they will want to bowl tonight, because I still, as I say, I trust the forecasters nowadays, basically. In which case, I think it'd be worth trying to get 1 or 2 out tonight.
Well, I think the sort of,
on the basis that there's a day to play.
The Vaughan hypothesis, as I'm going to call it, written by Robert Ludlam, is that